And here it is. Here it is. Here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session commences and your company is required. Apologies for the somewhat late in coming online this time around. It was due to a breakdown in power transmission at our Tejo show transmission station, as they say.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Okay, there it is. The Holy Holy Song from the East. So there it is, the Holy Holy Song from the East. So sorry, there's something making noise in there's a video clip that I wanted to play to you. So I'm testing it. I was testing it out and then it's still running. So holy, as guys, I bring you this. But guys, really, do I really bring you this? There's a worrying trend within the Nigerian space. It's always been a Nigerian thing, by the way, to ape and mimic anything and everything Western. So and as soon as they do it in UK, America, they immediately want to copy it in Nigeria. Some good, a lot of it bad. This one's certainly awful. I'm not sure if most of you are aware of the term bestiality. Bestiality. If you are a Welsh person from Wales in the UK, you might well be familiar with that term. They call them sheep shaggers over there. But bestiality is really the act of a human being sleeping with an animal. So now this now seems to be taking green shoots within the Nigerian society. Police to invite lady who claimed she was paid 1.1 million naira for sleeping with a dog. So there it is right there. And but by the way, this is not uncommon within the Western space. You only have to go onto some of these funny little websites and you see plentiful of this sort of behavior. But it's not culture in Nigeria, certainly not in the South. We know that the Northerners, the herdsmen, when they are in the woods, they do with their cow as they please, but certainly not currency in the South. Police to invite lady who claimed she was paid 1.1 million naira for sleeping with a dog. So there it is right there, a new culture birthing in Nigeria. From new to old, this now the mainstay culture within the Nigerian space, politicking and money politics. So every man and his dog now, they say Nigeria is a failed state and the country is borrowed to the hilt. But that doesn't seem to especially put off too many people as they clamber over each other to replace Malam Buhari in that seat. Senate president to declare for president this week. Ahmed Lawan, we're talking about, the rubber stamp man at the National Assembly. So the rubber stamp man at the National Assembly, back to the brain fade that sits on the seat at the moment. Military operation to stop IPOB ESN attacks in Southeast will be sustained. So if you think that the Aboki is throwing bullets at you in the Southeast is anything that is about to dissipate or peter away, Malam Buhari reassures you that the savagery will continue within that space. Military operations to stop IPOB ESN attacks in Southeast will be sustained. A headline attributed to the Aboki from Daura. Elect me to end up Nepa chorus. Give Nigerians broadband internet. Osinbajo speaking. So he's going to end up Nepa if he becomes president. He, of course, coming from the opposition party and criticizing the government on the ways that they are misdirecting the country. But no, he's not from the opposition party, is he? He's not even a satellite little functionary within the governmental space. He's the vice president of Nigeria, reassuring us that he will end up Nepa chorus and give Nigeria broadband. So if you had all these ideas then, and you've been in situation for 8 years sufficient enough time to do whatever it is. Because if you had to build electricity from ground up with absolutely nothing in situation, 8 years, 4 years is sufficient enough time to do that. If you had to build it with zero, starting from ground zero, to build it to Dubai level, it's only the money you have to get right, and the money for the 25th richest country on the planet is easily gotten right. We see how easily they access money internationally, but he now haven't been in power for 8 years and presided over darkness in terms of the Nigerian electricity situation. Once an additional 8 years, when he promises us now that it will be lit up like what's it called? Where's that place? Like Las Vegas, that he will light Nigeria up like Las Vegas. This is the nonsense we have to contend with. Elect me to end up Nepa chorus, give Nigerians broadband internet, a headline attributed to the Akurukete from Ikene, calling himself Oshibanjo. So here it is now. Nigerian workers should not be poor, says TINUBU. So a direct criticism, of course, of the administration that he almost single-handedly brought into being within the Nigerian space. So this is the guy now that is now. So how quite he is able to come out and say this, having bested the situation we find ourselves upon us almost single-handedly, he now alarms, presenting himself to the as a panacea to the situation, to a situation that he created. Nigerian workers should not be poor, a headline attributed to the Jagaban of GBT. So from the Jagaban of DBT to the only last icon, the two last icons really that the Nigerian space can boast of. I may well share this screen so that you can see it pictorially, and then you can see it also, and you can hear it as I read it out. So let me share this screen so you can see it pictorially as I read it out. So it's not they say a picture speaks more than 1,000 words. So let this picture speak more than 1,000 words as guys I bring you this. Moment Soyinka stormed Benin Republic for Igboho. So there he is right there. The I'll say the 2.5 lead faces within Yoruba space at the moment, because the Yorubas outside the traditional rulers and the only real traditional ruler that we considered a leader has now recently passed away. So the Yoruba nation, curiously, we have no single or even bunch of leaders that we can really point to as leaders. So the only people that can really suffice as leaders of the Yoruba race are essentially some of the gentlemen you're looking at on your screen. Wole Soyinka, of course, and Professor Akitoye, and Sunday Igboho, who sits in the middle as their able lieutenant. So that is the Yoruba space right there. That what you are looking at on your screen is the Yoruba space right there, because we have nothing else. This is the strength of our potency. 2 octogenarians and a tribal marked, Agbero guy from Ibadan. This is the Yoruba narrative. So this is how they might have fallen within the Nigerian space. So this is what we have to offer at the moment. But offer it we will with the fullness of the strength that is the Yoruba space. So that is the menu. Lean back, kick back, take it easy. Click on the like button, of course, and the subscribe button as well, for reasons that I've already explained. Helps with the YouTube algorithm and all that. And by way of bribery, let me induce you with a little bit of Igbo music, another Python dance.
Oh, ye do I fall. Oh, Mary, Abakare, Mama Daora, Olabori Mary Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Olabori Mary Nandi, win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Olabori Mary Nandi go onye do I walk. O Mary Wonelizu Biro ya Abakare Mamanda Ora Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi.
And there you heard it, the voices of defiance from the East. Nnamdi wins the war. Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Moments Soyinka stormed Benin Republic. For Igboho, more picture than narrative, but the picture already tells us pretty much the messaging. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka was in Benin Republic on Sunday to visit Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho. The Nobel laureate entered Cotonou through the Seme border to the admiration of well-wishers. Photos released during the visit showed Soyinka with Igboho and another Yoruba Nation agitator, Professor Banji Akitoye, and one of our Igboho sympathizers. Igboho was arrested in Cotonou on July the 20th, 2021, whilst trying to flee to Germany as the Nigerian government had declared him wanted. He was arrested with his wife Rocco, who was later released. Igboho spent 8 months in prison before he was released by the Benin Republic government, but he was not allowed to leave the country. Igboho had been at the forefront of agitation for Yoruba Nation in Nigeria until his house was invaded by the Department of State Services DSS in Ibadan. He managed to flee whilst some of his aides were killed and others arrested. So there it is right there, the language and the pictorial messaging of solidarity. So that is Wole Soyinka, that is a declaration for Yoruba Nation right there. Because he doesn't have to come out and chant Yoruba Nation. What does Professor Akitoye stand for? Yoruba Nation. What does Sunday Igboho stand for? Yoruba Nation. And who is he squeezed in on a 3-seat sofa taking photographs with? Wole Soyinka. Who is Wole Soyinka sitting with? On a 3 squeezed together, body touching. So that body touching also a significant, potent messaging as well. The foremost Yoruba nationalist visited by the premier Yoruba person to show alignment of a Yoruba tonality. So that's Wole Soyinka, by my currency, declaring for Yoruba Nation. But if you think differently, then of course, I would like to hear from you. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come share my don't come and share my views, so because I can share that. Come share your views, especially if you have not yet come on the screen. So if you're a new voice and you feel sufficiently moved by the talking points to want to share thought about it, then please do that. Nigerian workers should not be poor, are the Jagaban of GBT. All Progressive Congress APC presidential aspirant Bola TINUBU has urged Nigerians to do what is necessary to pave and ease the way for the Nigerian laborer. Mr. TINUBU in a statement commemorating the annual Workers' Day said Nigerian workers deserve to live in abundance. We do what is necessary. May we do. Let me take that entirely all over again. All Progressive Congress APC presidential aspirant Bola TINUBU has urged Nigerians to do what is necessary to pave and ease the way for the Nigerian laborer. So, so let me just pause there for a moment. When we're saying that this guy has lost a lot of his cranial functioning, every time he speaks, we have more reasons that exemplifies that assertion. So he's saying they have to. It says the All Progressive Congress aspirants, Bola TINUBU, has urged Nigerians to do what is necessary to pave and ease the way for the Nigerian laborer. For the Nigerian laborer is what I wanted to land on. So when they are telling him that it's Labor Day, so he interprets that to mean that it's a day for laborers, you know. If they say Labor Day, then of course it is laborers, the people carrying pom at the sites, is who this yam head thinks the Labor Day is about. The Labor Day, of course, is a workers' day, right from the senior banker to the guy that does the tidying up of the office. It's their day. It's actually the workers' day. But this idiot here thinks it's the laborer. All Progressive Congress APC presidential aspirant Bola TINUBU has urged Nigerians to do what is necessary to pave and ease the way for the Nigerian laborer. Mr. TINUBU, in a statement commemorating the annual Workers' Day, said Nigerian workers deserve to live in abundance. I hope my diatribe was not actually misguided. Maybe I misunderstood what he meant. May we do what is necessary to pave and ease the way for the Nigerian laborer, that no one who works for a living should live in poverty, that no one shall work in unacceptable and dangerous conditions, Mr. TINUBU said in a statement by his media aide, Tunde Rahman. The APC presidential hopeful called on the people to dedicate the day and themselves to the fair and unassailable proposition that every worker was entitled to an equitable wage representing the value of their labor and effort. Let us also dedicate our labor to providing the best product and services our society and people need. No one shall experience discrimination. No one shall experience discrimination and bigotry in the job, or no one should, it should say. All forms of harassment of female workers, you know, the secretary, oh yeah, bend over and pick that up. You know, all forms of harassment of female workers and unfair treatment of the physically challenged must end. And those who are now elderly and retired are duly entitled to timely and full payment of the pensions owed them for their years of labor and toil for the benefit of this nation, he said. Mr. TINUBU explained that everyone is a worker and all have roles to play in the progress of our nation. However, he noted that an extra burden was placed upon a nation's leader as they must create the economic and political space so that the workforce might thrive and achieve its fullest expression. So there it is right there, TINUBU on Labor Day, using that as an opportunity again to dig at BUHARI. So he has been digging at BUHARI, you must note, and he can afford to do that. But should they have been doing that earlier? So because it's a calculated move, you see, he knows that they don't want him, but he knows that he's powerful within the party. He knows that they are not popular. So he wraps that all together, and he used this covert double entendre messages to signal both as to the populist view against the BUHARI administration. So a bit of a clever politicking by TINUBU's handlers. So from TINUBU to his once upon a time mini little sidekick. Elect me to end up Nepa chorus, give Nigerians broadband internet. The diminutive little man, Akuru Kete from Ikene. So Akuru Kete from Ikene speaking, speech delivered by His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at the 2022 Workers' Day rally themed Labor, Politics, and the Quest for Good Governance and Development at Eagle Square, Abuja, 1st of May, 2022. I hope this is not long and labored, and it is long and it is labored. Oh, I might not give you the fullness of this because it's too long, but we'll see how much of it we can plow through. But it's just, oh God, my goodness me. He's written a thesis. He's written a thesis. What's this guy doing, man? So he has written a thesis, but let's just see how much of it we can stomach. I am honored to be here. I am honored to be here on this special day set aside to celebrate and honor Nigerian workers, every Nigerian worker, male and female. The labor movement is a foundational movement in the making of our nation. Your heirs, that is HEIRS. So you are heirs of a movement that was involved in literal building modern Nigeria. Over a century ago, the Nigerian working class laid the railway tracks and erected telegraph poles connecting the vast reaches of a country that was about to be burned. Indeed, it is impossible to tell the story of our nation's liberation from colonial rule without dwelling at length on the heroic contributions of the labor movement to that struggle. The struggle for fairness and equity in relations between the employer and the worker, and the campaign for the dignity of the Nigerian worker in the colonial era were closely bound by the quest for independence. Some would say that both struggles were two sides of the same coin. For just as the Nigerian workers sought to be accorded equal rights in his own land, the nationalist movement sought to break the yoke of colonialism and transform our people from subjects to citizens. In this epic struggle, the Nigerian working class was the army of the nationalist movement. We remember the 1945 general strike and the Iva Valley massacre in 1949, in which striking miners seeking their rights were killed by colonial authorities. These are watershed events in the evolution of our nation. Names such as those of Pa Michael Omoadu, Malam Aminu Kano, Unduka Eze, F.O. Koka, E.E. Esho, and M.A. Bankole, amongst others, are seared into the national memory. They belong to the iconic figures in the labor movement who played critical roles in our quest for liberation from colonial rule. When we sing our national anthem and proclaim that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, we are evoking the memories of legions of patriotic agitators, amongst whom were leading lights of the labor movement. Therefore, the Nigerian worker in every real sense laid the foundations of our sovereignty and freedom with their blood and tears, and nurture it till this day with their sweat and zeal. So, the 1st of May is a day laden with historical significance, and the importance of this occasion is further underscored by the fact that it is the last May Day celebration before a national election. So there he is right there. So he enters into politics with that statement. In commemorating this event, there is much to reflect upon, and the theme you have chosen for this occasion invites us to ponder on labor, politics, and the quest for good governance and development. Given the season that we are in, this is entirely appropriate. The question that the theme calls for is what sort of politics can best deliver good governance and development? In addressing this question, let me begin by stating unequivocally that the labor movement belongs firmly to the progressive political persuasion. I repeat that the labor movement belongs firmly to the progressive political persuasion. In the days of anti-colonial struggle, labor pitched its tent with progressive nationalist forces. Historically, by reasons of ideological kinship shared by both camps, labor has always made common cause with the progressives. Indeed, it is impossible to separate both. Progressives have been left off center and pro-labor, whilst labor has always been, of course, left off center and progressive. This is an important observation because 7 years ago, an alliance of progressives, the All Progressive Congress, made history when it became the first opposition party to defeat a ruling party against all odds and secure a national victory at the polls. It was a watershed moment for our nation because until that momentous event, the progressive tendency had been the neglected cornerstone of our nation's history. The question of what sort of politics can deliver good governance and development is decisively answered by progressive politics. As a progressive, I believe that good governance and development means compulsory free education for the unlettered, universal healthcare coverage, inclusion for the alienated, social mobility for the poor, justice for the wronged, and social security for the vulnerable. The progressive vision of Nigeria is of a nation in which the relations between the government and the governed are defined by social covenant. It is of a society in which no Nigerian is left behind. It is of a canopy of inclusive and broad-based prosperity in which the security and welfare of each citizen is guaranteed. This administration has embarked upon the most ambitious program of social protection in sub-Saharan Africa. We are catering for our children through the homegrown school feeding program, which feeds about 9.5 million children daily, and for our unemployed youth through programs such as Empower Scheme. Over 4 million people have benefited from the Government Empowerment and Enterprise Program and other supportive initiatives under the National Social Investment Program. We established the National Commission for Persons with Disability and the National Center for Senior Citizens to cater for the needs of our compatriots that live with disability and our elders. This is a demonstration of our commitment to inclusion, especially of groups that have long been relegated to the margins. In the realms of politics, the enactment of the Not Too Young to Run Act, which modifies the age restriction for seeking public office, not only opens the door of opportunity for more youth engagement in politics, it is a further demonstration of our commitment to inclusion in all ramifications. We have persuaded our progressive agenda for not persuaded but pursued. We have pursued our progressive agenda for inclusion and social protection in a period of global turbulence. We have not had the benefit of record high oil price to work with. Instead, we have had to contend with recession, the collapse of international oil prices, the C-19 pandemic, which stalled the global economy, and even now, we must deal with the consequences of the conflict in the Ukraine, which is having a disruptive impact on global commodity markets. Regardless of all these challenges, this administration has been steadfast in tackling the issues facing the Nigerian worker. This is why President Buhari implemented an increase in the national minimum wage in 2019. The outbreak of the C-19 pandemic in 2022 practically brought the world to a standstill. As we battled to contain the spread of the coronavirus here in Nigeria, almost all economic activities was grounded, but we understood the dangers that portended to our citizens and to our general economy. That is why during the pandemic, the federal government placed many micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises employees on payroll support to get them through the period. As part of its economic stability plan, we introduced the Food for Job Agriculture Program, providing support for over 4 million farmers. We started the most ambitious social housing program in our nation's history, 300,000 homes being the target, and each of those homes not costing more than 2 million naira. As part of the same economic stability program, we started the Solar Niger program to connect 5 million homes by solar power. So I'm not quite sure what is going on here. This looks like a list of achievements or made up list of achievements of a failed administration. So okay, let's just carry on. We set up the MSME Survival Fund, which disbursed over 56.8 billion naira to over 800,000 people. The fund also provided grants, free business registration, and payroll support to over 1 million artisans, micro and small business owners. The truth of the matter is that our country is a large country. We have 2 million people, that should be 200 million people. Some of what we are saying may seem like a drop in the ocean, but surely there is a beginning and a commitment to doing more. We have increased the retirement age of teachers so that they can spend more years in service educating our children. Recently, we implemented an upward review of the salaries and wages of men and women of the Nigerian police force as part of our broader commitment to improving the welfare and service conditions of those charged with safeguarding the rest of us. We are committed to doing much more. No Nigerian, especially one who contributes to the development of the nation by way of labor, shall be denied primary health care because of affordability. Currently, only workers in organized labor benefit from the current health insurance scheme. Our goal is universal health care. To fund it, we must look beyond our meager federal and state budgets. The answer is compulsory insurance coverage for all Nigerians. Our focus is not only on the health of those currently in the workforce. We are also concerned about our senior citizens who spent their prime years in service. There is absolutely no reason why any retiree should go into debt or be unable to access healthcare in retirement. This is why the Federal Ministry of Health has established a ministry committee whose mandate is to come up with a framework for the provision of health insurance coverage for our retired senior citizens. This is 7 years into their administration. I must mention here that after 15 years of stagnation, we have now reviewed the hazard allowance of doctors and other health workers. The circular to that effect has now been released, and it is with effect from December 2021. Oh God! So we may well have to abandon this because there's still plenty more that I've only just given you about 20% of what this little man said. So let me just let me just see if I can see where he said up Nepa, and then we go to that, because that was really the selling point. Oh, okay. So let me take this paragraph. We will establish a technology economy that we will establish a technology economy that will leverage our broadband connectivity for all, encourage tech companies to train more tech engineers, and we will surpass every nation, God helping us, in terms of the quantum and quality of tech talent. So that's to the tech space that he spoke about. And yes, there's so many untapped spaces within the Nigerian mass that is just there as a vehicle for for earning and sustenance. So yes, if they just opened up that broadband space and just trained up, how many times have you living abroad picked up your phone to phone your phone provider, and you're speaking to some person in India that is fixing your phone? It's not beyond the wit of the Nigerian person to do that if they create that tech space, which I think Lagos State is already doing in Yaba anyway. But let's carry on with what the little man has to say. We will crack the power conundrum. The up Nepa thing will stop by decentralizing the national grid system and by providing alternative grids with private sector investment, we will re-engineer our educational curriculum to provide relevant education for the new jobs and opportunities of the 21st century. Working with the state, we will ensure compulsory free basic education for all children, male and female. So I've always wondered, just me being pedantic, when people say, especially in Nigerian speech, when they say for all children, male and female, what other children are there outside of those two genders? For all children, male and female, what does that mean? What does the what's the add-on of the male and female? All children is that anyway? Sorry, that's just me being pedantic, you know. So that's where he speaks to the. But he's now coming up with all of these fantastical ideas. So we will crack the power conundrum once and for all. The Nepa thing will stop by decentralizing the national grid. So that was an option that was available from 2015 till date, and by providing alternative grids with private sector investment. That was an alternative that was available from 2015 till date. So why these things then were not done is really so there he is right there, Osinbajo, and it's you know, big on grammar but short on substance. You know, the just obvious go-to then to anything that this guy has to say is just why didn't you do it when you and your daddy were there for however many years solid. So so there it is. It says we will achieve effective broadband connectivity for all by 2025. So that is 3 years. Listen to this, what this guy is saying. We will achieve effective broadband connectivity for all by 2025. We will remove the yokes of over-regulation, multiple taxation, and poor infrastructure from the necks of our private sector so as to unleash their productivity. So it only go back to what I said previously. These were options that were, you could have removed the bottleneck, you being the chairman of the Economic Council from 2015 till date. You could have done that. So what stopped you? We could have removed the yoke of over-regulation. You could have done that. So that's just an administrative matter. Multiple taxation, that's an administrative matter. You could have done those two. And the poor infrastructure from the necks of our private sector. So there it is right there. The little man from Ikene talking double Dutch. He thinks it's grammar speaking. He thinks it's literary and debating society that we're talking about. Grammar speaking. There it is, grammar speaking. Military operations to stop IPOB ESN attacks in Southeast will be sustained. Aboki from Daura, Malam BUHARI, pardon me, President Muhammad Buhari has said the military operations in the Southeast region have started yielding results and have led to the arrest of a large number of suspects. Buhari on Sunday noted that the disturbing rise in criminal attacks targeting law enforcement and public facilities in the Southeast, concerted military operations are on to rid the region of indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and Eastern Security Network elements. The president also spoke while sending his best wishes to Muslims in Nigeria and across the world, celebrating the occasion of the holy month of Ramadan that ended. Buhari has said, the fight has been long and hard. Final victory is within sight. Boko Haram and its offshoots, final ambers are fading, adding that after a period of fasting and reflection this year, we have cause to welcome the occasion in hope. The president, in a statement issued by his spokesman Garba Shehu, further directed increased coordination and cooperation among security agencies. Buhari assured there would be no shortage of funds to provide security for citizens. The president, who appraised the security situation across the country, said last month the leader of ISWAP was killed in an airstrike. Since the new year, thousands of fighters have surrendered to enter rehabilitation programs. The territories they used to occupy are now seeing the return of those who were forced to flee their barbarity. Normality is finally now. Normality is finally beginning to return to the Northeast. It is a long process, yet it is one we are together now embarked upon. With the designation of bandit groups as terrorists, the challenges of banditry and kidnapping are being tackled differently in the Northwest and Northeast, North Central states, where the latest military acquisitions and the armed forces are being fanned out across the region to thwart acts of terror. The administration is equally getting impressive reports of the special operations to curb crude oil theft and illegal bunkering in the South-South, with millions of illegally refined products being impounded and illegal refineries destroyed. Whilst we are making progress cleansing the environment, some evil people are busy causing more pollution and destruction. In response to the disturbing rise in criminal attacks targeting law enforcement and public facilities in the Southeast, concerted military operations to rid the region of Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB and Eastern Security Network ESN elements have, in recent weeks, led to the overrunning of IPOB/ESN bases, the seizure of weapons, and the arrest of a large number of suspects. So that is Malam Buhari now rebranding what is the lived experience of the Nigerian person for them. So that is it. It's telling you that Nigeria is now safe, but so you travel them from Lagos to Ibadan and come back and tell us what your experience has been. Senate presidents to declare for president this week. The Senate President Ahmed Lawan will this week declare his intention to run for the presidential ticket of the All Progressive Congress APC, barring any last-minute changes of plan. Sources close to Mr. Lawan said he had been testing the waters for months and eventually decided to make the declaration after Salah at the end of the Islamic month of Ramadan. The APC will close the sale of its expression of interest and nomination forms on Friday, and Mr. Lawan is expected to announce his interest before picking the form. When he does, he would become the second person from the northern part of the country to seek the APC presidential nomination form after Kogi Governor Yahaya Bello. It was implied that the APC had zoned the tickets to the southern zones after early this year. It was implied that the APC had zoned the tickets to the southern zones after early this year agreeing that the North and South would swap the national party offices they were holding before the March 26th National Convention of the party. The convention saw the emergence of Abdullahi Adamu as the first national chairman of the party from a northern zone, whilst President Muhammad Buhari rounding off his second term, it was assumed that his successor would come from the other side of the River Niger and Benue. However, on Friday, Mr. Adamu said the APC was yet to take a decision on zoning and by implication on where the presidential ticket will be coming from. Mr. Lawan had been at the National Assembly since 1999, serving 2 terms in the House of Representatives before moving to the Senate in 2007. He eventually became the Senate Majority Leader, a position he held until his election as Senate President in 2019. Last week, 2 businessmen in Abia said they would issue checks of 200 million naira to Mr. Lawan and the chief whip of the Senate and former governor of Abia State, Ojika Alu, to buy the APC presidential expression of interest and nomination forms. Before then, last year, posters of Mr. Lawan had appeared in Damaturu, the capital of his home in Yobe State, and some other northern cities, signed by groups of northern youths, begging Allah to provide guidance for Mr. Lawan in his decision on the 2023 election. Although he has never spoken in public about a presidential ambition, sources closest, although he has never in public spoken about a presidential ambition, sources close to him said he has the support of the prominent leaders from the north and a businessman with deep pockets. I don't know on what day he will pick his forms, but he will definitely declare this week. An associate of Mr. Lawan, who asked not to be named because he was not authorized to speak on the development to journalists, said he had been under pressure to run for president, and I am aware that he has spoken with many of our leaders on this issue, the associate said. However, when asked for his comment on the development on Sunday, Mr. Lawan's special advisor on media, Ola Owoniyi, said he had no information on it. So we've been here before severally. They will act coy and then very quickly. I mean, they have till Friday. So good luck, Jonathan, XYZ and his brother. The nomination forms are an expression of blah, blah. All the forms, the sale ends on Friday, and then we find out exactly who is in play. So this now the last readout. Police to invite lady who claimed she was paid 1.1 million naira for sleeping with a dog. Okay, so let's see it. I wonder if I can hold on. Let me just try something first. I want to see if I'm able to grab it and then also play you a clip as well as read it out to you. So we have a clip of hers saying that whatever nonsensity that she has to say. We have a clip, so I'm just going to grab that clip now, see if I can download it. It's not in all instances that you can, that you can't download these things, but we do try, because that just gives you a fullness of the feel. So that is what I am trying to do now, and I am talking very fast just to carry on this process of downloading this thing so that I don't leave a vacuum and there's nothing going on. So before I start to the readout, so this is what I'm doing now. So I'm downloading it, and that's that. So that's that bang. So now let me give you the readout then, and then I'll come into the room, play you the video clip, and see who is ready to take it on. So here is now the latest development in the copy thing that Nigerian people do. Police to invite lady who claimed she was paid 1.1 million naira for sleeping with a dog. The police, the public relations officer of the Nigerian Police Force, CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, has said that the Nigerian lady who claimed she was paid 1.1 million naira to sleep with a dog in a viral TikTok video has been invited for questioning. The TikTok with the user ID pardon me. The TikTok user with the user ID VGoddess has been trending on social media after saying there is no big deal about bestiality. In a video she shared online, the lady claimed she slept with a dog and got 1.1 million naira. What is the big deal? I only sleep with a dog. I didn't kill somebody. You, in your life, you have done worse, and besides, have you seen 1.7 million before? She said in the video that she shared. After so much backlash, she came out to say she was only catching cruise, a slang for joking. However, in a chat with newsmen Olumuyiwa asked the public to help the police with information on how to apprehend the lady involved in the unnatural offense. I really want us to take necessary action on these ladies that are involved in unnatural offenses and post same online. We want to urge you to give any useful information on how to get these babes. We need to fish them out, please. Olumuyiwa said, Olumuyiwa said whether or not the ladies were joking, they must be brought in for questioning. In a tweet he shared, let me actually, should I share this? Oh no, let me just read it out. In a tweet shared, Adejobi pointed out that having sex with an animal is a crime in Nigeria. So I'm not sure if it's a crime. I think we should start defining just how the law applies. You know, in Nigeria, it's a crime in southern Nigeria, and of course, also against our morals. But it's not a crime in the north. It's normal practice in the north. So I'm not sure what this guy is saying. In a tweet shared, Adejobi pointed out that having sex with an animal is a crime in Nigeria. So this is what he said. This is Prince Olumuyiwa Adejobi, the police officer. So he's calling himself Prince. So you see, this one is already a Peperimpe officer. Can you see this? Read it so that we tell them, oh, because they all accept the dirty business. The law condemns it, our tradition condemns it, all the practical religions condemn it. So what are we doing? My take. So he then goes on, this is the police officer, he posts the relevant part of the law that criminalizes people sleeping with animals. So Criminal Code Act 1990. So this is section 214 on natural offenses. Any person who, one, has carnal knowledge with any person against the order of nature, or two, has carnal knowledge with an animal, or three, permit a male person to have carnal knowledge of him or her against the order of nature, is guilty of a felony and is liable to imprisonment for 14 years. The video of the lady claiming she slept with the dog below. So I've downloaded that video then to show you. But there it is right there. This is what Nigeria has degenerated to. So this is where we are. Let me play the video. Let me present you the panelists, then I'll play you the video. I want to go to Ajale Koko with this one. Actually, let me go to Ete with this one, but let me play that video first because I don't know. I'm as liberal as they come. I'm not some sanctimonious, you know. I'm as liberal as they come. But does this fall within the parameters of is this liberalism? Where do we start to call stop in society? Watch this girl.
Big deal there. I only slept with a dog. I did not kill somebody. You, in your life, you've done worse. And besides, have you seen 1.5 million naira before? Just like as if it's a big deal. Huh? I only slept with a dog. I did not kill somebody. And mind you, I'm not infected nor anything. Do you get? So stop dying on the matter. I'm enjoying the money.
So Ete, what's the big deal now? What's all this noise making? Did she kill somebody? What are you getting bent out of shape to use what is his name? Aizon's phrase. He only says he only slept with the dog now. I mean, what are you? Why are you making? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? She's enjoying the money. She didn't get infected. Why are you making? What are you? What's your? Have you not done worse? Have you done worse? Oh my God! Only you can talk us through this. She only slept with the dog. This is it. She only slept with the dog.
You see, it shows how stupid some people are in our society. There are some people that genuinely, I don't think they were supposed to be human beings. I don't think they were supposed to be human beings. They were supposed to be probably some other things, but mistake happens. And probably she's one of those mistakes. Because it doesn't make sense for you to even do that kind of thing and also come on the social media to confess your sins. It's like committing robbery and coming on social media and saying that I stole. So what? The politicians are bad, so I don't care. I stole. It doesn't make sense, and that says a lot about our this kind of movement we're having in Nigeria. This what if you say anything, they'll say, but if you understand, so it doesn't make sense. For example, we saw something like this during the arrest of the Anambra State governor. We heard people saying, "Oh, what if? What if in the north? What if?" This is the problem we have in the country. I think she needs to be arrested. She needs to be quarantined because
Yeah, no,
it's
yeah. So it needs to be
it's
quarantined, though.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Because I remember there's a rumor when I was growing up that was saying that HIV was gotten from white monkey. I don't know if that's true anyway, but there's a rumor of
Do
that.
you believe her that because she's a babe? Oh, can you? I mean,
It's
do you believe
possible.
her?
It's possible that she did it. It's very possible that she did it because of the people in this world. You
One
see
man.
girls like this. They go to Dubai to eat shit. You see
Yeah, no,
them.
no, no, not just them though. Globally,
Girls
girls
do this.
still
Girls. I've known this one when I was
no,
in
no,
Cyprus years
yeah,
ago. The white Turkish girls were known for doing this.
yes, yeah,
You know, not 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 having sex with
and the
dogs, but
Russian
letting dogs
girls,
lick them.
yeah, yeah.
So you see, it's crazy. We need to. I don't know. We're living in the dangerous times right now because
Yeah, we
they,
are
they
living
might
in the end times. We are living in the end times. This,
they, they might spring up another disease. We don't know. They might spring up another disease that will lock down the world again. And it's activities like this that are dangerous to normal people. That is why I was telling a friend some time ago that was held bent on bringing homosexuality to Nigeria, saying homosexuality is not in the rest of the world is doing it, and I'm saying this is like a Pandora box. Once you open it, it will open all sort of nonsense, and
But
they will
Ete,
start.
Ete,
Yeah.
a lot of people are see this homosexuality. Me, I just feel like is let them just do their own thing, man. As long as they are not affecting, as long as it's not affecting me. But this thing
So
with the dog,
do you want to say the girl should do her own thing as long as it's not
no, no,
affecting
no,
you?
no. Well, that's bestiality, basically. It's not allowed in society for a reason, obviously.
It's allowed in the Western world where you are. It's
No,
allowed in
no, I
some
was talking
places.
about
I was hearing
homosexuality.
about
I was talking about
bestiality
homosexuality.
is allowed too. Bestiality is
Where?
allowed in countries like Finland, I think
It,
Canada too.
it's practiced in Wales as well.
Eh?
Canada, yeah, it is. The Western, see, there's a lady in Germany too that is in love with the Berlin Wall. Berlin Wall, a non-inanimate object to show you these are crazy these people are, and they
Yeah.
are bringing it to Africa.
Well,
Have you?
see, Ete, let me tell
But
you
is it
something.
this
Ete,
copy thing?
no,
You
no,
know,
no. One man, I don't believe is a copy. This is society. Either you let them do it in public or you let them do it in secret. Everything that is in the West, we have it in Africa in terms of sexuality, anyways. It's just that they hide it.
Solely, let me ask you a question. Have you heard in any methodology of the 250 ethnic groups of Nigeria that had anything that has to do with homosexuality? Have you ever
That's
heard?
what I'm saying, Ete. That's what
but
I'm saying,
the
Ete.
Northerners are homosexuals, are they not?
See, Ete, every society has homosexuals, whether you like it or not. Just that they don't bring it out as public as the West does it. Every society
No,
has
see.
bestiality.
Do you know
Whether
why
you
I
want to
said
believe it
wait?
or
Do you know
not,
why I said that is a
every
false?
has.
Do you know why
Okay,
I said that is false?
you can
I said
believe
that
that.
is false.
Okay,
No, I say it's false because
okay.
of if there was homosexuality in Nigerian history, it would have been said, for example, let me use Yoruba as a,
You are
let me
not
use Yoruba as an
understanding.
Well,
example.
hold on.
Yoruba are
Yeah.
people, see, Yoruba are people that at least we hear stories, they tell stories about their Asian lives. If there was homosexuality in their society, there would have been stories about it.
Okay.
They would, but they are not.
Okay.
There is no single
That
mention of
okay,
it.
but okay, Ete, but that is because they do not praise homosexuality in that tribe.
See, even things
Okay,
that they
they
didn't
do not
praise,
see it
there
as a
was
normality.
story about it.
It does
Sorry.
not mean it's not happening.
Sorry, Ete. Are you seeing some like a disturbing progression within the Nigerian space, especially within the southern space? Because a few years ago we were contending with the phenomenon of cross dressing, which Bobrisky birthed into the space, and now it's not the norm anymore. You know, there's
One
another
man,
one that hold on. Sorry. You know, there's another chap now that calls himself James Brown. He's actually now come to London and is doing all these clips all over London monuments. Some
one
Nigerian
man,
guy
one
dressed as a
man,
woman. So we've
one
had
man.
that. Hold on now. We've had that phenomenon of cross dressing, which we recalled from, but then we didn't want to be like extreme people, so we let it slide. And then that has now transmuted into a phenomenon of homosexuality, same gender coupling. So that
One,
came off the back of that cross dressing. So the society recalled and settled into it. So
no.
that's now it now transmuting into bestiality. This is where we're is this where we're going? Is this where we're going? Is this where we are turning
Yes,
into?
See one man's
yes. See,
formula. No, one man,
that
one
is
man.
why
Let
I
me tell you.
said, see, sorry. That is why I said introducing all these things is just a Pandora box for us.
Ete,
We're
nothing
just
was
going to,
introduced.
it
Nothing was
was
introduced.
introduced. It
Ete,
was
in
introduced. Did you
2011,
know anything about gay when you were a small boy? Did you?
I'm
Did
about
you
to tell you the
yeah,
story now.
you are the probably youngest. Were you did you know because I didn't know anything about, of course you knew it as a word, but until I came to Europe I never even had any concept of it.
One man, there have always been gay people in Nigeria, even before I left Nigeria. Before 2010, they have known that they are gay people. In high school, I went to Yaba Tech. One man, I left Nigeria in 2011, 2012. There were gay people, gay Igbo people, gay Yoruba people. When they leave Nigeria, they just show themselves. They don't care anymore. But even in Nigeria, then there were still gay people of all tribes. Just that because they were not showing it publicly or because they were not praising it then, the only thing the West is doing is allowing them to confidently come out. They have always been there. There's no somebody putting
Okay,
on this thing,
you said that the West aligned them come out.
is
Now you
giving
are
them the
aware
confidence to
that in
come
the
out.
West they are having identity problems because you don't know who to call a man or woman anymore. Now there's a petition that is being thrown out there for you to be calling people like Bobrisky
Okay,
she.
okay, but Ete, does this affect the average person in any way?
It does. It
How?
does, whether you like it or not.
How is it
It
affecting
No,
you?
affects
no, it
our
affects the
sanity.
moral rectitude. It affects the moral
One
rectitude
man,
also.
what has the
Hold,
monarch rectitude done for the good of Nigeria?
no. Let me. You asked the question. Let me answer it.
Okay.
You know when Bobrisky came out. Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't mean out of the closet. Maybe he has. Maybe he hasn't. Well, when he became his cross dresser, this was a phenomenon that everybody watched how society was going to handle. But society waited for him, and then suddenly you saw a plethora of other people
One man, do
coming
you know
out into
why?
that space.
Do you know
And
why?
then the same thing too. So if they let this slide, it will
Mm-mm.
become the next
One
one will
man,
go
let
and
me
sleep
tell
with
you
a
why that happened.
chimpanzee and say that, oh,
No.
she slept with a dog because she's a slut, but I'm sleeping with a chimpanzee because it's close. I mean, where do we stop now?
One man, let me tell you why they allowed Bobrisky. One man, have you watched Madia?
I don't know what that means. What is it?
Has anybody watched Madia here? Like any of the
Tyler
movies?
Perry.
Exactly, Tyler Perry. The majority of Nigerians, is that no cross dressing? That is
That is
cross dressing.
comedy. Did Tara Perry,
it's
Tara Perry
comedy.
kiss anybody?
Let
Did
me tell you,
she involve herself
you
in
are
any?
subconsciously
She see, you're
accepting
not
it because
understanding.
they are
She's
bringing
not
it in a
acting like
comedy.
a man. She's
Okay,
acting. See, he's acting like a woman there. Are you aware? It's the
Is that
same
not
thing as
cross-dressing?
Big Mamas.
Is
Big
a
Mamas.
rich or describing a comedy skit as cross
No,
dressing?
no, but one man
Is that
is a way to pacify
no, it's
your mind.
satire, isn't
They are,
it?
they are using comedy, but it is what it is. That is a
No, it's
man.
satire. It's
No,
not
no, no. One man.
come
That
on,
is a
man.
man dressing as a woman.
No, that's satire.
One man. He could have made movies dressing as a man, but he made movies dressing as a woman. That is a man wearing women's clothes.
Look at
He's
this
not
guy.
acting
That
like
is
a
the
man in
fact.
the movie.
That is the
There's
fact.
not even part in any of the
Okay.
movies he
You
says
see,
he's a man.
you are in
None.
denial.
He's
You are
even
in
acting
denial.
as a
You are in
mother of
denial. I'm
children.
telling you, that is a man dressing as a woman. You are saying, oh, it's
See,
comedy.
no,
You see,
it's not the same thing.
The
It's
fact
not the
is,
same
Should
thing.
this girl be jailed, joke or not? Should she be jailed, joke or not?
well, one might think she needs therapy. You know, she
Which
shouldn't be.
therapy? She needs to be
Therapy.
jailed.
She doesn't look like she needs
Which
therapy.
therapy?
She wants to be Instagram
Ete,
something.
you have.
Is it because she saw backlash? It's because she
Ete,
saw backlash.
but Ete, relax. You don't have to jail the poor girl. She's a
We
human
need
being.
to
She's
jail her.
she's not
No,
an animal.
Are you
she
sure
needs
she's
to
a
be
human being? Are
jailed.
you sure she's a human being?
If she was
How
your
many
daughter,
human beings sleep with
if she was
dogs?
your daughter, you wouldn't want them to jail her. She
Nah,
needs
I would
therapy.
drag her to the prison myself.
She needs therapy. She needs to understand
Straight
why
to
what she
pastor.
did is wrong. She needs to understand why what she did is wrong. If you can take her to jail, if she
Sorry,
doesn't understand
hold
why,
on, sorry.
she do it again.
So hold on, sorry. What did you just say? She needs to understand that what she did is wrong.
Yes.
That sleeping with the dog is. Somebody should explain to her. That
Somebody
sleeping with.
needs to understand.
So she did. Oh my
One
God.
man, a normal person
Is
would
this a
not do that.
generational thing?
No, a normal person would normally not do that. So they have to figure out why is she attracted to a dog
We
in the
know
first
now.
place.
She wants to blow.
Wants to
She
slay.
can't do this. She wants to blow. She wants to pop. She wants to whatever it is.
Solid.
that means.
Sleeping with dog is what to make her blow.
Solid,
She
let
has
me
not
ask you a
blown now.
question.
She has blown now.
Solid, let me ask you a question. What
Yeah.
is the prison system for?
Is to put violent criminals. The reason why
It's only
you are
violent criminals. The prison system is not for only violent criminals. It's a rehabilitation center. Is it not the correctional center? Is that not what we call it? She should be corrected behind bars. That's what she should. She's a grown-up. She can't tell me she doesn't know the difference between a man and a dog. She was paid 1.7 million. That's why
that's
she did
another
it.
thing. We should even question that person that paid for it because that person is worse.
No,
That person is
it's
worse.
a fetishism. Like Ete was just saying, all of these girls that go to Dubai, especially, I think the Arabs are into that zone at the moment,
man.
where they pay them $10,000 to open their mouth and they use it as a toilet. So is that form of fetishism
Okay,
now.
that's why I said that
You
they
know,
have to
and that
question the person that paid that
bestiality.
fee.
People pay girls to sleep with their dogs just to debase them, but they'll pay them enough. And it's a globally known thing, but it's a new phenomenon within the Nigerian space.
Well,
I
don't think it's new.
was expecting you
I
to be
don't think it's
outraged, though.
new.
Why are you not outraged?
Me?
Yes,
Because
I
I
was
know the
expecting
world.
everybody.
One man, can I interject?
As I've grown up, as I've ordered my mind, I've realized that everything has always been there. People are just blind to it. It has always been there for a long time.
No, there's no
One man,
new
can I
thing,
interject?
but is it
Solid.
norm or acceptable? Is it acceptable? No,
It has always been there. I'm telling you.
no, everything that can happen has always been there.
We are a country
It's
of
just never
400 million. Do you really think?
400 million. Have we doubled?
Yes. What is Nigeria's population?
It's 200 million.
It's more than 200 million.
250.
250 now.
You
Oh my
see?
God.
And you expect that something did not happen or has not been happening. Look
No,
at
it is
odds.
not behavior. I cannot accept it.
One
Maybe it's a
man, can I
generational
always
thing, no,
been
but I cannot
God.
allow.
See,
I
one
cannot
man, you were in
allow.
denial.
I cannot allow young girls to be sleeping with dogs. I will not allow
One man, can I
it.
interject?
Kilo day.
Can I interject?
Yes, come in, Thomas.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Solid, good evening. Good evening.
And then I want to hear from Igor after who's on the floor. Yes, but
Yes, yeah. One man, what the girl did evil, is barbaric, is bad.
Oh, okay, we've lost you. Let's go to Igbo. Igbo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, one man.
Is this story making the news in Nigeria? This girl that went on TikTok claiming she slept with a dog. The police now after her saying, dude, everybody just get us this girl. She needs to come and explain how this new culture came into Nigeria. Is it making news?
It's everywhere across the country. Everywhere across the country. You know, this country now is becoming a very funny place.
Anything goes.
Where the women, I don't understand. Is it that they are jobless or they need money? We don't know. The girl even came up to the social media. She's owning to what she did. That is common. That she made a lot of money is the right thing. Blah blah blah. So it's the news across the country. One man, it's the news. We don't know what to do to this our youth, you know.
And how is the country? How is the country responding to it? What's the response of the people?
It's a serious matter. The people of Nigeria, they are not happy with the situation. No? Yes, I can tell you that the women of this country are completely against that kind of act, and they are giving the girl lots of jibes that she really wants. I can't imagine a woman just bringing herself to that. Come on.
It's unbelievable, you know.
Very funny.
It's disturbing.
It is the poverty and the weaponizing. It is the level of poverty. They've weaponized the Nigerian youth with poverty, so they don't know the difference between life and death and money and whatever anymore. Everybody just wants to do what they like. They don't believe any other thing. It's so painful. So painful.
But how low can we go in that country is the question. How low can we go?
Yeah, one man. This whole thing is all over the social media. It's across the country. No one can defend it. Everybody is just short of war. People are just looking for where to place themselves, whether I will be here or I will be there.
Okay.
It is appalling, man. Very bad.
You know, I'm waiting for the narrative that will, because no matter how bad, there will be some persons that will be defending it. So I am on the lookout for the narrative that defends this girl. That
I have defense on this.
So Sally is already defending it.
I'm not defending
what's the big deal? They're asking you what the big deal is. That the girl said, what's the big deal?
I just have to say this.
What's the big deal?
One man, things like this have always been happening, and they will always continue to happen.
No.
Okay.
Igbo, I heard that they are blaming it on the ELSA's generation, the Sorosoke generation.
That's our generation.
This is what they are doing.
If they did that, there is nothing wrong in it, because what we are seeing here, what we are seeing in this country is completely different from what Nigeria used to be. So if they are blaming it on the Soke generation, that is possible, absolutely. Because this generation, what we are seeing from this generation, come on, it's completely, I don't know how to describe it.
It's like they are from another planet, isn't it? It's like they are from another planet.
To an extent, it's really unacceptable. Really, really unacceptable. We didn't grow up in this fashion or in this style anyway in this country. What we are seeing now, my brother, sometimes you will just be short of words. You will just keep church. You will not be able, you have nothing to say. That's what we experience.
Nigeria is a conservative society. We're not Amsterdam. We're not Sweden. We're not some anything goes society. We're not Thailand. We're not Thailand.
All these societies that you said, are they not doing better than Nigeria?
In what way?
So we should be following dog to be better. That's what you're saying. So,
is Amsterdam not better than Lagos?
In what way?
Is it better than Lagos? You say we don't have management.
What way of life? Everybody is high on drugs, Igbo smoking.
But are they not working? They are paying their tax.
What tax are they paying for?
They are collecting their bank loans. They are living their life.
Sorry, people that commit suicide because of they are not playing match. People that commit
Bendu, my
suicide because they are
darling,
not
where
playing
is my
football.
prince and my
Sorry, I
king?
can't hear you. I can't hear you.
How are you, king?
Oh, all right,
Okay,
that's a go
good.
getting home. Okay,
You
let's
are
move.
not sleeping. Why?
Okay, that's everybody's on daddy duties. Even Ego on daddy duties. So let's get back to it's a round of your thought on that space. But I had to bring that story because it was just so alarming, you know. And I'm glad that apart from Sony, everybody seems to think that it's
No, I mean, I'm not
condemnable.
saying it's good though. I'm just telling you that it will always happen. So you are not fighting anything. All this aboki, have people not been saying they used to sleep with the malu? Why are people not outraged? So
Because that one is Aboki. We know they don't have sense.
okay, then
Yeah.
okay.
We
All
know
right.
they don't have sense.
All right. Back to you, Ete.
Yeah. The thing is, the way society is going in Nigeria is totally wrong. This our wokeness. Our wokeness is getting too much. We're working for the wrong things.
Maybe we should
You
sleep a
understand?
bit. Maybe we will
Maybe
sleep a
we
bit.
should sleep a bit because it's actually crazy where we've gotten to the point where you will do something wrong, then you even have the guts to come outside and challenge people that what you did was right. And we've gotten to the stage where everybody's shouting, don't judge, don't judge. Well, you're judging.
No, we should
And that's
judge.
just the truth.
We should judge.
No, that is the truth. What the CPD said now is the truth. They will do something that is wrong and defend it to be the right thing.
But why
That's
is it
what's happening.
offending you?
It's offending us because of it is wrong. You should not defend wrong things.
But how does he affect
Just
you
the way,
personally?
see,
How does he
No,
affect
just
no,
the
it
way you
affects
get.
the moral rectitude of society. You know, people. You know, this is a young space, and this is your space, Solly. You know, the younger people than this girl that has seen the sort of response and the sort of spotlight that is on her, and after she gets through whatever matter, what can the police do? They'd have no evidence. She'll say, I was only joking for it was a skit. And she'll just say anything and they can't hold her. So,
Okay.
and then she would now go around all the media houses getting all the accolades. So she's opened up that space now as another entree into all this, whatever it is, this sort of, this wokeness, whatever.
Well, somebody was going to open it anyways. It just happened to be her.
No, it's unacceptable. It's
No,
unacceptable.
the thing is, what we do to this girl right now is very important. Because if we leave it and let it just slip off that the carpet, we are just raising more people like her. We
What are
need
you
to
going
come
to
hard
say?
on her so that we'll know
What are you going to
that
say?
people should know that you can't try this nonsense in
Okay,
Nigeria.
look at it. Look at the energy, the strength you are putting onto this poor girl. Why can't
Poor
you
girl.
Yes, now why can't the country be outraged about the
All right.
politicians?
We are
Why?
equally. We
And
can.
who said that we're not outraged? Who said we're not outraged?
You are not
We are.
you are not taking action immediately. What in more money? What is son into jail? Now
So
wow.
because of bad politicians, you allow people sleep with dog. That's what you're saying.
At least it's not affecting the
Is
people.
that not the what
At
if?
least it's
This
not
is
affecting the
see,
people.
this is
At
the
least
what
it
if.
is not affecting
What
the
if?
people.
It's
Who is
affecting the
really affecting the
people
people?
because diseases will be spread.
And if disease spread, which it should in a normal society, why is there no good hospital?
Okay, let's leave
Save
all
the
that.
people.
Forget to the good hospital. You can't go around sleeping with dogs. But I round off your thoughts on it on that
Yes,
space,
I
and then
do.
I'll move you on. No,
Yeah.
do you agree that you can't sleep with dogs?
No,
So,
I agree. I agree.
so
I'm
it
just
round
saying
off your
that. I'm
thoughts.
just saying people will always do what they want. The country should not care about it. Doesn't matter. It's
No,
not
country
affecting
have to
anything.
No, it
care
matters. Oh, it
about what
matters.
people do. It's
All right,
very important.
back to
Okay.
So
it. Yeah.
yeah,
Only
so
you care.
You people
yeah,
cannot live in Amsterdam.
the thing is,
No, in Amsterdam they can do it, because they are.
when
Sodom and Gomorrah. What is it?
Gomorrah Amsterdam,
Yeah.
it's fine
Yeah.
for Amsterdam, but it's not fine for
One man,
Nigeria.
you feel free as a human being to live your life and do whatever you want to do with no limits whatsoever in your mind.
It's a lie. Do you know I said it's a lie? Can you
No.
go to a
It's saying you can live in a mental space. Yes, you can live in a mental space without
Mental freedom.
boundaries.
Yeah,
without
but the truth
boundaries.
is,
You
there's
know
no
you
there's
know
no true freedom. Do you know that there's no true freedom anywhere in the world?
Yeah. Well, that's true.
So what are we saying about free about some certain things? There's no true freedom anywhere. We can't accept seeing nonsense in Nigeria. They should take it to whatever place they want to take it. They should go and
do
seek
you think she
asylum.
should be flogged publicly?
I think she should be sent to the zoo.
Woman.
Because she wants she wants that publicity something else. So let that not be a story of sleeping with
Woman,
a
that's
dog, but
taking us
public
back to dark
flogging.
ages. Oh,
Eh?
that's taking us back to dark ages. This new generation will not agree. Oh, if they
We
flog
not
her,
agree.
some people will
They
even
will
defend her.
agree.
They
They
will
will
agree.
agree. Who will come and defend her? We will pick all of
Okay.
them. They are part of the problem. They are
And
part
then
of
they'll
the
get a
problem.
flogging too.
They'll get a flogging too.
You know, but Ete, yes. So Ete, Alexander super chats to you. It says Ete does not pronounce Yoruba words like an indigene. There's a good reason for that. Ete not being an indigene. So I think that so thank you
I'm
for
a
the super chat.
Lagos Ajebo Yoruba boy. That's why.
Lagos from don't go out after to school and back home, read your books, watch cartoons, and back to go to bed. You know, that's the Lagos of yeah. So yeah, no, ridiculous. I think we all agree. So from the ridiculous girl to something equally ludicrous, you would say, Ete. The Senate President Ahmed Lawan is to this week declare for the presidency. So every man and his dog now wants to be president. Pardon the pun, Ete.
It was expected. It was expected. See, more people are going to come. That's going to shock everybody. You've seen that APC has come out to say they have not zoned it to the south, which we all know that APC said at a point that they were going to zone it to the south because of the chairman of the party was coming from the north. We all know these things. Now they've come out to say they are not zoning it to the south, and we are seeing northerners coming out, and we are still going to see more people come out that will shock people and be like, wow, this is crazy. So everybody wants to be president 2023. Everybody is saying they are the savior. Even people that are not fine in their head. People like I'm sorry to say Osinbajo, because you can't tell me you didn't do light for 8 years, then all of a sudden you'll be able to do light. Like it shows that you're not fine. You're not fine in your head, and for you to come outside to tell Nigerians as your campaign speech that you want to continue where Buhari stopped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say he's not fine in his head, and I know Igbo always said that he's what is his name?
That is not the Osinbajo's position. Osinbajo is going to fix light in this country.
I know you go talk.
Osinbajo will end Nepa. He will end Nepa in this country. I believe what the man is saying.
Why has he not done it in 8 years that he has been in government?
No, he might not be able to do it because he's not in a position.
Why? Hold on now, sorry. Why is he not in a
Minister
position?
of Power and blah blah blah.
No,
and
it's
his
the head of
principal
the
is Buhari.
no. It's the Economic Council lead person. Is he not the head of the Economic Council, Osinbajo?
Is he the head of the Economic Council that fixes light in the country?
Well, is that not part of the purview? Is
he the head of the Economic Council that fixes light in the country?
Remit.
One man.
Does it not fall within his remit? Is it not
No,
the
people
vice
should
president?
not try to dehumanize. Don't try to just discredit my candidate in this election.
No. Hold on
Osinbajo is
now.
going to fix Nepa in this country. Osinbajo has not been empowered to fix light in this country before as a vice president.
You can't say that. You can't say that now.
Mandate. What?
You can't say that. How can you say
Why?
that? He sits
Why?
at every single federal executive meeting that they have to plan the country. He sits with them. He's there in his capacity as a first advisory to Buhari. He sits as the chair of the Economic Council. He sits at the toppest table to direct.
We were in this country when Osinbajo made a decision. We started seeing his bodyguards, his aides being withdrawn from him. See, we should not just come to the public space and
He made a
mislead
decision
Nigerians.
to give Nigeria electricity,
Relax,
and
relax,
they killed
relax.
him.
Yes,
Just
one man.
relax,
Yes,
relax,
he did.
relax.
They killed him
did.
for giving Nigeria
My
electricity.
God.
It's
He
possible
tried. He
to
tried.
kill
He
him.
didn't I tell you before when he wanted to make electricity, when he came up with the nuclear power, when he trying to invade Russia, was the Americans that told Buhari not to do it, and Buhari didn't do it.
No, where
So
you get,
you blame
sorry,
Osinbajo for that one?
where you getting
What
that from?
No,
Igbo and
It's a
Osinbajo
fact,
for
man.
that. Osinbajo
Go and
has
look it up. When they try to use the
No,
nuclear,
you
they're trying to build
look it
nuclear
up
power
and
plant.
sorry, one at a time. But you look it up
What
and bring it to us. You can't just come and make up.
what people are saying here shows that it's not only politicians that is the problem of that country. Just look at what Igbo and Mike is saying.
What
Yeah,
am I
big problem.
saying? You want to blame Osinbajo for the failure of this government? Or
So
for the
what?
failure
Igbo,
of
they are
They
paying
should
for
go and build and give us electricity.
One at a time. One at a time.
From
To
China.
fix this country, we have to believe him. He has demonstrated this capacity before. He
How?
did it
When?
before in this country. The Nigerian people, they saw it, and this were changing
Well,
under
did
his
it how?
leadership. As
What
an
did he
interim,
do?
as an acting president,
One man.
he did it in this
One
country.
man, it's true. It's
People
true.
feel the
What
impact.
Mike
What are we
said is
talking
true.
about? He's
I
a
just
man
saw
that
it.
has been tested and trusted.
All right.
There is a difference between who is tested and someone that has not been tested at all. You
But
people will do
it's
this thing
nuclear
and bring a
power.
naive to this office, and we
Igbo,
begin
what
to
did he
suffer
do?
worse than what we are getting today.
All right,
What
sorry.
did he do?
Let's hear from Solly. What have you been able to? I think you've been on.
Yes,
You've been
it's
fact checking. You've been
yeah,
fact checking Mike.
yeah. He did
Yeah.
want to bring nuclear power, but my question is,
So sorry. What's your source?
Punch NG and the
Just read the headline. Read the headline.
is Nigeria ready for nuclear power? Punch news paper, and it starts with Yemi Oshibanjo's name.
Oh, all
Then
right.
there's another article also. Yemi Oshibanjo on Monday stated that the federal government was working on nuclear power energy to improve power generation in the country. There's another one that was saying it's for generational power supply. So
Oh.
yeah,
All
but
right.
is it safe?
If you pop the link into the private chat, I want to see that because I don't trust Mike. It could be Mike that
You're
went
in
and put it.
You don't
America
trust
where
Mike.
they
So
you're in America where they have 5,800 and something nuclear warheads, and you're asking if nuclear power is safe. You see our
which
problem.
what are you saying, CBD?
No,
You are
no,
saying
but
something.
There's one question I want to ask,
But-
especially Mike. Mike, do you know that the problem of Nigeria is not generating of power? This is distributing.
Yeah.
Distributing is the problem. So this nuclear stuff is totally nonsense.
So we have enough mega.
Distribute the
So
one,
we have enough.
distribute the one you have. The
You have
one
enough
you
megawatts
finish.
to.
We
Mike,
have enough megawatts.
I don't think
we
we're
do.
using up to 20% of our actual supply.
Okay, don't worry. Let us see Banjo come in. We'll do it. Don't worry.
Why didn't he do it? Why
He's
didn't
not the
he do it?
president right now.
He's not the president. Who was on the ballot? Was it not him?
Is he the one? Is he the one that have to make decision, or is he the president?
See,
Why are you guys talking like this, man?
he doesn't even have to do
You,
it. They
those
just have
of
to
you
remove-
that are trying
You
to
know what is the
discredit
meaning of
Osinbajo,
economic?
those of you that are misleading
you know
Nigeria,
what
Sorry, we
President
must have
Osinbajo,
one voice at a
in the
time.
name
Yeah,
of
go on, Igbo.
baseless argument, you should stop it. Stop this politics you are playing in this.
No, we
this
have to
platform.
interrogate him now.
And stop holding it. Just stop holding an innocent man responsible for the failure of this government.
Innocent man.
Your innocent man.
Sorry.
Everybody has his role to play in the country.
Sorry, Ete.
Everybody has his role to play.
Ego, what
Look
is
at the Minister of Transportation who is killing our people in Kaduna in the trainway. People are still in captive.
All right.
Who drove Goodluck out of power is coming to us that he wants to be president. Amechi will never in his generation. He will never
Sometimes
be
I
president
wonder
of
if
Nigeria.
people are drunk before they come on this platform. Which one is it?
Stop talking about being drunk. You are just quiet, silent speakers that are both drunk in
sensible conversations here, I beg.
All right.
No. It's CBD.
Let's not do nonsense.
No, we had fight night yesterday. Anyway, we don't want to have fight night again today. So let's get back to Ete. Ete, save us. Ete.
Yeah, the thing is, it's surprising that people are defending a man that came to say with his own mouth he wants to continue where Buhari stopped. What did Buhari do that he wants to
It
continue?
doesn't matter if
Hold
he
on,
says
What
he
is
will
Igbo,
follow.
please.
it matters.
Yeah.
It matters because of
Ete.
that is what he said.
So let
He
Tete just
said
have a
it.
Okay, the line.
He said it by himself. Nobody cajoled him. Nobody put a gun on his head. He said it for his campaign. So we should not come here and look for a way to make him look like he was under pressure. He said it. He was
Okay.
going to continue where Buhari stopped.
Okay, let's hear from you, Mike. Oh, everybody's gone. What's happening?
Everybody is not gone, man, Mr. Woman. I am here.
No,
Who told you everybody is gone? I'm here.
No, it is stopped, and I didn't hear any
I'm
other
here,
voice. But to the point that you are always laboring, Ego. What is Yemi Osinbajo's job designation? What is his job?
Okay, if Yemi Osinbajo has
what is his job now? What is his job?
You see, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Let me land. You see, the statement of Yemi Osinbajo from the time he declared to run for the office of the president of this country to date, all his videos, I've been saving them one after the other. I saved them. All his speech, I've been keeping them aside. See, I want you guys to understand. And whatever this man said, you people should look at it deeply and don't just judge it from one angle. Osinbajo has come out to tell us that he has no allegiance to anyone, that his allegiance to this country. Osinbajo has also come out to tell us that he's going to fix the problem of this country. This same man has come out to tell us that he's going to make sure that we speak a Nigerian language in this country called Nigeria.
Sorry, hold on. No. You are campaigning somewhat, but let's interrogate the actual person. What has been his job for the last 7 years?
Vice President.
Yes.
As a vice president, it's
Spetaya. Now, Oma, let me ask you one quick question. Ete, you are angry that Osinbajo said he will continue where Buhari stopped. Now, let me ask you a question. When somebody becomes a president, where do you start from? Is it not where the last person stopped? So you don't understand the politics.
Simple thing. It's just talking out of context.
No, they don't understand. You guys don't know.
Not if you are pointed in the wrong direction. Not if you are pointed. Is Nigeria pointing in the right direction, Mike?
He said, I continue where somebody stopped. It doesn't mean you continue in the same direction. It means I will continue where you stop. Doesn't mean
by implication it does.
No. It depends how you want to take it. But Osinbajo is a
somebody
smart
you were working with. Somebody
working with doesn't mean we already give you examples of how you try to do things differently, and why you didn't agree with the way he wants to do it.
No, you have not.
But
when have you?
What do you mean? I just give you examples now. I don't know why you like to do this to me, man. Every time I tell you, you say I'm lying, and then you find out it's a fact, and then you say, I told you about nuclear power plant and things like that. You say I was lying and things, and so you just give me sources.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, what about example of the person he fired? Buhari rehired the guy. He disagreed with him firing the guy. So things like that. You don't think when it comes to wait now, he didn't rehire the guy. He didn't rehire him, or he didn't.
No.
But I thought you guys say rehire,
he fired the DSS chief, which was something Lawan, who was actually a Buhari relative, and that guy he rolled troops on the National Assembly. So Osinbajo fired him, and then he then put Peter Ofenaya, I think it was, in temporary charge of the DSS. And when Buhari came back from hospital, rather than confirm who Osinbajo had put in charge, he stepped that person down and replaced it with an entirely new person, Yusuf Bichi. So he didn't rehire.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, Buhari didn't agree with Osinbajo's decision. That's all we know for a fact. But the point I'm making here is, if somebody is making political speech, it's up to you to trying to see how you want to see it. But when you say he wants to continue where somebody stopped, it doesn't necessarily mean I will continue exactly the same way he was doing it. I will continue where it stopped, but I will take you maybe a different direction. You understand?
No,
That's
that's
severe
not
now.
no.
Osinbajo,
Whatever he meant, he's the only one that knows.
Of
But you can't
course,
hold
of
that
course,
statement.
absolutely. Mike is
But you can't
correct.
take
Mike
that
is
statement as
correct.
him saying he will continue to run exactly the same way Buhari ran it. They are
You
Mike
two
is
different
very
can't.
people, man.
correct on this
No,
stage.
hold on, Ego. Well, no, you can't do that because what you are saying is he is let's say for instance, let's say I am a manager of an organization and you are the the deputy manager, and then I come
One
to
man.
take another. Hold on, please, Ego. I could go on to take another post, and you then gather the office to say that I am going to continue where this guy stopped. You know, whatever your intentions are in your head, what people will understand is you are going to point, you are not going to deviate from the direction that I was headed, because that is the
Good.
logical follow
Well,
through
what
of
people
that
will understand
statement.
is
Good.
coming from what the
Good
reality
one man.
is,
Good
and
one
it
man.
depends on the
Your
person.
point is well made.
He's
One
seeking
man.
sorry, Ego, please.
Good.
He's seeking people's support, is he not?
It
So
is.
it's not for people to interpret, as he has to state as a means
One man, please.
so that
Let
people
someone
understand.
interject. Let someone talk to speak
Okay,
to your position. One
yeah,
man.
go on, Ego. Yeah, of
Let
course.
someone
Yeah,
speak to your position.
go on,
Good.
Ego, please. Go
Now,
ahead.
now, you are telling us that he said he's going to start from where Buhari stopped. If he's starting from where Buhari stopped, does it mean that he's following the policies of Buhari? This is the first question I'm giving you. Then, secondly, if he is starting from where Buhari stopped, of course, he started from where Buhari stopped when he was acting as an acting president of this country, and we saw the decisions he made where Buhari
Igbo, he
stopped.
said continue, not start. That's a very important
He will
word.
continue. See, that's what I'm saying. He
It's not
also
start.
continues
Start
from where
is
Buhari
a totally
stopped.
different meaning.
In
He said he
CBD,
will
1
continue.
minute. In CBD, 1
You
minute.
see,
And but
Ego,
the
He's
right,
going
say
to
the right
continue from
thing
where
now.
Buhari stopped. He will continue from where Buhari stopped. We
Ego.
agree.
I feel
Now,
the
he continued
English.
from where Buhari stopped when he was acting president, when he demoted the brother to Buhari. He continued from where Buhari stopped when he was acting president, when he installed Onoge as the chief judge of this country. He continued from where Buhari stopped when he was acting as a president and injecting dollars and balancing the economy of this country. Listen, we must not try to just dehumanize this our coming Awolowo in this country. Anybody who try to come to this platform and tell us that Osinbajo will not rule this country is an enemy of Nigeria. Period. Take
Okay,
it or you leave it. I will defend it anywhere.
Ego, you say we should not demonize him, but should we interrogate him?
Of course, you can interrogate him.
So that's what we're doing. We're interrogating what he's saying.
But
And
you
what
are
his
not
intentions
interrogating
are.
it fairly, though.
You are not interrogating, you are
we are only
demonizing him. You are concluding
based
in
on
the
his
state.
words. We're using his
And you are
words to.
concluding.
Oh, okay. So we should be nodding heads. Should we do
Yeah, you
kumbaya?
should
We
know
should
that first because the
go.
man
So
is
you
a man
want
of
us to
action.
gamble?
He has
You want us
proven
to
it
gamble
before.
with
He is
Osinbajo? It's like
tested
a
and
gamble.
trusted. If he has not been tested, it's a different ball game entirely. This is a person that has been tested in this ground, in this field.
All right.
None of these aspirants you are seeing that has been tested before, none of them. They are all just politicians and criminals. It's only Osinbajo that is a tested candidate and a well-qualified candidate
So
for the office
Osinbajo
of the president.
is not the one that is a criminal. He's not the
No,
criminal.
he's never a criminal at all.
Bringing Buhari is not criminal on his own.
No,
How is
he
that
is
Bringing
criminal?
never a
Buhari is not
criminal at
criminal on his
all.
own.
Ete, what are you talking about?
No, he's never a
See,
criminal. He's
if
never
you
a
know what
criminal.
people are experiencing in Nigeria, you know that people that
I'm in
campaigned,
Nigeria. We are not experiencing anything.
you are
We
What
are
has
waiting
experiencing
for a
things that
wall
Osinbajo
of
done? What has
generation to
Osinbajo
come
done
to
in
power.
his own capacity
We are not
as
experiencing
a vice
anything.
president? As a vice president, what has he done in his own capacity?
We
Well, I
are
don't know how
And
many
waiting for
times
a
I have to answer
wall
your
of
question. You're
generation
just repeating the
to
same
come
question
to
over and over.
Nigeria to lead us. And we have gotten one.
no, not
Osinbajo.
as an acting
Nobody can
president, as
stop
a
him.
vice president.
All right. Thank you,
Igbo,
Ego. Let's get
Igbo.
back to. Let's hear from Solly, and then let's get back to Ete, who has the floor. So we hear from Solly and get back to Ete. So, Solly.
Igbo, you feel Osinbajo is the best candidate. The fact that you said that you are not suffering in that country in Nigeria makes me know that is the worst candidate so far. If that is your perspective of things in Nigeria, then we are really in trouble. That's just what I wanted to say.
No,
Yeah,
but
that's the thing. When people
you
have,
cannot use. Hold on, Sebili. You cannot use ego as the standard of the Nigerian experience. Ego is a privileged Nigerian, so he's
It's an
prison.
elite.
it's
Yes,
like a politician.
the way he sees the
Yeah.
world is not the
It's
way the
part
guy
of the
in.
problem we have. Elite.
See,
Yeah, it's
sorry, let me tell you something, man.
totally.
There's no country you go in the world, you not find people that are enjoying and people that are suffering. There are poor people all in every nation on this planet. See, even United States here, there are so many homeless people, so many poor people.
Yes, but it's
I
about
understand Nigerian
level.
situation. Yeah, I, I get it. We're
Has
a third world
our
country, and
number of poor people increased or not? Has
See,
our number of poor people increased or not?
well,
Simple.
if all these poor people start having a bunch of babies, like those are part of the problem. So we have problems in Nigeria. The problem is across the board, both government and people. There are some
but
people. I have cousins. Listen. I
The
have cousins. I have
problem
a cousin
now.
here. He has no job, and this guy has like 7 children. I mean, come on, what is that, man? Now, government tell me,
Mike,
and those children are poor as hell. So that some
Mike,
things we do in Nigeria that increase poverty. We
yes,
have to look at that as well. So
yes,
the,
yes, you
even
are
if we
right.
give you the best president on the planet, if you give all the performance, build
No,
everything, you're still going to have poor people in Nigeria. That's just a
no,
fact.
Mike, I disagree on that. Yes, Nigerians used to overdo, but we have an economy that can support us overdoing. Nigerians are
Really?
suffering. Nigerians are suffering in terms of resources. Yes, Nigerians are suffering unnecessarily.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. A little
In
bit
terms
government
of
can
resources,
actually take that
in terms,
unnecessary suffering. Yeah,
in
we
terms,
know.
in terms of resources, Nigeria should be able to even support a family that has 10 children. In terms of
No,
resources,
sorry. Where in
okay,
the world do you see
What do you
government
mean by
support?
we
no?
have
Are you
zones.
China
saying you
is
want a
fully.
socialist?
We
One at a
literally,
time, guys. One at a time.
each
Carry
state
on.
in Nigeria has at least 3 to 5 natural resources. Even Ekiti has this thing that they used to make battery. They used to say Ekiti is barren, no, but what is the world turning into? They are using electric cars. Everything is becoming electric. Why are they not exporting that?
Okay,
No,
sorry. Let me ask you a question.
you're opening another conversational space because that is a
We
resource
don't have
control.
government in this
Yeah.
country.
We won't go
Hold
that
on,
space. We
Ego.
won't go
That's
that
why I
space. But
say
let me
Come
that
say,
Sorry,
again.
is
hold on,
unnecessary.
That's a
Come
resource control.
again.
Ego, when I say hold
Come
on,
again.
please. Oh God. Yes, I was just saying, you're opening another conversational space, sorry, which is resource control, which we tackle often. But let's just acknowledge Bia, who has joined us. Bia, good to see you. I wanted to, because you are a female voice, so I wanted to, I don't know how early you are into the session, but we were talking about this girl who went on TikTok to say that she slept with a dog, and then the whole of the country is just agog and aghast. Are you equally as agog and aghast? Bia?
Yeah.
Bia? Look at this woman. It is Igbo people. Eh?
Shame on
It,
you,
it,
one man.
it's been so long. You don't know
You're
how
a
the system.
disgrace. If I slap you
What?
now, you go know yourself. I will talk to
Oh
you
Shame
yeah.
like
on
that.
you, one man. Don't talk to
Shame on you.
Bia
Don't know
like
say na
that.
me born you. I
Our
show my
princess.
so.
Huh?
Come on. Sit
What?
still and talk to your madam well.
One man.
I look at this one.
yeah, I
Now.
just came
Imagine.
back from church.
No,
You
it's
come
not
back
that
from
kind
church.
of
Bia,
program. Oh.
Bia
It's turning
sounds
into
like
this is not.
Johnny
It's not.
Gill.
The pastor didn't
It's
preach
not a
correct
sex.
today.
It's not a sex
Bia,
line.
tell us
Oh.
what
Eh?
happened to the
The
girl.
the
Bia, tell
ego
us, please.
has fainted.
All right. So yeah. So Bia, have you been following the story of that woman, and what is your take on it?
I saw it and I was like ashamed to be a woman, you know. I felt, my God, what has the generation, the younger generation turned into? Too much of Africans watching too much Igbo movies and all that. What's going on? And she's even saying that she doesn't have any disease. Imagine. I can't believe it. I think it's just a prank. Woman, I don't think that is real.
You know the Nigerian woman, Bia, the Nigerian female, they like to say, oh, all men are dogs, all men are dogs. Is she taking that literally to mean, does she actually think men are dogs? Because what is going on? Is this the new thing now? Is this, as the men failed that much in
All
Nigeria?
men are not dogs. My man is not a dog, I beg. All men are not dogs. I have to go now. Me, I
All
didn't
right.
work. I just saw you guys. I just wanted to salute.
Okay, you're at work, Abby.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's why you're whispering. Okay, cool. So
Yes.
so so that's Bia who makes a cameo appearance. So this is it. It's always interesting just how people interact. Bia listens often from work. I know that Dan Juma in Germany, he listens from work. Solly, he listens only when he's high on Igbo. And Mike, always
Only
gone.
God knows
And
where
Igbo.
Mike is listening from.
No, Mike is listening from I don't know, from some dog
But
kennel.
what that thing could be fake. You know, a lot of people do pranks. In social media, people do pranks. There's no team that.
I wonder where
No,
Jake is
One
always
man,
listening from.
no,
one
it's
man.
under the
I
duvet. It's
wanted to
always
say
under the
something
duvet.
about that lady. I
All
think they
right,
should.
go on. Yeah.
I think they should use her as a scapegoat, whether it's a prank or a, because you see, we don't know if it's even a prank. But let's assume it's a prank. She should still be. She should pay for her carelessness. Talking about. I think maybe they should just like put her in prison for maybe like some 5 or 6 months like that.
14
And,
years. 14
no, no,
years,
no. But
not
you see,
5 to 6.
if it's a prank, if it's real, she should go to prison for 14 years, honestly. But if it's like a prank, they should jail her for like five or
How
six
can
months.
she prove that it's not a prank? There's no proof
See, they
that it's not a
can,
prank.
And there's no
But
proof that
they
equally,
can
there's
run
no proof
tests
that she
now.
did do it.
There's
They
proof because
can.
she said it with her mouth.
it
She
doesn't
said
it
it with her
doesn't mean
mouth.
anything though.
It
No, but you
means.
see, it depends
Don't
on the
say
kind of
anything that you're not supposed to say. It means.
Okay, but
It
in a law
means
court, do you
something.
win that
because
argument?
let
I
me
missed
tell you
that story.
something.
What man, what happened?
One man.
And,
These people do.
so
These
I'll bring
people
it to you in a
do.
minute. Yeah.
These people do. Let's be honest. A lot of things is happening in Dubai. In these many of these ladies,
Don't
even
say
in
too
this.
much, because we know what goes on in Dubai. What goes in Dubai stays in Dubai. But
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I'm
Uh,
saying. This is just one of it. There's the story I've heard of stories of the ones with camel, the ones with all manner of crazy things. It happens. So,
Dubai is do and buy now. Do and buy. I
so
don't know
and
how to
sometimes,
go that or
yeah,
Godon.
there's one
Godon
man.
said Dubai is do and buy.
I was on another. I won't say the name, but I was like on another kind of platform, and one of the ladies said the same thing that they were invited with a friend somewhere, and what they were going to do is even something I can't mention here.
yeah, they'll pull on them, Abi.
Yeah, all manner
No,
of
that's
crazy
common
things.
practice now. Have you not
And
done it?
also and also something related to camel, having with a camel.
No,
So
I don't know
these
that one.
things. These things are, and they do it just for fun of those guys that are inviting them. They just sit there, watch and all that. So these things is happening, and if this lady is coming out to say it is not something that is impossible, so they need to really make
In
sure that they use
CBD,
her
CBD, you mean
as a
OnlyFans?
scapegoat.
That's what CBD means.
in
Hmm.
CBD,
Yeah,
have you noticed that these so-called Arabs don't do this to their women? It's only
they cannot. They use it to
to
insult this. The thing is that they use it to devalue and demean some of our people because you see, they protect their women with everything. They protect their women so much, but now they are using it to mock us, or use it to mock these
Oh
human
man,
beings.
okay, can you tell me exactly what happened so that way at least I can.
All right. I'll tell you, and then next I want to hear from Joseph, and then after Joseph, Oscar, only because they are new faces and new voices to the platform. But just a quick summary of it. There's this girl. She went on TikTok to let her speak for herself because I've got a clip of her. She went on TikTok to say that she slept with a dog for 1.7 million naira, and then she was then going after people that were criticizing her. So the Nigerian police have now put out a wanted notice on her for the public, to fish her out. But here is the girl. Listen to her words, and then after the clip, I want to hear from the new voices.
I did not kill. What's the big deal there? I only slept with a dog. I did not kill somebody. You, in your life, you've done worse. And besides, have you seen 1.5 million naira before? Just like as if it's a big deal. Huh? I only slept with a dog. I did not kill somebody. And mind you, I'm not infected nor anything. Do you get? So stop dying on the matter. I'm enjoying the money.
She has told you.
So when she's saying she slept with a dog, it's not that the boyfriend is a dog, or is an actual literal canine dog. This is what this person slept with. But do you find this alarming, though, is the question. Does this alarm you, Joseph? So unmute yourself. Joseph, unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you
There you
for
are.
having me.
Good to meet you. So have you been following this story? Do you find it alarming? And is this a new dynamic that the Nigerian space has to contend with?
One part of me found it alarming, but on the flip side of it, like Solly said, this is something that has been ongoing for in the society. It's just that the social media is now what it is today, and we tend to know about all these things. There are so many ills in the society, and I think the police going after her, at least to clarify what she has claimed to have done, is to me is a good idea. But I would only wish if the police can swiftly go after other societal ills like they did in our case, like corruption or the corrupt politicians. If the agency that have been saddled with the responsibilities go after them so swiftly as they did in this case, the society will be better for it.
I agree with that one.
Do you know what they call what you've just done, Joseph? Do you know what they call it? This is an Americanism. They call it whataboutism. So that is whataboutism now. The fact that they are going after this girl is not, well, they should also go after, no, they go after
Oh
this
man,
girl.
which law in Nigeria said the woman can't do anything with her own body? Which law?
No, they you want to do the law.
The law, exactly. The police supposed to follow the law, not your own personal feeling.
If you listen to what I said, I agreed. I said I am happy that the police are going after the police is going after this lady, but at the same time I'm saying that it's just a microsome of what is going on in the society, and as much as they want to get rid of such habit, whether it's for cloud chasing or she did it really, there are other societal ills that they should go after. So we shouldn't just...
So what is your instinct just on that space that you mentioned? Do you think it's cloud chasing, or what do you think instinctually? Do you think it is cloud chasing, or did you think she actually did it?
Well, because it's difficult to say at this time. It could be cloud chasing, and she could have done it actually, because we are in this just like a couple of maybe 2-3 weeks ago. We saw a lady who claimed to have been kidnapped and raped by some guys and all that, and it turned out that wasn't what actually happened. So all these young generations, they do a lot of things just to gain likes and followership and all sorts of things on social media. So I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that it's completely cloud chasing, and at the same time I would not say that she did it for real. So it's left for the police to investigate.
Oh, all right. So just to address something that Mike said, he said that did she break the law, etc., etc. So I'll share this with you, Mike. This is the police. Sorry, I can hear somebody. So this is the police responding. This is Prince Olumuyiwa Adejobi, a police spokesperson. So, and this is the law under which they are going after her. Criminal Code Act 1990, Section 214, on natural offenses. Any person who, 1, has carnal knowledge of any person against the order of nature, or 2, has carnal knowledge of an animal, or 3, permit a male person to have carnal knowledge of him or her against the order of nature. So that's 3 there. So listen to that 3 again. So that's anal, whatever it is right
What
there.
the hell does that mean? I don't even
No,
understand it.
That is what that means. That number 3, if you can see it on your screen,
Oh.
that is anal something. It says permits a male person to have carnal knowledge of him or her against the order of nature. So if you have carnal knowledge against the order of nature, then you are going via an entry that is only meant to be an exit space, if you get my meaning. It says is guilty of a felony and is liable to imprisonment for 14 years. So that's the law that she violated, and that is what they're looking to speak to
Isn't
her
that for
on.
homosexuals? That's the.
No, that's the number 3. Number 2 applies to her. Having carnal knowledge of an animal, that applies to her.
One man.
You see all
Let
this
me,
thing that is
sorry, you
happening.
see, I think
Hello?
one of the things.
Yeah, so sorry. Carry on in CBD, then we hear from Oscar. So let's hear from CBD first. Yeah.
I'm saying,
So-
you see, this is one reason. I'm saying this is one reason why men should be very careful when they are trying to approach all these so-called Miss Independent, boss lady, all these people. That's why we need to encourage young ladies from 23, 24, even 22, if possible. They should start thinking of marriage, because once these ladies have started going through this route of doing all manner of things to make money, nobody know where they have been to. And that's why no matter what the amount I see them have, I don't even feel like they have money, because nobody know. If they tell you what they do to get to where they are, some of them, I won't say all of them, but most of them, they have done all manner of stuff. So people should be careful. Marry people that are still coming up, even if, as long as they are of age and they are like in their
You
20s.
see, I have often thought that if you are marrying a girl over the age of maybe 27, it's a matter of don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask
Don't
how.
ask, and somebody that
Don't
My
ask, don't
past,
tell. So
my
just
past doesn't matter. My
don't ask.
past doesn't matter.
Yes, don't ask, don't tell.
Woman, the difference between men and
I-
women is women
You
things
see,
women
this
do
is
follow them forever.
All right. Let's hear from Oscar. Oscar, let's hear from you. You heard the talking points.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard all what you guys are saying, but this is to let you guys know this is how our society look like. I won't lie to you. If you came down to Lagos, there are a lot of things happening there in Lagos, which is not yet to be revealed. But all this is being caused by politicians due to the hardship in Nigeria. I've been hearing many people talking about Osinbajo giving me a chance to do this. No, the level of corruption which they have created in society in Nigeria, that's what is taking people to do anything to get money. That's what result that girl. She said boldly, and that is what she did. She doesn't hide it. Even though they're gonna put into prison for 14 years, she doesn't mind. All she knows now that she has tested the money, and she's okay for her life. Thank God she's bold enough to tell you guys that she doesn't contact any virus, any disease, but she did it. So
She's
there's
not a
nothing else.
doctor. She's not a doctor. How did she
Let's
know?
forget being doctor or not doctor. There's no, forget those things. There's no law in Nigeria. All this they're saying, who gave in that 1.7 million it is she's talking about? There are people behind all those things. So they go after those people before picking her up. So there's a lot of things to solve. So if they are to put all this in order, let them start from the up to down.
But they have to
Okay.
pick her up to provide the person.
All those things they forget. I know what I'm talking about. At is my me spending 31 years old in Nigeria before I left Nigeria, with level of crime and impunity in that country, I discovered a lot of things. Before they will pick her up, pick 2, 3 people up, those people sponsoring them will now come out and they will die than the case. So there is no justice, no law.
Don't you think
So
it should be
let's forget
handled as a
about.
national
Woman,
security
that highlights, that comment on the
because of
highlights,
our
You
that's
said
all
health?
what?
is propaganda from Radio
Don't you
Biafra.
think?
That's
No,
a
no, it
lie.
is
That never
not.
happened.
There are countless video clips of it. It is not.
Don't you think it should be handled as a national
Really?
security something? Because
Yeah,
this thing can cause an
I
This
could
epidemic.
play it,
national
Because
but
security.
I'll
You
be
do,
struck by YouTube.
sir. Do you hear what I'm saying? There is nothing like law in Nigeria. Of course, you have to understand what I'm saying. If you are a godfather or you have there's some certain level you be in Nigeria, once that case is coming towards you, it must stop there. That is the same issue concerned the deputy president who wants to become the president in 2023. That many people don't know. That is the same issue that concerns each and every criminal politician in Nigeria. So when any case is now coming up to their point, they kill it over there. So for you guys to be talking about the young guy, or the young girl who just slept with dog, and
You
she's
are saying
bold
just
enough
slept
to
with
come out.
dog
But
as though she went down the road to buy
imagine
bread. She did not go down the road to buy
we are
bread
starting
now.
to
What are we?
suspect you, Oga.
And are you trying to
Are you
normalize
not a
it? Are you trying to
contractor
not
for these
look
people?
that
no, 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 no,
she
no.
just slept with
See,
a dog as though she went to buy milk?
no,
We are
sir,
not
Imagine.
sir,
condemning her
listen,
for going to ground pepper
But
now.
woman,
She
what
slept
I
with a
noticed about
dog.
sir,
Nigerian
sir,
society is we focus on more
sir,
of what
listen,
people do with their life
sir,
than what someone is doing to actually
sir,
destroy society. For just like
sir,
Mohammed just
No,
said, we don't go
we
after
focus
people that are
equally
actually
now.
sir,
stealing and destroying society. We'll go after
Mike
people
is
that
if
actually
destroying
you can hear,
do something
society.
with their own body, but
It's
where it's
also
only them that it
destroying
affects.
society. It's
Destroying who?
also
How does that affect
destroying
my life?
society.
What she does, how does what she does affect my life? If she wants to go and
No,
kill
only
herself,
sir,
we've
that's a
we've
business.
already
No,
said. So hold on, Mike. It
sir,
affects the moral. Hold on.
please,
Can you hold on? It affects the moral rectitude of society. It
moral.
sets a bad example for people that would look to the space to see if it's acceptable or not.
So it's our job to be setting the example for society, or is it the
No,
leadership
but
people?
no,
Is
but
it the people in leading society that
we
should
are
be
not a
setting the example?
permissive society. We're a conservative society.
It's internet. One man, Nigeria is no
We're not
longer a conservative
libertarians.
society.
We are not libertarians. We're
One man, Nigeria is,
conservatives.
when it comes to the internet, one man, forget it. It's global. The world is no longer, there's no conservative society anymore.
Yes,
When
but
if
Lagos is in Nigeria. So whatever it is,
she
global or not,
she didn't go on the street saying it. She went on the
sir,
internet,
sir,
World
just listen
Wide
to me,
Web.
listen to
It's
what
yes,
I want
called
to say.
World
can
Wide
you hold
Web.
on it, Oscar? It's a World Wide Web for a Nigerian audience. And what she said,
What?
hold on. Her audience is Nigerian mainly, but
Mm-hmm.
more to it. What she said she did it on Nigerian shores, which falls under the purview of Nigerian law.
She didn't mention which church did this. And second of all,
And
if
she's in
let's
Lagos.
say
Did she go to Dubai to do it
okay,
and
wait
come
one
back?
man. Let's say a American or some foreign lady like does it and posts it on the internet. So the
Yes.
Nigerian government will go after her that you are
No.
putting this for
She didn't. Did she do
Nigerian
it?
people to consume.
Did
Is the
she do it
lady
on
Nigerian?
no? Did she do it on Nigerian shores?
Did she do it on
The American lady.
whether she did it on Nigerian show? What matter is she didn't post video of what she did. She said something. She spoke. The
There
crime here
was
is
a
what she
Yes.
said.
video,
No.
Mike. There was a
Listen.
video going round.
No,
There
I'm
was
not
a
going around.
video
I'm not
going
going around.
round.
No, there's a
No,
different
you
thing.
don't understand.
You
See,
don't
Mike,
even know
calm
the
down.
conversational space,
I
so
get
I'm
the
just
Calm
conversation,
down.
woman.
yeah.
There
The,
was
the,
a
It was in
video.
Lekki. He did it in Nigerian source. It was in Lekki. Oh. They
There
said it
was
was
a
in Lekki.
video. A video was going around
Here in
Twitter.
Dubai, the story was everywhere here in Dubai. I'm even ashamed that the Pakistan guys here are making jest of us here in Dubai. If you
Look at
guys
that.
don't know, so we are telling you guys the reality now, but it's like you keep demanding me.
Who is talking?
But the story is here in
It's
Dubai. The Pakistan
Oscar.
guys, every
Why
nationality
do you
here, they
care
are
what the
messing me up here.
Pakistani guy is saying?
You
All
said?
right.
So
Why do you
you
care
All
what the
know,
right.
you know that that is
Pakistani?
what one man is saying. I don't know how you use that English. Moral rectitude of the society.
The
You
crime
see
is
that?
everywhere. It's so messed
Hold
up.
on, Oscar. Oscar, hold on. Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah. So you're saying that was our the Pakistani guy. You're a Nigerian. That's your business. And look at the other guys that did something they could not allow. If you watch Tayo Aina's the YouTube. He was talking about he couldn't even enter into Dubai because of some video of people attacking somebody. So the thing affects all of us. These things affects all of us. So let's not come here and start pretending as if it doesn't affect everybody.
One man, can I interject
Of
for a
course,
sec?
I won't lie to you.
All right. Let's hear from Ejiro. Yeah, Ejiro. Let's hear from Ejiro, and then we go back to Ete, to big us back on stream to the talking point. He was talking about Osinbajo, but let's hear from Ejiro. Ejiro.
One man, this funny act that we are talking about, we just streamlining it to just the dog aspect. Because when you read that law they are using to follow this girl now, right?
Mm.
That law has been there since what? Since 90, what did you say again?
1990. 1990.
I actually grew up. I lived more than 20 years in the north, part of my life. So in the north, these people have been doing these things with animals, you know? That's what I'm saying.
Have you seen
it to go to the dog? Of course. Of course. I actually grew up in Sokoto State. They also call it Sokoto State. You know, so I know when you see all these they call them dandaudu. They do to man, they do to animals. Most especially they are cows, you know. Some of them they are sheep. So if they are going, because the laws that goes to the south should also apply to the north. This is my take, you know. They shouldn't just streamline it to one part of
Ejiro,
the country.
let me answer your question. Ejiro, do you know that nobody can ever in the north come out on social media to say that kind of nonsense that girl says? That person will die before Friday.
The Sharia court to pick her up real quick.
Yeah, that girl is saying that thing. See that thing that girl is saying, right? Who knows if that girl, because many people they do so many things, right? To hit limelight.
Yeah, it's cloud
controversy to get to where they want to go. Who knows if she really did what she's saying? You know, so I don't know.
I don't think she did it. I think she's trying to make a video go viral. That's all. People do it.
Yeah,
so many
I think so
trying to get video to go viral. That's all.
In 2022, there's a very high chance that she did it because people are doing it on a regular basis.
No, she doesn't strike me.
So for her to come out.
Yeah. She's if you look at the girl and they say you can't go on image, but she looks too clean cut. Although like Rom's girl still, but you know, she doesn't strike me as somebody that will sleep with a dog.
That does it now. The clean
She
cut.
just started the hustle. She started the hustle. She just started the hustle. She migrated from human beings to dogs.
You know that sometimes some few years ago, this same thing happened in a place. I think it was in Tanzania or something. This thing happens there, and they arrested those. It was arranged by some white tourists that went there with some local ladies, and they were just dogs. They jailed those white ladies for a long time. Then they finally deported them. And those ladies, nobody know where they are even right now. So these things is happening. Why are we acting like Nigeria will be the first people to jail this girl for something
this is
like
what
that?
This is something you know, the situation we are now. The situation we are now in Nigeria, I think the girl need to brought her to book. Even if the northern families are doing their own, they're not doing it openly like this. Nobody ever hear in public or in media like this. For a northern families sleeping with cow or goat, we do hear that thing. Just rumors.
No, they don't.
But for them to come up in social media.
Woman, where's that girl's family? Where's her father? Where's her mother? See, the root of our problem is
this one has run away from home a long time.
The moment we abandoned the old family value system, we became westernized, doing individualism, no more elders being in charge and all those kind of things. We start becoming Americanized. That's what gave birth to all these things, man. The generation
Mike, your contract. Can I interject, Mike? You're contradicting yourself, Mike. You came and said that what concerns us with what anybody does. Now also you're coming to say that we're copying the Western world.
No, this is what concerns. I'm saying according to the law. I'm quoting Nigerian law.
It's evolving there.
He has evolved his perspective on that. I don't think he's contradicting. You know, he didn't
According
get
to
the
the
full
law,
picture when
it's
he came
wrong.
in.
Okay, he didn't get the full picture. That's why he was defending the girl. Oh, okay.
I wasn't defending her. No, it's not defending. No, sorry. I was just saying the fact that we are. What I was saying was that we focus more on people that do things individually to themselves than people that are actually doing things to destroy society, such as people that are stealing millions in the office and those kind of things. That's why I say I agree with what Joseph was saying earlier. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we focus so much energy and effort going after somebody that does something immoral, when in
Please tell
fact we are the one
Alexander
that created
Gomez
this
to let
society
him
that's
not
so immoral
bring
today.
that his
Okay.
tribal
All right,
Mike,
all right, everyone. I want to move from that conversational space back to the politics of it, which Ete was addressing. So, if you remember where your thought was on the short little man from Ikene, Shemi Osinbajo, promising us 24-hour electricity if he becomes president in 2023. So, to that, Ete.
yes, it was funny. To me, it's very funny because you can't be in power and tell me that you couldn't do something. And some of his defenders are coming here to say that he did not really have power. I don't understand. You're this number two in the country. There's nothing like you do not really have power. If you feel like the person that you're with is spoiling your legacy, you can leave. You can resign and say you don't like what the government is doing. If Osinbajo did that in 2019 at least, I'm sure the whole nation will be praising him now. I'm sure. So you can do do something that is totally wrong, then later cover it up. Then you see people here twisting words because I don't understand how somebody says I will continue from where my master stops, and they are saying that he's saying it in moving in another direction. Which direction? We all know Nigeria is moving towards an end. Buhari is moving Nigeria towards an end. So if Osinbajo continues where Buhari stops, Nigeria will end. That is just the truth. There's nothing like what is his name? The proud leader in Yoruba history that the Igbo is always referring Osinbajo to
Awolowo.
Awolowo. Awolowo was not this. Awolowo will say things as it is. He speak true to power. That's why he was in jail. That why did they send him to jail if he was not saying things for the people? As what has Osinbajo even done that makes you link him to Awolowo
Ete.
apart from marry his daughter? What has he
Okay,
done?
can I come in?
Yeah, you
Can I
can.
come in there?
Yeah, go on, Oscar.
Yeah. So this is what I see in Nigerian politics. You can't Osinbajo can't step down because of how the corrupt the system is, or because it don't like. Because there are people who put them there. They didn't even elect themselves. Nigeria never elect them. They could go after them. So for you to expect Osinbajo to step down because of how the system look like, maybe because you want to speak to the truth. It will never do that because there are people who put them there. Same people now is now coming to let them to retain their power, to retain them in power. So if Osinbajo is really interested in Nigeria, or is interested in peace of Nigeria, he should have even speak the truth since 20, even before 2019. But because
Do you
their
not
godfather will never
hold
allow
on,
them to
Oscar?
speak a
Hold
word.
on, Oscar. Do you not find that viewpoint somewhat naive? And I've heard this expressed, especially on this platform, plentifully, that he should have spoken up against an administration that he was the second in command in. How is that an expectation that he would do that? Oh,
Please come
In
again.
fact,
oh no,
in
let
fact,
Insibidi take
another
it on. Yeah,
Hello?
yeah. Don't worry. If you
in
didn't
fact,
hear it, let Insibidi take it
Please
on.
come
Insibidi
again.
gone. Hold on, Oscar.
yeah,
Insibidi,
yeah,
take it on. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But exactly why I'm saying that opinion that we should not expect. I don't know. It's delusional. It's delusional for us to expect any miracle because these are people, like Oscar said. These are people that have been placed on that in that position. and they are going to protect the interest. No matter what they say they will do and they will not do, they will always protect the interest of who put them there. Do you think like someone like Osinbajo will come tomorrow and start trying to prosecute corrupt people that was under this administration? So all these things we are saying is just that we are trying to.
How do you guys even know Osinbajo didn't talk to Buhari in the private? How do you guys know he didn't talk to him in the private about what was going on? Does he have to do it in public before you know that he spoke? What's all these the white
Yes,
people?
he
We have
needs
to
to do
come
it
and tell you
publicly.
Nigerians, Abi.
Mike,
Yes.
please, Mike.
Is
So
this
is
true
that a
now?
public servant or is he a public servant or a private servant?
Can you
Is it
imagine? Can you
public?
imagine that?
This guy, this kind of
If you
question they ask. They
now
ask
look
a new
at the
question.
system, how Osinbajo operates.
So you answered him.
He's a part of the
You're
administration.
saying
Of
he's
his
operating
criticizing his party member.
in
They are
private.
working. So
So
if he doesn't agree with something, they have a
can use
meeting.
if you go there, we can use that to the other politicians that they were all talking to themselves in private. So
You
don't
see,
go
let me
there.
answer a question this way. He asked me if he's a public servant. Okay, Buhari, who's Buhari serving? Is he serving Osinbajo? Is he serving Nigerians? So the people that is
But we
serving are
are
the ones supposed to go. Listen. It's the responsibility of people that voted for Buhari to be there to go after him. Not Osinbajo. It's not Osinbajo's role to go after Buhari because he's not the one that
We
put him there.
voted for Osinbajo and Buhari. Two of them were on the
voted
ballot.
for
Two
It's
of
a
them
joint
were on
Osinbajo
the
ticket, Mike.
ballot.
It's a joint
can only
ticket.
answer to you. No, you voted for Buhari. Sorry. A joint ticket is an assistant vice president. The only role is something about the president. He takes over. He takes over. That's
Let
it.
me ask.
It's not.
Let me ask. Okay,
It's not his
does
job to
Osinbajo play his
account for
role?
what Buhari is
Sorry,
doing. Come and talk to you about what Buhari is doing or what's
So
not
is
doing. That's not his role.
Osinbajo a vice
Okay,
president
Osinbajo
personally
has
for
no right
Buhari or for the country?
listen.
He's a vice president, but it's not his job to come and be explaining to you what Buhari is doing right or wrong, or to hold Buhari accountable for what he's not doing right for you. It's your job. The Nigerian people are going to hold Buhari responsible for whatever he's not doing.
Yes, you are right. But have Osinbajo played his role as a vice president? Hello?
See,
how do you mean?
Does he play his role?
Osinbajo play his role?
Yeah, he played his role.
Osinbajo,
Yeah, he
did he play his role? Did
in
he
what
play
sense?
his role as a vice president?
Be clear what you mean.
His best role as
Oscar,
vice president, best role.
where are you calling from?
It's from Dubai, but your signal is very weak. We struggle to hear you. I think you're out and about.
Or maybe
I
the
think
microphone.
I think it's out in public. So the ambient
No,
noise of the
the
weather.
reason why Ishimuri speaker is because his but the South don't have the power.
Or maybe he's also using an
No.
earpiece his mic, and I think the microphone has a.
No, I'm saying the reason why the reason why Ishimuri don't have power because the fact most of the North have more power than the South, so that's what the South president do anything about. They don't do anything about it. They don't have more power.
the North doesn't have more power than the
That's a
South.
fact.
The young man
All right, just too many voices.
Please,
Too many voices. Yeah. Go on. Oscar, go on.
Okay, I said the young man who is talking about Osinbajo that he cannot hold Buhari accountable. So, as Osinbajo play his role, his vice president's role perfectly, and
what is that role?
what are the role of that vice? Wait, what are the role of that vice president? Have you been playing it?
What is the role? You tell me what the role is.
What is your understanding of the role, Oscar? What is your understanding of his role, Oscar?
Let me help Oscar there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike, does this sound familiar to you? Buhari will handle security. Osinbajo will handle economy. Does that sound familiar to you, Mike?
That's not true. That's not handle economy. That's not the way it goes.
See. Does that campaign sounds familiar to you? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't.
That is the campaign that was used in 2015.
Mike, you are not truthful. It doesn't sound familiar to you.
When did they come out and say Osinbajo will handle economy?
That's what they said. Yes.
In 2015.
Osinbajo will handle economy. Osinbajo chair the economic committee. Now Buhari is the one that will make decisions on how he want the direction of policy and everything. And Osinbajo will manage.
I just told you a campaign what they said.
Forget campaign. Listen, campaign.
Tell me what they
Listen, forget what politicians say in campaign. Campaign. Listen to me. Listen. If you are campaigning as a person to get an office, if you are going there and being straight, honest, and everything, you will lose. If you are campaigning, you have to tell the people whatever they need to hear for them to vote for you. So forget what somebody saying during campaign. No one pay attention to campaign.
So
focus on their actions in office is what matters.
Sorry, Mike. Does that apply to all the promises Osinbajo is making now? What you've just said?
No, I'm not following what he's promised now. I'm following what I know about him. I forget what he's saying now. If he's telling me that I will take him to heaven and hell and heaven, I don't follow what he's saying.
So he's not going to fix Nepa in 3 years. You know for a fact, because that is the truth. Based on what you're saying now. He's just campaigning.
No, do you know what I believe? There's a high chance he can fix it because he has demonstrated it while he was in office.
He didn't demonstrate
but Fashola told us, hold on. In 2014, Fashola told us that they will fix it in 6 months.
And
so
we should almost 7 years. Who got in their way? He was worried that got in their way now. Why are you listening to Trump?
Fashola that later came out and said Nigerians are lying.
How did Buhari get in their way?
Didn't I explain it earlier? Why are you talking like this now? Didn't we explain it? When they want to do a nuclear plant, wasn't it Buhari that put it all to it?
But how do you?
Buhari is the president. Without his goal, you can't do anything. If let's say you are Fashola or Osinbajo, they have something they want to do, and they want to do. Buhari has to put a go to it. If he doesn't put a go to it, he's the president. They can't do it.
Do you know what Atiku did under Obasanjo?
I don't care, man.
Like some of the things he did.
Who cares about it?
He had a lot of economic responsibilities, and he's the one that brought in people like
Atiku was
all those people that
was always going to court. Isimbedi, Obasanjo was always taking Obasanjo to court. You know that always, every time court.
And that was the second term, not the first term.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. First term, second term, they are all the administration.
And
all right.
Atiku's impact was still felt. That's my point. He was still felt, and we're out today. We're
that man is a thief. That man is a thief. Any impact wasn't felt there. CBD. Atiku is a bloody thief. Say it the way it is.
Yes, but we see. I'm talking about his own. He did his duty. Obviously, we know these people are siphoning money and doing all that. But I'm talking about he at least. He did something for the economy.
All right. Let's move from that space. I don't think we will really fully agree. A lot of people feel Osinbajo is not fit for purpose, but a lot of people say give him a chance. I'm in the not fit for purpose chance as camp, but so just there it is. Let me move you, Ete, to this talking point, which I think it was actually Solly that submitted. So I'll move you to this talking point, and then after I'll go on to Solly. And they say they say that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So I'll put the picture of it on the screen as I invite you to comment on it. Ete. It looks as though Professor Wole Soyinka has declared for Yoruba Nation, and here it is. So there you see on your screen. Then I don't have to introduce you to any of the faces, at least the 3 primary faces on your screen. The prof, of course, with the shock jet white hair, which he has been carrying for quite a few decades now. The rotund figure of the military arm of the Yoruba Nation agitation, Sunday Igboho, and the erudite Professor Banji Akitoye. So Wole Soyinka leaves his base in Abeokuta to make the journey. He didn't even fly in. He went through Semeboda to the hails of cheers of the public to go and then show solidarity with the Sunday Igboho. So that declares essentially Professor Wole Soyinka for Yoruba Nation. But what does this portend for the Nigerian state?
First of all, Sunday Igboho is no more campaigning for Yoruba state anymore.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
We've not heard anything. We've not heard anything from his camp. We've not heard anything from anybody. So you are not campaigning for anything anymore. He came out by himself.
That's not true. That's not true.
He came out by himself to say that what he wants is good working Nigeria. That is, if Nigeria is good and working, nobody will agitate. That's what he said. That's essentially saying that.
He even endorsed Osinbajo.
When did he do
Am I
that?
wrong?
Look at this ugly
Unless
boy.
that was fake news. Unless that was fake news.
Ete, it's like you don't understand how Yoruba people move sometimes. Because he's not talking doesn't mean he's not doing anything. You know,
Exactly.
it's once beaten, twice shy. Yoruba people don't really move like that.
He's in a situation at the moment, so
Yes.
the situation it does. Will he be agitating in his host country in Semepoda, in whatever? So it's not in a place to be agitating.
He has said things about Nigeria. In fact, he has even supported Nigeria in some of his statements.
So, what the question is, if, for example, Osinbajo got the ticket and become president, will Igboho still continue the agitation of Yoruba nation?
No, the Yorubas have two strategies. The primary strategy is to take the presidency in 2023 because the Yorubas have worked to take the presidency. And if they don't get it,
I knew it was coming.
And if they don't get it, then Yoruba nation.
Yes. So now, and you are saying
they work now. TINUBU was the head worker.
Yeah, exactly. So
of the hard labor.
My question, and you've answered me. So that's to tell you, Yoruba nation will not solve Nigeria. Neither the presidency will solve Nigeria problem.
Yes, but we are not trying to solve Nigeria. We're trying to solve Yoruba nation.
Yoruba nation will solve Yoruba problem big time.
It's something everybody here about this Yoruba nation, Zua nation, or everybody is agitating for nation. My candid opinion is nothing to the problem we have. You have the Yoruba nation.
Are you afraid that you'll be left behind?
No, I'm not worried about it, because if you own your house, will you run away from your own house? Where will I run into? Where will I run to? We all have to come together and solve that problem. Tell it the way it is. What is Yoruba nation? That will not solve that problem.
Edo, I don't understand you. Why is you put the one that you had one that your work people are dying?
It's not about one Nigeria. The problem you guys are getting is one Nigeria.
It doesn't mean
one man, don't worry. When TINUBU loses in 2023, he will go and visit. He will go and visit Sunday Igboho too.
Yes, now they see that they're already playing the politics, which is very bad.
If Osinbajo wins, then there's no Yoruba nation. But if TINUBU wins, then there's no Yoruba nation. But if they give the ticket to Lawan Ahmed, then definitely Yoruba nation. If Peter Obi wins, do we this for solid?
Nigeria will be peaceful.
One man, Peter Obi win, like there'll be a Yoruba nation all the way.
Yes,
because that guy will marginalize Yoruba.
You're not solid now. This was solid first, and then to Mike. If Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, do you anticipate that Yoruba people will be agitating even more for Yoruba nation?
No, one man, I don't think so. I don't think so. You have to grab Lagos first. If you can grab all the Yoruba states, but if you don't grab Lagos, you are not going anywhere. Lagosians will not really care about, if Peter Obi, they won't really, it won't really.
You are not answering the question. I don't think you heard your question.
Exactly. Answer the question, so grab Lagos.
What is the question?
No. The question I'm asking is, if Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria,
yes,
would that add even fuel for Yoruba people to agitate more for Yoruba nation?
That's what I was trying to explain. If Lagosians won't care, so that means the whole of the Yoruba states cannot do anything. If it's not Peter Obi, like they say, if it's Ahmed Lawan, you can easily influence Lagosians with that kind of narrative to leave. Do you understand? You can't leave and say you want Yoruba nation without Lagos.
What do you mean?
Lagosians to have to agree. And Lagosians are not.
So Lagosians will agree on that with Lawan.
Lagosians are not tribal. They don't care. As long as it's from the south, they'll be okay with it.
Do you know that people that are more sick of Nigeria?
Mike, leave him. That is his opinion. Leave him, Mike. His opinion.
Can I
interject?
Why are you attacking his personal?
I'm not attacking his personal. Come on,
just attacking him.
Settle down now. Let us be a bit structured.
Solely, let me tell you something, man. The people that are more sick of Nigeria right now are Lagosians, the Lagos indigenes, because their state has been occupied, taken over completely by other tribes and all these things, and they are the one that really want Yoruba nation. The only people in Lagos we see shouting that
I
they do.
disagree.
One man, wait now. The only people in that Lagos that are doing one Nigeria is TINUBU boys, because like the MC Olomo, because they want to remove the president. But the real indigenous of Lagos, which many of them are my family members, they are land is they want their state back. Even above Lagos, the guy is sick of now in some people are challenging him that Lagos doesn't belong to the Oba anymore. There is no man's land. You know how sick these people are about that stuff, and you're telling me the Lagosians are not. They are not.
Mike, I agree and disagree. Lagosians, well, Lagosians are different. Lagosians are tired of Lagosians are tired of TINUBU more than Nigeria. But
no, are you talking about indigenous of Lagos? Or are you talking about people that are visiting Lagos, just living there?
No, I'm talking about Lagosians. Lagosians are tired of TINUBU.
Lagosians meaning the people living Lagos. You know, I mean, you and I will call ourselves Lagosians because we grew up there, right? Or things like that. But are we talking about the indigenous, or are we talking about just Nigerians grew up in Lagos? Like for example, in CBD now it says the Lagosian because he grew up in Lagos. You know. So are you saying just Lagosian like me, you in CBD, or are you talking about the indigenous?
Even the indigenes don't like look at Bode George. He's not a Lagosian.
No, we're talking about saying Yoruba nation. No,
who are indigenous to Lagos?
Amonile.
Who are they?
Not Omonile now. Not the real
or the Oba of Lagos.
The real Lagosians. They are tired of TINUBU. They are
You
more tired of
keep going to that space, and one
man
man to take people from that space. That's not what you do. Who are the real Lagosians?
You see, I'm suggesting that in the totality, what's the population of Lagos? About 20 million? I'm saying in the totality of Lagos, the people that are by blood and land indigenous to that space, I suspect that they are not up to 3-4 million. At best 5.
Yeah, they are not a
Maybe
lot.
not even up to
Most
3
of
million
them are
stuff.
in Maryland, Victoria Island.
And
they are not that.
Badagry, these are the Badagry people all this.
The Saleko, the island, what they call it? All those Saleko family there.
So Mike, there we go. I know you have a different view, Mike.
No, let me tell you, let me explain something to you. See, most of the Yorubas in Lagos, right? Many of them migrated from other Yoruba states, right? Now, they always go back to their states, like they know where their hometown. Someone like Shore, for example, you tell you from Ondo, you know his village, you know his hometown, right? So people see all of them, So many of them, like when something is going on wrong in their states, in maybe Ogun, they will stand up, they will fight, they will to make sure that that doesn't destroy that state. But in Lagos, they don't really care. Lagos is more like a place where they come to just establish. Everybody come to hustle. You understand? So when you see Yorubas in Lagos tolerating other tribes, everything, it's because they're not the indigenous of Lagos. But now, that's why when you see Yoruba nation agitation, it happens more in other states than it happens in Lagos, because the indigenous of Lagos, their population is so suppressed that when they speak, people can't hear their voice. You understand? Yeah. So people, that's why you don't see like so much movement like that. But in the other states, the population, the indigenous are the most populated people there. The Osun people, if you go to Osun State, the most populated people are the Osun indigenous. You go to Ogun. Yoruba nation, you don't see a lot of voices in Lagos.
Mike, can I say something? Can I say something?
Wait, can I say something? Let's hear from Mete. Hold on. Sorry, let's hear from Mete, then we hear from you in CBD. And whilst you're speaking, Mete, address the original question to Solly, which was if we had a Peter, I know you're a Peter Obi #1 fan, but if we had a Peter Obi president, would the Yorubas recoil and agitate more for their nation?
They won't agitate. Let me give you a reason.
They won't.
I'm sure Mike and everyone here is aware of Anifere. I've forgotten the.
Afenifere.
Yeah, Afenifere. Which is the political and social structure of the entire Yoruba space. Am I correct?
Well, not really.
On paper, this as much as Ohanese is the spokesperson.
It's just an organization. The real voices of Yoruba and the traditional rulers.
Okay, they've come out to throw support, and they've said it clear that in fairness, that the 2023 election should be zoned to the southeast. They said it themselves that it should be zoned to the south. So, in real sense, if the southeast and Igbo man becomes a president, there is not real way that the Yoruba can pull crowd to say we want to form our own nation because of a Igbo man is the president. It doesn't make sense. It makes more sense if a Northerner is, but it doesn't make sense if an Igbo man becomes the president. Now, before the Yoruba will start agitating for maybe their own nation, it's maybe after 3 years or 2 years, and they see that Peter Obi is not making brain. Then they will start saying, oh, Nigeria is not making sense. But they would definitely give Peter Obi the benefit of the doubt to see what he can do. That is fact.
I broadly agree with you. Yeah.
You are right, but can Peter Obi is he intend to change our constitution?
No, I don't know about
working towards that. Hey. So these are things that's gonna. You said these are the things that will determine either the Yoruba will continue demanding for Yoruba nation.
Those are deeper conversation. We'll start going to and all those.
Of course.
But you see, what I'm trying to say is
anybody who's gonna be the president of Nigeria 2023, if the person insists to change the constitution, the agitation will continue. That's the fact. Because if you look at the system, every government department is functioning.
All right, that's
Nigeria has no government department.
No, that's a broader topic. It was that you, Oscar. So that's a broader topic, and we've addressed that topic endlessly, and we will, because that's the biggest topic in Nigeria. It's the constitution. It's the constitution, really. All of these things. If the constitution is not right, everything fails. But really, to the topic of the moment, if the Yorubas will recoil from a Peter Obi presidency, in CBD wanted to share thoughts on that. In CBD.
Yeah, I was going to say, but before I say that, I was going to tell Mike that if you go by his logic that most of the Yorubas in Lagos are from, which is true, are from other Yoruba states, and that, the agitations of Yoruba nation is stronger in the other state, then one would ask, then why is it that since most of them go to their home states and they still feel like they are from their home states, why are they not speaking up about it in Lagos? So, yeah, that's that. Then for this, what's it called? If Peter Obi will, I believe that I don't think that it will, not just because of Peter Obi is a southern person, but also I think perception that he has given to people about himself. It doesn't look like someone that I think most people in the Yorubas, forget about people like Mike and Soli that is on this platform, but I think in the broader Yoruba space, they will feel more comfortable with someone like Peter Obi, and I don't see any woman becoming president and sidelining Yoruba. It's not.
I agree with you in CBD.
Connected to be to.
You see, one thing you need to understand. Historically, we all know it. If the Igbo guy becomes president, he's going to marginalize Yoruba people. That's just a fact.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Peter Obi will marginalize the Southwest. That's one thing. He's likely. Okay, I won't say it's for certain. He's likely going to happen.
Historically there.
What do you mean historically? It's always been that way.
Many times the Igbo man has been a president.
When they were under Jonathan's administration, they were the one that pressured Jonathan to marginalize Southwest.
An Igbo man, yes or no?
Most of his people behind him in his cabinet, they were the one talking to him, telling him. And during Azikwe's presidency,
that is a very dumb assertion.
No, it's a fact, bro. That's the reality.
Yorubas are talking to Buhari to be acting stupid. We can say Yorubas are talking to Buhari to be acting like this. Because a Yoruba man, which is the vice, is saying that Buhari is doing good. You see Femi Bajamiala in the US the other day saying APC is the best thing after sliced bread. You saw him. So we can comfortably say that Yoruba are responsible for the sufferings we have now.
There's difference between suffering and marginalizing.
Imagine.
Even
People
Adesina
will
said
start playing the
Buhari.
game.
Adesina said Buhari has done more than Awolowo. That's what he said. Yoruba man.
I cannot agree with one.
Well, they have some level of influence.
Hold on. Let's hear from Charles. Let's hear from Charles.
I can't agree with one man say. I think one man is right what you said. I think if Igbo guy become president, Yorubas would probably want to leave Nigeria. If Igbo become president, the South and the East will want to leave Nigeria. It go both ways.
Okay. So yes. And is that the fact?
It does. I say if Yoruba become president next time to Nigeria's gonna break up. I'm saying right now, Yoruba become president to the East.
Thank you, Charles. You see, I agree with the broader point that I won't say I agree. I can see the broader point that Mike is making about marginalization. But I cannot see it in this particular individual, Peter Obi, because it doesn't present rather publicly as somebody that is very tribal led. He doesn't lead with his ethnicity, which a lot of Nigerian politicians do. You know, you see him as an ethnic politician like you would Buhari or somebody like that.
The only Igbo man that I can comfortably tell you that will not marginalize Yoruba people is an Igbo man that grew up in Yoruba land, that grew up around Yoruba people. That's the only Igbo man I can tell you. Any Igbo man from the East, Yoruba, so it's something inside them they have that just hate Yoruba people, man. Inside them, naturally, they have that thing, man. That's the upbringing. When the guy becomes president, that's when Yoruba nation will come, because this guy will marginalize you out.
So how come
thinking like that?
Yes,
Mike,
exactly.
enough. Mike,
The people in his east, they'll be talking his ear. They will be talking his ear. Like this Yoruba, they're the one that betray us. They are cowards.
We have not evolved the space that you are.
But their evolution, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
theories.
Mike,
calm down.
Don't talk like that.
You know, you guys can. Yeah, I'm sure you guys can hear it because you're on headphones, so you can hear it too. When you are cascading over each other, I'm sure you know you can hear each other.
Can I ask Mike one
yeah.
question? Mike, are you okay? Let's say you were from Yoruba states, because me, I'm from Ikiti. I can say I'm a Lagosian. What were you? Because me, I'm detribalized, so I can't see your point of view. So I don't understand all these things that you are saying. They whisper in your ear. This kind of thing. So which part of the Yoruba states are you from? Did you grow up in?
Well, I grew up. I grew up in Lagos.
Man, I don't think Lagosians can be saying,
You say
this kind of things.
What kind of thing?
Like you are saying, the Igbo people, they hate Yoruba. If they are from the East, they'll be whispering to Peter Obi.
His opinion now. That's what
well, I don't know if you are there.
Too much of an is what has affected.
I'm not like you, man. I don't follow. I'm not like you that worship down the candle. I don't follow another man. I'm my own man. You understand? I don't follow any other person. I speak on reality. Listen, you need to understand.
Can I answer your question, Mike?
I speak on reality. It's just the reality of the facts. You understand?
Mike, let me answer your question.
I spent my entire life around Easterners. The only Easterners the only Easterners you meet that we say he admire Yoruba people is one that grew up among Yorubas in the Southwest. But anyone that grew up in the East or just naturally, I've never met one that doesn't have this disdain for Yoruba people. I've just never met one. Now, somebody probably grew up in Lagos and he grew up in Igbo. I grew up in Lagos, I grew up in Igbo. I still have best friends that we all grew up together. They don't have that same mind. If that kind of person running for presidency, I won't tell you that we're marginalized. You understand? We are talking about people from the East. No, Soli, do this. Go to the East right now. If yes, then don't blow your head off, man. Because
can I answer your question?
That's just they have this disdain for the North and the Southwest because they've been brainwashed by Ojukwu.
Oh, all right. Sorry. Let's hear from Ete. Hold on. Say the place now. You can. Let's hear from Ete. Are you Ete? Let's hear from Ete who wants to address what Mike says. So let's hear from Ete. But Ete, what Mike is essentially saying is that there's an instinctual disdain that the Easterner, the one that has not integrated with the Southwesterner, that's like a core Eastern person that's lived in the East all his life and travels via the airport in the East to go abroad. So it's not had any interaction with the Southwest, that there's an instinctual disdain that they have for the Yoruba person. This is what Mike says he has identified. So do you concur, Ete?
I don't because of speaking on the about the man called Peter Obi is this.
No, set Peter Obi aside and treat it as a broader point. So I don't think anybody feels Peter Obi, but okay, but as a broader point, yeah.
Okay. The thing is, I don't see the hate that Mike is talking about. I was actually born in Festac. Nearly all my neighbors were Igbos. Probably that's why my Yoruba is not strong. So I've lived in virtually more than 6 local governments in Lagos State throughout my time in Nigeria. In fact, I've lived in Lagos more than anywhere else in Nigeria. You understand? So I've interacted with people from various tribes, Igbo, Yoruba. Nobody has this tribalistic thing in Lagos. That's why
I don't think he heard what I said. I told you in Lagos it's different. Like Igbo person grew up in Lagos is different from person that never lived around Europe. Like someone in the East, it's two different people.
Let me answer that by this.
They are completely different people. I'm telling you.
Let me ask
The people you listen. Ete, the people you, Solly, and one man that we know, the Igbos we grew up with in Lagos, they are not the same as the people in the East. The Igbos that grew up in Lagos, they just like the rest of us. We all grew up together as tribes. You know, we are least tribe. We don't see tribes. We had bonds together growing up. But listen, let me give you an example. Where I live here in the United States, right? The city I live in is predominantly Igbo people. And I can say they're completely different. The Igbos that grew up in Lagos, when they come here, when we meet, the way they behave is completely different from the one that came straight from the East. I didn't even know Igbo were so tribalistic until I came to America, because I grew up in Lagos. I never knew. I always thought this is a little tribal behavior, but it wasn't this extreme. These people that came from the East.
It gets the point. Let him address it. So address that, Ete.
Yeah, I want you to just clarify something. When you say the East, are you talking about the 5 states or from any part of Nigeria?
The 5 states.
Only the 5 states.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The truth is, I've never stayed in any Igbo states, but I've stayed in Port Harcourt. I've interacted with Igbos there. They are not tribalistic to Yorubas or anybody at all. You understand? So me, probably I feel maybe it's a US thing. You met some people that have problems with Yorubas in the US, and you thought that that's how the whole Igbo space is, which is not. It's not. It's a very wrong ideology of the Igbo people.
So do you listen to Radio Biafra?
All right. Before you address that,
let me address that.
Can you hold on, please, Oscar? You must hold on. Let me invite you in. But please let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, because they are consistent with the conversation that is taking place. So the super chats coming in, of course, Alexander Gomez. Only he knows the function of that button. He says, Alexander super chats to say, he says, if a Lagosian cannot trace their family compound over 200 years, then they are not true indigenes. Lagos remains a village to a thorough Lagosian. Thank you, Alexander. And that was the point that I was making when I was saying, because people are saying indigenous Lagosians, I was probably even generous when I was estimating them to be about 5 million. They are very simple coastal fishing people, the actual real Lagosians. And when you tell me Lagosians, you know who I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about the people of Epe. I'm thinking about Badagry. You know, Isaleko. Even Isaleko, they are literally Lagos. Because a lot of Isaleko is from they are all these Portuguese Fernandez types, you know. So the real core indigenous Lagosians, they are fishing agrarian people. That's just my own impression. I'm not saying that as a categorical fact. So make that insertion, Solly, and then I'll acknowledge Alexander's other super chats. Yes, Solly.
One man, even the elite Lagosians, you know, they have the same kind of behavior. They are not that aggressive, they are not that outspoken like that. They are just very low key, very meek.
Would you call them simple-minded people?
Yeah, they have no issues with anyone.
But not quite the daring.
Very smart.
Okay,
Only how do you explain about Lagos? Oba Lagos are saying the true people in the lagoon. How do you explain that one?
They need to DNA test that guy. I don't think it's a legal
Oba
thing.
the guy is frustrated, man. He's supposed to be the king of Lagos. Nobody, no, the foreigners don't respect him. Nobody respect the Oba. When
There's
Yoruba land,
nobody
then
that
people
is
go and
king of
respect him.
anywhere in Nigeria since the government took over Nigeria. The traditional class answers to the government, so he should take his grievances to the government. There's no traditional ruler anywhere in Nigeria that has power like that.
Let me
That is
ask
a
you:
fact.
if you go to, can you go to Benin right now, or go to Oyo or Oshun, go and insult the Oba of Benin or Oni of Ife or
Nobody
Oyo?
insulted him.
The locals
Nobody
will kill you
insulted
there,
him.
man. But in Lagos, no,
Nobody
come on,
insulted
man.
him.
The locals there, they will finish you. But in Lagos, you can insult the Oba of Lagos. No, I mean, the only people that go
Nobody
vex
insulted
now the
him.
Lagos
The only
indigenous are the only one that will get angry, and they won't do
difference
anything.
between Lagos and Benin, let me use that. The difference between Lagos and Benin is that in Benin, you have it at the back of your mind that there's a Oba of Benin, but in Lagos, you don't even remember that
And you're
there's
making
even
my
an
point
Oba.
now.
No, we remember we have
You
Oba
don't.
of Lagos.
No,
It's only
is
the
right
indigenous that
though.
remember that.
No,
The
people don't
foreigners
No,
don't
it is
remember.
remember
right.
that. They don't
It
know
is
that. They
right.
don't care.
No,
So
but
nobody
one man.
insulted him.
No. What it is saying is that the Edo space and Edo tone is here. But let me quickly acknowledge Alexander Soda super chat, and this super chat was to Mike's assertion that the core Igbo person in the southeast states that they instinctually recoil from the Yorubas. And I think this is really stories that have been regurgitated about treachery all the way through from Biafra till date. So you know those stories because they've not come out to come and interact with Yoruba people. So they're just regurgitating and retelling those stories of Awolowo treachery and all of that. And I think that's where all of that is wrapped up in. And Alexander Gomez super chats to agree with Mike's line of thought. He says, one man, Mike is absolutely right. So that was two data comment, or that's Mike's comment, by the way, not the view of the platform, but
Well,
Mike's view that the Igbos recoil from the Yoruba instinctually. So yeah.
Well, with what Mike said. Well, me, I grew up in Lagos. I've been to a lot of Yoruba states. We've not had problem with Igbo. The worst they will say is Omo Igbo, but they don't mean it like in an insulting way. They are just, pointing it out. Yoruba people don't really care much about tribe. Now,
let me
about
talk
the
to that.
core Igbo
Let me
people in
speak on
the East,
that.
I've never been to the core East to meet Igbo people. So, I don't know. He may be right, he may be wrong, but I can't judge based on my own. I'm a Lagosian. I've met Igbo people mostly outside Nigeria.
Let me speak on that.
All right. Let's hear from Oscar, who may have a different view on that. So, Oscar, yes.
Yeah. So, I'm from Enugu State, and I grew up in Ibadan, Oyo State. So, with my experience, with what Mike is talking about, because I couldn't see any hatred in there, because Igbo people do not call the Yoruba people Ijofe man. But you would think maybe they were angry or not, but it's not. Truly, we have some people who have a negative.
We're struggling to hear you, Oscar. We're struggling to hear you.
Okay.
And
truly, we have some woman characters, whereby they've been carried, maybe their emotion system doesn't, they react with another. So, but here in Yoruba land where I grew up, you can see any Yoruba person, you see an Igbo person, I will not say Omo Igbo, oh my joke, mommy, go there, crow me, my job. All those kind of slang. But you may think that maybe they don't like Igbo people.
No, that's banter now.
You think maybe they don't like Igbos, but no, it's not like that. So, what Mike is talking about, maybe a concerned P2B. Huh?
No, it wasn't concerning
what
Peter.
Mike is talking
about P2B, maybe.
No, Mike, Oscar, what Mike is talking about. Okay, for example, now, if you go on some of these, I've seen it a lot, but me, I never really used to care. And even on Radio Biafra, they did say it a lot. They be saying things like Yoruba people are cowards, Yoruba people are traitors. Me, personally, as a Yoruba guy, I don't even care, but most
Radio
Yoruba
Biafra
people,
as extremists. They are just extremists.
well, I've seen it.
That's what
I've
they
seen it.
are there.
I've seen it. I see it a lot in comment sections on Instagram. You check Insta blog. You check. They say it a lot. But me, I don't care. But an average Yoruba man will be like, "What the fuck,"
I
because we
mind the
usually don't
language.
care about anything. So why some we know we are not Yorubas. Sorry, we know we are not cowards. We've had warriors. We've had Shango. We had, that is still going all over the Caribbeans and so we don't really care. But like seeing those
Same thing
kind
with
of things,
Igbo
like
people.
you know.
Even though when they are talking to them, they don't react to that. They don't count it as well. You understand me? They don't count it as well. If you went to my state, I said,
You can't hear
I
you.
left it when I was a kid. And when I came after my high school, when I go for holiday, I was
No,
when
sorry,
I came
your signal is too weak.
my local
So
government.
What's
sorry.
volume?
Oscar. So hold on. Sorry. Oscar, your signal is too weak. I. Let me go on from there because we are all waiting and raptured to hear what you have to say, but we're struggling somewhat to hear actually what you do have to
Okay.
say. So the maybe when you get to a better place you try again, but stay with us because I think you sound like somebody we want to hear more from. But stay with us as we go on to um all right. Maybe come out and come back in. Let me. I'm going to substitute somebody. Let me substitute you only to bring you back in a moment, just because the quality of the signal is not as we would want it to be. And I want to bring in Alexander Gomez because I'm only bringing in Alexander Gomez uh, only because he straddles both sides. He, a Yoruba man, married for decades to an Igbo woman, so he's vested in both spaces. So let me bring in Alexander Gomez, who I think wants to speak on this particular topic. But as we await Alexander, let me open up a conversational space with in CBD, and I'll invite him to speak on what Buhari has to say in terms of insecurity in Nigeria. And this is Buhari talking tough still in the last hour of his administration. Military operation to stop IPOB ESN attacks in the southeast will be sustained. So that's a headline attributed to Buhari. But what do you think he means by that? And what do you think he's signaling to? So all of that I want to hear from you in CBD. But first, let's hear from Alexander, who will quickly run away just as soon as he came in. So always
Yeah,
good to see you, Alexander.
thank you, thank you. I just wanted to talk about the only thing I want to talk about is this Mike's assertion that the average Igbo person who didn't necessarily grow up amongst
Have you,
Yorubas.
have you got the cold?
No, I think my sinus is kind of playing up, and
All right.
I'm partially sleepy. Or can't you guys hear me?
Oh, no. Go on. We
You
can hear
look
you.
high
Carry
to
on.
me.
Oh, okay. Well, it's bedtime for me actually. But
All
listen,
right.
so what Mike was saying, I couldn't agree with him more. The average Igbo person who grew up amongst Yorubas are detribalized. The CBDs, I'm presuming here, and all the people that grew up with Yorubas, went to school with Yorubas, are of a different mindset. You can't compare those people to my wife, who is the cream de la cream of the Igbo society or grew up in Igbo land. They're not as detribalized. They look at Yoruba people with reservation, with a kind of disdain, more bordering on jealousy than anything else. So Mike is absolutely right. It was when I came to the United States actually that I started realizing that, okay, I'm actually Yoruba. Like Soli says all the time.
Yeah.
I wasn't brought up. He says it all the time. This Soli says it all the time.
I never knew
I
I was
wasn't
Yoruba.
I wasn't brought up to know that I was Yoruba, Igbo, or anything. I
Yeah.
grew up knowing that I was Nigerian. We never had a problem. Even in my high school, Maryland Comprehensive High School, my best friends were Igbo. We'd go to their homes, we eat Igbo food. We didn't know anything. But when I came to Houston, I was made to realize that I am a Yoruba man, married to an Igbo woman, and they hate it, and they still hate it after 20-something years. They still hate it. So Mike is very right. Let's come on this platform to enlighten ourselves. Let's come to this platform to say things that we know about. And Mike, you might not agree with Mike's way of deliverance because he's
you mean the Agbero style of
no, he's somewhat but he's because he's somewhat bombastic in his delivery. But 9 times out of 10, he talks sense. He says the way it is.
Don't say that. We will never hear the last from him.
But I'm in my 60s. I have to. You guys are young. I have to tell you the truth. You might not agree with the way he comes across because sometimes arrogant, sometimes obnoxious. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is he's right in most of the things he talks about. That's that. So that's why I came in. It's the truth, and I can say that in front of anybody in the world. I love Igbo people. They're my in-laws, but it's the gospel truth. Yeah.
But do you think that is changing though? Can you say it's changed? Can you say coming together of the Yorubas?
It would never change. It would never change.
Really?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I just heard your voice now. No, Mike, man, so or but at the end of the day, substance though. So I might jack up for Mike is extremely intelligent. All he needs to do is just calm down his deliverance, and people would maybe understand where he's coming from. I respect the way these things he says because he says it the way it is. And I have children as old as Mike. So he's more like a son to me. And I'm telling you, he's telling the truth. Mike lives in Houston. I live in Houston. And his experiences are second because I've experienced it too. And I'm an older generation man. That's just it at the end of the day.
Do you know why that is the truth?
Mr. Alexander, sorry. I don't mean to be rude. Your last name is Gomez.
Yes.
Are you of the Portuguese descendant or just?
Well, I have a Gomez name, so you can decide. I have a Yoruba name. I have a Yoruba last name. There's a reason why we use Gomez. But if you want to really know my, if you really want to know my full name,
you don't have to reveal. I mean,
no offense. Like in Benin, we have the Garrick. They are the Portuguese descent. They're in Benin. They're a big family in Benin.
No, I don't know anything. I have family in Benin because my sister, who unfortunately one man knows about it, just passed away 2 weeks ago.
Oh, sorry.
She's married to a Benin man. So I have family.
You know the Benin man last name?
Edebo.
Edebo. Okay, that's a
he's from East Circular. You know East Circular Road in Benin, very close to Edo College.
Yeah, that's my area.
Yeah, so that's where he's from. I know Benin very well.
Yeah, East Circular. That is third. That is third. East Circular.
Yeah, East Circular. When you come there, come to Apapava. Maybe so.
Yeah. Edo College is just down East Circular, Apapava Junction. Yeah.
So I know what I'm talking about. So that's just that. And then one man. Let me also correct the notion. The Badagry people are not Lagosians.
Are they not?
No, they're not Lagosians. The Lagosians are the Awori people. And the Awori people, they went, actually, is there anything called Lagosians? Because everyone is a settler in Lagos. Lagos is not like your Oyo and your Ibadan. Lagos is a pretty peculiar place. Not until the people you call the Brazilian descendants came to Nigeria 300 years ago. When they got there, Lagosians were not wearing clothes. They didn't have clothes to wear. Everything that the Lagosians are doing now, all these people brought from overseas to teach them. So when I was growing up, the people that were referred to as Lagosians were the people with that name of Fernandez and Gomez, and those were the people that were called Lagosians. This Lagosian thing was the name they were referring to those people as. but everybody's taking the name Lagosians. If you really want to talk about the early settlers of Lagos, they are the Awori peoples. Awori people own Lagos, and Lagos started from Ido. Do you know where Ido is?
Yes.
Okay, it started from Ido. It started from Ido. It went into Butemeta before it came to the island where Idumota. But it went to Butemeta.
What's the
first.
heritage of the? Do you know? You may not know, and if you don't, but what's the heritage of the Oba of Lagos?
I was going to say that too, man, because
Benin.
yeah, half of Lagos was occupied by
Benin,
Oyo, and the other half
There's no family that is entitled to the Obaship of Lagos that is not a Benin descendant. No family. The first Oba of Lagos was a Benin man before Yoruba people kicked him out. And by tradition, every person who is an Oba of Lagos can trace his roots back maybe 10 generations. They've been in Lagos for about 400 years, 500 years. So, but they can still trace their roots back to Benin. Everybody must have that Benin blood in them to be an Oba of Lagos.
Look at that. So the Yorubas, the Lagosians
One man, relax. He just
conquered.
told you the history. He has been talking and be quiet. And he said the fact. Relax.
Am I disputing it? I'm only saying it's not I'm an Oyo man, so I have no dog in the fight.
Don't forget that Benin people are indigenous to Nigeria. They don't come from anywhere else. Benin people are Nigerians.
They're not Jews like the people from the south. They are not black.
No. And Black Leagues people, according to history, are the original inhabitants of Nigeria. But Benin people are not. Even Yoruba people came from somewhere. They were not originally Nigerians. They came. They migrated into Nigeria. Yeah. So
really?
People.
They migrated to Ife.
Mike, listen to history. Just wait. Let him talk. Then we can interject later.
Benin people. There's no
because it's favorite.
No matter the kind of research you do on the Benin Empire, it doesn't tell you where. It doesn't tell you they come from anywhere else. Where they come from is where Benin is. Benin's always been Benin and will always be Benin.
Are you talking about the Benin as a place or the people who settled in Benin?
Of course, not the geographical
I'm
nation.
I'm talking as Benin as it stands today.
The people and the culture, yeah.
Actually, I do agree with Alexander Gomez to some extent as far as people that migrate. Some people migrate to Yoruba land because
the Benin Kingdom, the Benin Obas, they have their roots according to history from Odua.
No, that's not.
Let's not get back to that.
Nobody knows that. That sounds like fiction. Nobody. For me, Rational Man, you're a very smart guy. You come on the platform sounding like a professor sometimes. Let's be reasonable. That Oduduwa is that guy in Japan on the platform right now. The Benin guy.
That's me.
Yes. Okay. Does the name Oduduwa, does this sound like a Yoruba name or a Benin name? If I want to be very honest with you, and knowing the way I know Benin, I will tell you that Oduduwa sounds more Benin than it sounds Yoruba.
Alexander Gomez, let me help you guys out, please. Let me help you guys out. Do you guys know the word Odu? You know what it means?
Odu.
Odu. No, I'm trying to break down the meaning of Odu.
My generation means fraud. Odu.
You see, from Lagosian, well, Odu means the place where secrets are kept. A place where secret is kept. Another word they use another
Mike,
term.
Mike,
can somebody just stop now?
Hold on, Mike. You ask a question and answer it. If you ask not a question, then let us answer. Then if you are not right, then you can interject. Do we know the meaning
okay.
of
No,
let me take my exit and I'll be watching at the background. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. I always say
thank you so much.
You see, I wanted to say a proper goodbye to Alexander so let's hear from Jake because we don't hear Charles doesn't have as big a voice as the rest of the bigger personalities and he struggles to punch through. So let's open that portal for. So Charles, yes, Charles. Then, so what is the meaning of Odu, as Mike was explaining? Charles. I thought you said Charles wanted to say something.
Charles
wanted to say something.
Oduduwa is a Saudi Arabia prince.
Oh God!
We were taught that in primary school.
Did they not tell you that Mongo Park discovered something?
They went to Chief Gochuku Okoli primary school.
No, I passed my Yoruba well.
You see, the problem with our history is that we don't have historians. I mean, African historians that write things and put things in print.
The people of the land have their history. They know their history.
Mouth to mouth kind of
rational mind.
With time. So that's
we do have our history. We that are in a tradition, so we know our own history. But you guys that are Nigerians, the Westerners, you have your own.
We have written in from where I'm from. Not everybody in Nigeria don't have a written form. We have a written form from the Creeks. One man knows it.
No, yeah, I learned it from you. So yeah, so you don't.
They've been documenting important events for centuries.
Sorry, it's I can say something real quick. Rational mind. I think it's rational mind. They have people that write history, that document history. The problem is the politicians, colonial master tried to destroy it. They are still doing it. The colonial master started it, and the politicians continue with it.
We have Africans that wrote history. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we have history. We have people.
Sorry, Mike. What form did they use to do that writing?
Everybody have a form of. Listen, I'll write our own our artifact. We have a lot of artifacts. We put our history. A Bedouin can read a meaning to artifact. What it means. Like the Egyptians, they put down in their wall. Like you simply say, they have their own writing. Everybody have a form of keeping history in their time, in their region.
We are form of us, yeah.
Come to tell us we don't have history. It's a lie. That's the story they be telling us. How can a British from England will come to Egypt and be reading how they say what the written on the wall that he's not an Egyptian? How do you know it? You say you're disappointing it. This is funny.
Was it not Aizon that was telling us the Yoruba history via what some Englishman wrote?
Exactly. And now, let me say this real quick. You know, in Yoruba land, right, among the people in the tradition, their knowledge that is actually forbidden that you write it, you put it in writing, because it's so secretive. You understand? And many of you is historical. Some are very knowledgeable of universe. Like if you yourself, you go through trying to learn it, there's a ritual you have to go through for them to expose that knowledge to you. And when it's given to you, it's forbidden that you put it in writing. Or even some of it is forbidden that you tell somebody because something happened to you, understand? So that's why I'm telling you guys that our history is there. So people that know it. You understand? It's just the one that I'm exposed.
Sorry, Mike. You see, the problem with Yoruba history, I'm saying Yoruba, I won't say the EXO, and really maybe it's some of the Nigerian space or even Africa as well. The problem with the history of that space is that it is transmitted orally. And because it is transmitted orally, it loses its veracity.
No, it doesn't.
Because, hold on. Because if I tell you a story now, Mike, by the time you tell it from who is at the topmost, let me remove this thing from the screen. So if by the time you tell it to Soli, and Soli tells it to Ete, and it cascades, by the time it gets to Tony, that story would have just had maybe 40% left of what I originally told you.
No, actually,
because it's orally being transmitted, and reinterpreted, and reinterpreted. Actually, so we cannot really say we have.
Actually, stories that actually get destroyed is one that's written, because all you have to do is someone just have to change what's written and in the text, and that's it. We are screwed. It actually is the other way around. The ones that's actually written is one that actually get bastardized. You understand? Now,
really?
when you, and also agree with you that the one that's spoken.
You are wrong in what you're saying.
I'm also
something that is factually written. Factually written, you know, because you are talking about somebody that's interpreting something to write it, but something that is actually written. So let's say, for instance, the distance between me and you and I is 10 feet. and I write it, and we've measured it, and it's factually 10 feet.
Well, math doesn't lie. Number doesn't lie. You're speaking of number.
But I'm
That's
talking
what.
about. No, I'm not talking about
Just give
numbers.
an
I'm talking
example,
about
Mike.
documenting.
You use it wrong. Don't use
Okay,
number
just
as an
go
example.
on
Use
and
the
do
actual.
just do whatever it is. Just
Yeah.
go on. Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to
What
make.
you are saying is wrong, though.
Mike,
But
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I agree.
Let me say
Listen,
this
I
one,
agree.
Mike.
Let me
Mike,
say,
listen,
rational my way. Now, okay, how many times have they changed the Bible? Have they writing
Oh
it?
my
And
goodness.
some people will tell you, oh, we have to go bring the Bible from 1800, 17 something. You find out that it's different from the. So that's why the people in tradition, right? The way they kept the ancient Sikh knowledge, right? Actually, when people get initiated into certain things, right?
You're talking about court. You're talking about this.
But that's what I'm saying. In the court, let me tell you. Let me land.
Listen. Set
Well,
aside
you're
the
not
element
letting
of
me land. I'm going to where you're going, but you're not allowing me to get there.
Go on.
I'm trying to actually say that I'm agreeing on the one mind side. But you're not like allowing me to get there. What I'm saying is, on the other hand, the verbal history that's been taught now can also be bastardized if it's just maybe in the general, among just general people, but among the people in the secret society, it cannot be bastardized because when it's time to teach it to the next kid, the next generation, there are usually about 10, 20 people in a room teaching you at the same time to make sure that information being passed to that person is accurate. You understand? So among the court, among the secret society, the knowledge can never be destroyed, can never be bastardized. But among the general society, yes, it can be destroyed. It can be messed up, whether it's being passed down orally or even in a written form. You understand? It can be bastardized either way. But that's why people create secret society to keep all this knowledge. Even in the Western world, they have secret society. They keep the knowledge of the ancient time that they don't even reveal to the general public. So information is there. We haven't lost.
All right. I don't know what information is there, but just for the purposes of moving on, let me just stop. So let's hear from a rational mind.
Well, I just want to say, I'm on the same page with one man. You see, when we say this history that is passed over through orally passed over, and grandfather to son, and father to son, and to his grandson, and like that, as with time, it gets distorted. So, if we're to look at written history, especially history that were written at that time or close to that time, and if you're to look at it after 100 or 200 years, people who did not read that history, but who heard it said, you see that there's a difference in what was written actually in the book that was close to that time to what was being orally passed down. So, you see, I don't know what Mike is trying to argue here with that, because it has been proven that when you write things down, it stays in print. That is one thing about Islam. Let me go to Islam. They boast of that the holy book called Quran is purer than the Bible. And the reason they tell you is that because they never allowed it to be translated. They let it just the same way it was written. When it was compiled, it was written back then. It remained that way. That if it had been translated into different versions or different languages, today I think there are many versions in other languages now, but originally the meaning gets lost. The meaning of
what do we have Sunni and Shiites? What do we have Sunni and Shiites?
No, it's just interpretation. Even if you have the original thing of a book, the original book of a book, people will always read meanings to it. What can be said I'm talking about translating it in other language. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, rational mind. Rational mind.
Rational mind. Do you know what it takes is for one king, one dictator to come in and tell people to change something in the book and change? Yeah, and it's happened so many times in history.
Rational mind. I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, you and one man are not understanding where Mike is coming from. When it comes to Africa society, most history is kept by the secret society.
Okay.
Most history.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't want to listen.
And it doesn't change. It doesn't change.
So those secret society that has it, are you saying it has not been distorted over time from the way they pass?
No, it has not. It has not been distorted. The only thing about this secret society is that they've not released it to the general public. Finish. That is just the only thing. Apart from that, they still have the correct information as it was 600 years, 700 years ago. Like the BBOs, they have a society that have writings and documentations from up to like 800 years but they will never bring it to the public.
What format were they?
Never...
Sorry, what format were they using to do this writing? What were they writing on and with?
They were writing it in the CBD.
Oh no! What were they using to write it, and on what?
They wrote it on the walls, and
On walls.
also,
Okay.
yeah, they wrote it on walls. That's
with what? With what? With what?
With is it white chalk or what? So I don't know
right.
the traditional name.
And
I don't know the traditional name for
but
it.
in what language? In what language?
In CBD. In CBD.
You see, I was hoping you would say they chiseled it into the wall, but if you're saying it only takes one rainy day, doesn't it?
No, that's they have, when you enter a shrine is different from a public space. These things we are talking about are not done in public space and public buildings. It's something guarded very well by these secret societies. They have their documents, they have the writings, they have the way their forefathers did it, and it's accurate, like accurate. Nothing changes in the secret society world. Nothing changes. Their world and our world are not the same.
It's a different world, man. that some knowledge, and it's even some children, they usually select them specially to put them into that society to start giving them those information from childhood accurately. And they have processes how they give that information. It's not one man that just sit in the room with the baby. They have to be about 20, 50 of them inside the same room to make sure that information is exactly what it is. It's not distorted. And one of the reasons why they have to create that secret society, because they know that the world is crazy, it's dangerous. Because if that secret knowledge is power. Somebody can want to destroy that society.
Mike.
Someone that wants to destroy that society can easily just change that history. That's why the secret societies exist. That's why they create that secret society. So that society, that secret is always there. So I don't want you. I'd like to argue about. I don't know. You are no someone.
I'm not arguing anymore with you.
You just like to contrary.
Hold on. I don't believe in secrecy as such. I don't believe in that. So,
well, that's you now. But we are not saying what we believe or no. We are just telling what's reality. That's what we are telling you.
If that's what is reality, but what we're talking about when Gomez came here and he was talking about Lagos being for Benin and Benin people not the original settlers of Benin. They're not from Oduduwa. Now, my question is this. I'm not expecting to answer that question if you don't want to answer, because if you feel it's a secrecy among your people or your cult or whatever. So the question is, Oduduwa, was he originally from the Saudi Arabia, or is he somebody that migrated from the north, somewhere from the North Sudan or whatever? So what's your
fell from heaven? There's another account that
Oduduwa is a deity. That's what I can tell you. Oduduwa is a deity. Shango is a deity. Orunmila is a deity. These were deities during that ancient time. These were deities.
So a deity that became a human and then I had children.
Well,
is that what it is? The spirit.
Rashomai, let me interject. Let me use your language. Let me interject. According to Yoruba, is deities, but Oduduwa is our son. His name, I will give you all his name. His name is Ikaladera, who went to Uhe before coming to Ife. First of all, he went to, that is Uhe. First of all, went to Ida. That was Ida. Ida people are the Gala people. We call them Ida. Our story is same with Ida. This people will tell you, yes, Oduduwa came there before he went to Ife. He went to Ida before sojourned to Ife. When we were looking for him, we first of all went to Ida, and they told us he's in Ife. Not that we just wake up and walk to Ife and say, okay, he's here. We looked for him, and we found him to Ida. From Ida, he went to Ife. When he got to Ife, he met people there. Yes, he didn't meet empty ground. He met people there. At one time, he became one of the strongest king, or whatever happened then. I cannot tell what happened, but he became one of the strongest king then, or something. He became a king there. He was called Oduduwa. Oduduwa means, in our language, Izoduwa. Izoduwa. I have taken a part of wealth.
And I will tell you what Oduduwa means in the Ife language.
We're just waiting. Hold on. So he became a king there. He has children. So when our kingdom was having problems, because our kingdom is very, very secret, Benin, not from the king line, cannot take the throne. When the Ogiame was trying to take the throne, the administrator, the son was trying to take the throne. I said, no, you always put your father here, because your father, we need your father for stability. He was a very good man. But now your father is gone, you, the son, cannot be. There's no way. So the chiefs started looking for the son. They knew, because there was a secrecy, they knew the son was still alive. But After I found out what was old, like around his 70 or 80 years, he cannot make this thing again. And also they just came immediately. They gave them a lot of tax for like 3 years. They could pass that tax, then he will send his son. When they pass that tax, now send his first son, Oromia. So Yoruba is called Oromia. In Benin, Omononya, a pride child. That's the meaning. He sent his first son. When the first son came to Benin, there was war going on between who wanted to be of the kingship. So he couldn't fit in. He bear us the son. The son he bear, he didn't even stay to see the son. They bear the son on his behalf. He left and went to find Oyo. His first son was called Eweka. It's not even Eweka, it's Oweka. Yoruba name. Oweka will not convert it to Eweka. Just like Yorubas convert Oduduwa. It's Oduwa to Oduduwa. So rational mind, you can take it from there.
Wait, let me jump in.
Before rational mind coming, let me just interject to help you out there a little bit. Sorry, sir. The guy from Japan. You know, long time I have not been here. I'm happy to be back.
Okay, rational mind. Do you want to go? Or do you want me to?
One more, please. I don't want to.
Let's hear from Tony.
Thank you, sir. So that guy from Japan. So according to this, to the real one is that first of all, Yorubas and the Benin are one brother and sister. We're the same siblings. The problem is that the question there is only that who is the senior. So, but meanwhile, let me go to the fact now. So, there was a big problem, in the palace. So that child was to be executed, to be killed, so sacrificed. But I don't know what happened on the way. Maybe probably the woman gave her body to those purported killers to decide to release the guy. So the guy just wandered to somewhere in Kogi State or whatever, or to somewhere in Uwoton, because they get some Yorubas.
Yeah, first of all, what's Uwoton?
Hold on. They get some Yoruba place around Usen. You know Usen, there's a lot of Yoruba communities there.
Yeah,
so and then, so the guy went there. For that, they said, okay, they took it to somewhere in Kogi State, and then from there, then after so many years, there was vacuum, in our place there. There was vacuum. So they now say, okay, the oracles have so detected that that child is still alive, but don't know exactly where this child is at. So that is how the oracles started to send the native doctors. They started to all this babalawo. They started to move. Then they got to the place, and therefore they detected him out in Ife. But meanwhile, Ogiame was already on the throne because there was a kind of something that was killing our people. One monster was always coming to kill people. Okay, hold on, sir. So then there was nobody that could take care. But the strongest person in that area was from the Ogiame family. I don't remember his name. So then till today, we got two palaces in Benin City. You know what I'm saying? So one Obak Palace, another palace, very close to one of the junction there. What's the name of that street, my friend? Is it what name of that street?
My palace in Sakomba Road, just opposite mine.
No. But there's a name that they call it. Remember that tree? There's a big tree there. There's a big tree there. That road that's going to Oliha, to Oliha. That. What's the name of that street, please?
Hold on. First, I remember. It's long I left Benin.
Okay, now if you get to Oliha garage, you turn left.
Let's just hear what your claim is to your.
So that guy was able to conquer that monster. He eventually killed that monster. So people were now living. Then people now say, okay.
Is this your claim?
No, because they got power. They got power back in the day. They got power. Like most of our people, early they were very strong. Like Asoro now, ordinary way of arm, you can kill people. That is the power of the Benin people. So then,
was it Van Helsing that slayed?
No, hold on. Eddie Kaiko, hold on. Hold on. There was power, my friend. It's just like the narrative of the Alafion, all those Ogun and all those. They were powerful men. We have powerful people now with ordinary. Hold on, my friend.
Let's just hear the fable.
Calabar man, just hold on. You are no more. You know the kind of job you do in Benin and Ibadan. You know the type of job you do. So don't let me talk too much now. So then that guy that was now made the king. It was kind of like a temporary king. So, but at the end of the day, when they discovered that guy, that son was still alive, then the sons, that to do one and say, oh, I'm too old now to go back to my place. So I sent my son or my grandson. That was how he sent that child, that Omonoya or Ramia. So then when he was coming back to Benin, this Ojame family had to resist him. They didn't let him in, so they have to wrestle. Not be small fight, too. But back in the day now, they only fight. So then eventually, so the guy won, and then but later he tried to go back after having this child. So Yoruba and Benin, we are the same mother, the same father. Okay, with Urobo, Ijo, all the people. That's why that's what make us to be Oduduwa's nation. Okay, later on you can let me come.
That's just like a fabled narrative, isn't it? I think this is Claim Yoruba Land Week. It must be. Because we hold on. We were entertained yesterday by Ahizon trying to claim Yoruba land for the Fulanis. But the chick of it now, the about Tokolokolos, they are now claiming Yoruba. What's going on?
No, we don't claim Yoruba. We don't claim Yoruba, sir. We don't claim Yoruba. No. Wait, no, hold on. We said that we are the same. We cannot be anything without Yoruba.
We are not the same.
No, hold on. No, only you one man. I don't know that one. But me myself.
Don't worry.
Look at the prominent people from Edo State. All this
Hold on. The progenitors of the Yoruba race, they are the Oyos. The Oyos.
Oyo is secondary after Benin Kingdom. Then we created the Oyo Kingdom.
The Benin Kingdom is a satellite, to use Ayezon's word, an outpost of the Oyos. What is Benin?
That's what the British
you bear Yoruba names now.
We don't bear Yoruba names.
We bear.
What is the name of your bar? No, hold on. What is it? No, hold on now. What's the name of your bar?
Let me tell you.
Shola. His name is Shola now.
No, Shola.
It's not Shola.
There's no.
Obaseki Shola.
It's not
Shola. Ambrosali. Folonsho. So
hold on, Tony now. The new Olu of Wadi. What is the name of the Olu of Wadi? Is it not a Yoruba name?
I think it's because his mom is from Abeokuta.
Is Shola now?
Tony, if Nigeria was to divide right now into north, east,
no.
Wait, hold on. Let him talk.
Where do you think Benin will go?
Okay, let me answer you. If Nigeria divides, listen. If Nigeria divides, sorry, you, Ekiti, Ogun, Lagos, you will not have anywhere. You will not exist anymore.
No, there'll be Yoruba land.
No, it won't be Yoruba land. You're not Yoruba land.
Ekiti is not Yoruba.
We have. Listen. Mama, listen. We have.
Hold
on. Let me tell you. If you know Benin or Edo is the only state region created constitutionally in Nigeria that is recognized as in Nigeria. Do you know that?
Forget all of that.
You can't forget. You cannot be.
No, that wasn't the question.
No. I'm telling you, this question I'm answering. You will not.
No, they are not answering the question though.
No, listen. I'm not trying to rush my words. Let me answer now. Calm down, one man. Listen, if Nigeria should divide, you cannot have a referendum where you have referendum before. 1963, we had the referendum.
No, they are not answering the question.
Hold on, man.
Hold on, address the question. Then
let me land my point.
Okay, listen to the question and then address it. The question if Nigeria is split along ethnic lines, which is what Solly is asking
Nigeria cannot.
It cannot, it would not, but if it does, if it splits along ethnic lines, where would your people be?
If Nigeria divides, your people will not be existing. We will be existing because we are.
So Duduwa, we are going to Duduwa, my brother. Hey, what did they tell me? Now Duduwa will be. We are Yoruba. We are the same thing.
Let me ask.
The problems are started.
We've been here before.
Tony, I want to ask one quick question.
You are subordinate to the Yoruba. You are subordinate to the Yoruba.
Never be subordinate to the Yoruba.
Tony is just playing with you. Just Tony. Let me ask Tony one quick question. There's one part of Benin history I don't want knowledge I don't have. I just want to see if maybe I can get it from you. Now, in you guys' historical knowledge, does it go back to the beginning of creation?
Are you asking me?
Of course, yes.
Okay, what is the story of the beginning of creation, like the creation of time?
Listen, everybody have their own story. For Benin,
okay.
Okay. Who wants to take the story? Tony, you want to take the story? Okay.
Let me use the opportunity.
That relates to. Okay, go ahead. Now that relates to the deities. That relates to the deities as well.
Hold on. You know, like first of all, let me say hello to Mike and Rational Man because you guys will be missing me like I miss you guys because I heard you always mention my name a little bit, Thank you very much, two of you. A little bit also to Solly, because I remember one day he was having problem there because he was trying to do like Tony or something like that, you know. So then, but my brother, you know, we don't want to have a South Sudan situation. So
Come on, go to my question now. Just answer my
hold
question.
on.
You don't need to...
No, let me just tell one thing. It's better that one man should put this matter to rest now, because we and Yoruba were the same thing. If you look at our lifestyle, all of us went to school in Ibadan, so we are Yorubas, but we are a minority tribe like the Ikale, like the Jebus, like the Egbas in Yoruba land. Only because of the creation of the state, that's why everybody is not speaking Yoruba. My auntie is Ayo. I have cousins who are Tunde and everything. So Wama, you are right. You know what I'm saying. So Folonsho Ali, I'm going Folonsho Ali. You see this Shola Obaseki. Most of us we answer Yoruba names, and then also the same culture. You know what I'm saying? So if there's a division in Nigeria, we are going to gravitate automatically. So we blend together with the Yorubas. I don't hate Igbo, so they're my brothers and sisters, but we blend more to the Yorubas, and Yoruba also blend to us. So I never have problem. Go to school in Ibadan, go to school in Ijebu.
I think we should also ask you that. Do you mean? By the way, I need someone to clarify that for me.
Right on. Tell me.
Is Benin like covering the entire Edo space or something like that? Because yesterday who was telling us what about how many tribes ethnic whatever came together and
Okay. I hear you. I get you. Let me answer you. You know that if you go on a wiki, he said that he's from Benin. You know, then look, yesterday Arizona was also fighting for the Benin. So we are all the same brothers and sisters, but so with the just also we're interconnected, we're interwoven, but not to do with Igbo. You said what?
But you didn't answer my question.
I'm saying follow Yoruba. If you say Wiki is with the Benin, will he follow Yoruba? If they form a nation?
No, he will stay. He's going to be in the south, and the even south will gravitate. They will gravitate also because it just are there. It just, yeah.
Then I also have one question for the Beninese. I also have one question for the Beninese. If according to what we've heard from the
my friend, you don't bow to your elders. You don't need that. Your women don't need that.
Tony, please now.
Hold on. Okay. Ask me. Okay.
According to what we've heard from all the representatives of the Benin,
this one passed my own.
It sounds like.
Speak faster.
Okay, it sounds like Benin controls the West African space in the way you people are sounding.
No, not me. It doesn't say. It doesn't say so. It was so. It was so.
No. So okay, we are never going to ask him a question. But he will just shout over. Okay,
I better go down. The thing is, if the Benin controls
put a question
to
Edo, Tony. Yeah.
Okay, if the Benin space control probably the coastal region of the West African space, how come the Benin language is speaking in just one small space? How come it is not spread like the Yoruba and some other languages we have in Nigeria? How come it's just only one small, like Nigeria, the Benin language is spoken in just one state?
I'm not sure that
Ijaw has spread more than you people.
Yeah, go on, Edo, but Tony, but I'm not sure that even up to 500,000 people speak that language. But yes, Edo, Tony, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you so much for asking me that question. If you don't use a language to determine people population. Now, like we were talking about, Michael said something about the old, that you have people who keep something secret. In this Benin, like my brother, I start telling them, I mean, the other Tony, I believe is my senior. So yeah, when he was talking, I don't talk. That's the respect of Benin. Whatever you say, I take it. So I just want to add a little. He said it was so. We were controlling West Africa. It was so. Not like they said so. It was so. Now, the Benin language, let me tell you some little secret now, what people don't know about Benin. When people talk, we just laugh. The Benin language then was an asset. It was very vital for us to control. Hold on now. Yeah, it was a secret language for the Benin to communicate among themselves. It was forbidden to teach other people. There's a way in Benin, there's a word called Edonekwe. We have a breakdown down Benin again for other people. Like some people in Ondo, they speak Edonokwe. Some people in Seluku, they speak Edonokwe. There are some states that speak a little breakdown of Benin language. Yeah,
Agbo.
Yeah. Esan speak Esan, but me, I understand 90% of what Esan is speaking, but you would even know. It's like that, Aunchi like that. So don't take it like how come
Urobo,
Isoko. So don't take it like that.
Ijon.
You relax. Let me teach this guy what he doesn't
So
know.
is Benin
Benin language was
ethnic
hold
group
on. In the CBD, hold on. CBD, hold on. Let me finish
or
my
a
mistake.
geographical space?
An
empire.
It's an empire. Relax. So as it was an empire.
So is it also an ethnic
group?
group?
Hold on now. CBD, hold on.
CBD is a land grabber.
Wait, listen, CBD. So because it was an
people
empire,
have
it was
never
very
answered any
big.
simple.
Hold on now, CBD. Let me finish. I'll get to you, CBD. Because it was an empire and control a vast space, and the capital is Edo. Edo was the capital of Benin. Which people don't even know. Benin was vast. Edo was the capital of Benin. The people in Benin, they kept Benin as a secret to control their own communication, pass information. They didn't allow other people to know their ways of living. You understand?
So
That's the
in
reason.
other words, are you saying that the Ijos are speaking Edonokwe and the
Ikwere
are speaking Edonokwe?
Listen, don't pick and choose what you want to hear. I
No,
said there are some
that's
other.
not.
Hold on, now listen. I said there are some other tribe that were allowed to speak Edonokwe. That was the breaking down of the tribe, and I measured the tribes. I didn't measure Ijo. When I was measuring, did I measure Ijo? I called the people. I didn't measure Ijo. I didn't measure Ijo. I didn't measure
What he's saying is that, see, with time, languages evolve. You understand? So
So
the
you
way
don't
people were
just-
speaking back in that time is different from today. The dynamic of
So don't just
the environment during that time is
and you,
different from
let me
today.
tell you
See,
from
the
Calabar.
time that
You are from
people are talking,
listen.
you are doing, see, wait,
Listen. You are from Calabar.
see,
You
the
are from
time
Calabar.
that
Hold
you're
on.
talking,
Hold
calm
on,
down now, wait.
Hold on. Let's hear from Ete.
on.
Hold on. Let Ete interject, and then you come back.
The time that you people are talking, you're sounding like it's 2,000 years ago. It's not long. It's not like it's even up to 500 years that we're talking about here. How did you
relax.
don't understand the Benin
Hold on, let
Empire.
him
Check
land
your
now.
Relaxing now. It's not about
The
relaxing. It's
Benin
about
Empire
just being.
was historically came to power around the Middle Ages. That prominence, in the sense that
Can you put
prominence
date to
of
that Middle Ages, please?
controlling Middle Ages is it not 1300s and 1400s?
1300s are many years from now.
That, let's just say, is 800 to 700 years
And
from
that
now.
is the Oba. Listen, that was the Oba reign, not the Obiso reign, not the Paidu reign. So just learn what you have not learned right now.
Make one man continue. Make one man continue. Make it forget this.
Before Ete go, I want to give
Edo
Ete this thing. I want to give Ete this.
what
Ete, I want to give you this thing. Oh, CBD, wait on. Hold on. CBD, hold on. CBD, hold on, please. Hold on. I'll let you talk. Let me just say this. I'll let you talk. Ete, in Calabar there, we have. Hold on. I'll let you talk. Ete, in Calabar there, we have Benin descendant in the ethnic tribe. We have Benin descendant.
Even in
Benin blood.
Senegal, you had Benin descendants.
Not Senegal.
You people are just claiming descendants.
Tony, hold on, sir. So, Oba Ovorane was deported to Calabar, and then they went with big conflict. Hold on, please. Hold on.
One at a time. Yeah.
You remember this guy, Christian Obo? You call him Obo. He was the director of Niger Delta Development Authority from Cross River State. And then this Senator Egba. All those are names, Benin names. You see, so when Oba Volame was deported by the British to Calabar, so he went with a lot of our family members also. You know what I'm saying? That is why,
Does that mean that?
But what it means that they were the same.
All those people automatically now are from Benin. Like the other time, this other guy came on this platform that was at Benin. I forgot his name. Some time ago. The explanation he gave was what made me to feel like there's a lot of misinformation there. That everybody, he said that they all came from Benin. So I'm asking, if you're telling me that Benin was an empire, that was trying to go to other kingdoms and try to maybe, the way you can dominate, like what the British did in Africa, and maybe now impose their culture and traditions in those. It makes more sense. But when people are telling you that everybody came
Okay,
from
it's
Benin
CBD,
and
it's
No,
came
it's
CBD,
from
CBD,
it's
it's
all
CBD,
CBD.
it's
Tony, Edo, let
CBD.
me
Let me
help you with
answer
this
you.
one. Sorry, Edo,
Okay.
give me a second, In CBD, here's the deal. There's a documented fact that Benin was an empire that
yeah, that's what
extend beyond what it is
nobody is
today.
arguing
But
that.
you wait, let me land. But you Igbos always trying to claim everybody came from you. Like
Why are
everybody,
you going
the
tribal?
Edos,
Why
they're
you
all
say that?
Igbos.
No,
Yeah,
no,
Yoruba is
Why
Igbo,
can't this
Calabar
one
is
think
Igbo, Ikere is Igbo. But
for us
there's
is
no
now?
documented
Where
history.
this your
No.
Igbo thing, my
There's no
brother?
fact.
You need
There's
to
no
evolve
history
now.
that
Leave the
You
suggests.
need to
Igbos.
evolve.
Sorry, hold on. Mike, leave the Igbos just for today. Leave
Why are
them
But they
alone.
you?
started this whole thing about claiming land and everybody come from them.
Okay,
Don't you have any other purpose in life
CBD,
if
let
you
me
are not
answer you.
mentioning
CBD,
Igbo?
CBD, CBD,
Is
let me
that
answer
your
you now.
only
Let me,
go-to?
CBD,
I'm
CBD, leave
asking
that
you
part.
that is the
CBD.
narrative that people are from Benin. It was an
Yeah,
empire
okay.
that went to spaces of other people and tried to
Okay,
make
let me
impose
answer
their
you.
culture by
Let me answer you,
dominating those
CBD.
places.
CBD, let me answer you. Thank you. Let me tell you, that word Benin is a concept. Just like United States, when people come together and bow to one ideology. The Benin, that word Benin was a concept. Different people came together and agreed that this is what we will follow. The Urobo, the Jaw, the Isoko, everybody came together. That's why it spread. It was vast. The capital was Edo.
Together, or
Do you understand?
they were
But
dominated,
listen,
or they were
not,
conquered.
they don't, see, let me tell you something. They
They
are
were not
places,
conquered.
they're not conquered. People agree. That's why Benin was so unique. People agree.
Intermarrying, living
Listen
together.
now, the people agree that today we will be on this, like United States, we will follow this rule. Like in Japan, there were so many kings before. One time they came together and said, we need only one king. They killed the rest king and leave Tokyo king.
My brother,
And
can
today
you
they
tell
are
me
built
who
on
and
that
who
king.
came
Listen.
together? No,
Are the old,
wow.
let me tell you, are the old. Many regions came together and formed Benin Kingdom, Empire. They became the
Can you
empire. That's why
mention,
then
please, just a few?
I just mentioned to you. I just mentioned to you. I say the
Can you give
Urobos,
me like
the
maybe
Shekiri, the Asabas, the Onitsha, the Enugu. Don't you know they are Benin? Those are Benin,
the
Benin
Asaba?
stocks.
Very
Yes.
good.
Listen, let me tell you.
Voila.
Listen.
Even Asaba came together.
Listen, let me tell you. The Obi of Agbo is a prince, is a crown prince in Benin. You don't know? You don't know?
Obuluku, Ogwashiku,
Igboho is a crown prince in
Ogwashiku.
Benin.
Onitsha, Atibe has told you his father,
All
his
right.
ancestor is from
I remember
Okay.
the
Okay,
Obi
no
of Onitsha
problem.
say they are
I
currently
think you
from
people
Benin.
should
Too.
let
I
me
remember that
also
one.
get my
Your
point
Obi of
across.
Onitsha is telling you
Wow.
All right.
directly he's from
All
Benin.
right,
What you're
gentlemen,
saying is
hold on, Charles. You don't know. But let's hear from in CBD, and then we'll move from this Igodo, something or the other. It's all
the
oral
Benin
history.
structure was so unique. Benin was the first people to introduce the system of alien card we are doing now, that is citizenship.
This is
Benin.
what you get when you don't have written
Listen, we have
Yes,
written.
it's essentially oral
Listen, we
history. No,
have
you
written. It's
don't.
on
You
our
don't. You
artifact.
don't.
Listen,
We
it's
are
on our
already hearing
artifact.
monsters
Listen,
are
it's on
slaying
our
monsters.
artifact. Listen. It's not my fault or my
So that brings
listen.
wait
Sorry,
now.
CBD and Ethel.
Now that
CBD,
brings
Ethel.
to
Hold
my
on. Let me tell you something. Let me
Do
tell
you
you
know?
something.
Do you know
Ethel, it's
before
not
the
my
British
fault or in
came?
my place to tell your history, and it's not my fault that if you cannot tell your own history. Benin have a very rich culture. In only England alone, we have more than 4,000 artifacts.
No, but your
Germany is returning
history.
2,300 artifacts with
No, yeah,
history.
I
So
read that.
don't tell me that slave
No,
monsters. If you
hold
don't
on.
know
Can
your,
you hold
we're
on?
a
Hold
monarchic
on.
tribe. We are more than 3,000 years on
Edo
earth.
Tony.
No Benin man is on slavery all over the world. Edgar Zeme just told you, you cannot find a Benin man descent blood on slavery when you find Europe. You can't. Benin was a strong empire. In 1 hour, then there's someone 100,000 soldiers. In a day, someone 1 million. It's written on the books.
Well, you always
Do you
doing
know
the same
how
thing.
many?
But
wait
woman,
now,
let
wait
me
now.
Listen.
Tony, like
So
we gotta
Ede,
move on. But
wait, let me
Hold
talk.
on,
I say
listen, let's
woman said
forget.
let me speak right now. Why can't you people let me speak
Yeah,
now?
okay,
I saw
CBD
one
talk.
woman is the
Yeah,
one.
let's hear from CBD. Yeah, go on in CBD.
Woman is the one running this thing now, and if you say let someone
Well,
speak,
is
let
the one
someone.
trying to not succeed in most instances with all of these voices just bullying me. But in CBD, carry on.
Yeah. So okay, even before I say what I want to say, the last statement you just made is a contradiction. You just said that the Benin, you can't find anyone in slavery and what. So are you trying to tell me that slaves, they did not take them from? I thought from what you're saying now, Ijo, even you've gone up to Ibibio and go all those places. You're saying all those people came together to become Benin, Benin, and you're saying that they were not in slavery. Don't you know that most slaves were even taking more from the southern, the place they call South now, Ijo, Ibibio, Igbos and all that. They went, many of them were taken as slaves. So my point is this: if you come to, or if you're saying, because right now what you're saying is not existing, but if we are going to historical times, if you're saying that everybody came together and decide to be under one empire, if that is what happened, because I actually don't believe that, but if that is what happened, then I can understand. So the simple question I'm asking you guys is that, is Benin, are you regarding it as an empire, or are you regarding it as an ethnic group? Because from what Tony is saying is that, oh, we are Ududua, we come from is good. I agree. I know that there is a part of Benin that share language, even culture and everything, tradition with the Yorubas. I think that's true. But my point is this: you cannot say that all those other people, if it happened that way, that came together and become part of Benin, all of a sudden they are now Yorubas. Do you understand? Or you say they are now Benin people, they are in that ethnic group. Because that arrangement is not even there anymore.
CBD, you're asking a question, you're answering it. I don't know now how we're not going to
It's
answer.
not a question.
Just as a plain question.
I'm just making a statement. I was not
Okay,
asking
I thought you want to ask question.
No, I'm not asking
Okay,
question.
CBD. You know that Yorubas, they marry so many wives, the Benis, the Urobos, the Ijos, they marry so many wives. But you know that Igbo, they are only marry just one wife. So, and then your women
Everybody
don't,
marries plenty wives.
hold on. Your women don't kneel down. Our place, the woman will kneel down before they will give the husband water.
Is that
They
the
will kneel down and say,
problem?
my husband here. Do you do that? So how do you reconcile that?
We are not
If
arguing that now.
Hold
Okay,
on, hold on.
the
These
beef?
are
Is
modern
that the beef
Igbo.
you have with us, that we are not kneeling down?
Hold on.
We are
Easy.
not arguing.
The
That's
older
okay. We are
Igbos.
not complaining
so
from
It's not,
culturally
it's
we
not
are
a
different.
beef. It's a
Culturally.
cultural difference.
Okay,
No, the
okay.
older Igbos, the
I
Igbos
think
were the
No
hold on
problem.
now.
In fact, my point is that we are not part of that. So I don't get
We
your
cannot
point.
leave
So
Hausa and they go and live with Igbo.
obvious there's the cultural.
Now Yoruba, now he pass us,
Eh?
now he match us. Now Yoruba, now he match us. Yoruba match us.
You're not even
We
getting
blend
the
together.
argument. You're just talking my brother, calm down and talk in an organized manner and understand perspectives and understand what we are saying.
See, the thing is that according to what Tony is saying now, for you to know who is Benin related, they must kneel down and give water to drink. That then you know that person is linked
Oh my
to
God.
Benin, and the person
No,
will form a
including
country.
you. We are the same people. No one is dominating the other. We are the same, equal rights for all. We share the same culture. That is the biggest thing that Abacha did by identifying this culture.
The title rapper.
Yes,
Right?
yeah, but
Okay, let me throw you like just little something. See, Benin was an empire. You know the meaning of empire, just like you said, British Empire. When you were talking just now, answering it, I don't know where to come
I
in.
did not ask question. I was just making a
No,
statement.
relax now. Now, let me tell you something. Tribal mark started in Benin. Tribal mark started for one reason. During the slave trade, when the Portuguese were raiding the shores of the coast of West Africa, Benin and their descendants started the tribal mark. Whenever the Portuguese sees those tribal mark and sees among the Benin and their descendants, they don't go close to identify who and who. Now, listen, you were saying, oh, you mean there was a BBO and others were taken during the slave trade. This is the problem. That's why Mike always come on you hard. When you say the Western region, I'm sorry, the Eastern region, hold on. The reason you just not like Igbo
Edo
word,
Tony,
that
do you
hold
know
on
that
now,
you
hold
don't
on now. Sorry,
you
hold on.
don't answer
Sorry,
any
hold
question
on.
directly?
Hold on. Listen.
Which makes
Sorry,
time pass a
hold
lot.
on now. Sorry, let me finish. Hold on. The word Eastern is not Igbo language, not that Edo language or Yoruba language. It was a white man language. He just came and divided, said these people here are Eastern region, meaning everybody there now is not Eastern region. You just take everybody to that place, it's not Eastern region. Even if there's people in that area, it's not Eastern region. And you saying that the people were taking a slave trade there, does that mean that Benin were not taking a slave? When I mean Benin were not taking a slave, I mean the Benin indigenous
Okay,
of Benin, we are those, we are not taking
Benin,
a slave. You cannot find you cannot find we
where do you
those
regard
in
as
slave
Benin
trade.
right now, my brother?
Not where I regard as Benin. As I told you,
My
Benin was a
brother,
concept. You
my
could be in
brother,
Sokoto and you are
right
in Benin.
now,
It was a concept.
wait
Why you
now,
pick to
calm down
choose?
now.
Why you pick to choose what you like to
You can be
hear?
in Sokoto and you're Benin all day. I'm saying,
right,
like, right now, where do you regard
So CBD, where do you regard as Biafra right
Like,
now? Where's Biafra right now? Tell us.
all right,
just like Sully and one
gentlemen.
man. So Sully, do you know the meaning of Ado Ekiti? Do you know this show? What came about Ado Ekiti?
What
What
was
led
that
to Ado
Benito?
Ekiti?
Is it Benito that created Ado Ekiti? Look at
Do you know?
Nasarawa is even
And what
being
about
said.
the
Nasarawa.
one man,
You don't know. Then
It's not
one
that
of your
simple. Edo
Maryland
Tony,
grabbers
Edo Tony,
today.
you don't answer questions directly.
you know how we started this platform. We started
anyway,
this
let's
platform.
move on to the next. Let's move on to the.
Let me determine when we move on. But thank you.
Sorry, thank you for your platform.
Just hold on now, please. We started this platform with the Easterners are land grabbing, and we are now into this session now with the South now, or with the Delta. The Creeks are now land grabbing. You know, everybody wants to grab land in
Even we
Nigeria.
did not go to Sokoto, one man.
But this is the reason.
But
This is the reason.
woman
This is the
hit
reason that the Middle Belt will never call themselves South, because we the South can never get our story right because we want to find security. No, your story is more than mine. It's not true.
Let me ask one
Come on there,
question.
Sully, relax. It's okay. I respect you. It's okay.
Let me ask
I
one
respect
question,
you.
one
I'm
man.
not
Let me
telling you your
ask one
story, but I'm
question.
telling you. I'll tell you about Dokiti. Stanley and Femi, I'll tell you about Dokiti. And let me something that will shock you.
Let me just
I think you know that
clarify
professor.
this.
That professor.
All right.
You know that professor.
The one thing.
Sorry.
Okay, go on.
You know that professor that is late, that Yoruba lady of of psychology, one of the best renowned Yoruba lady professor in Lagos.
Is it Sophia Oluwole?
Yeah. Do you think she's a Yoruba woman?
No, she's from Edo now, of course.
She's a full Benin woman. Her husband is Yoruba.
Even me myself, that I go around calling myself from Oyala.
You're not from Yoruba. No. You're not an Edo man.
So am I allowed to be Oyo? If I am allowed to be Oyo, then
let me tell you how she's a Benin man.
No,
As a
please
Benin woman.
don't.
Let me tell you.
No, please don't. You take us down another.
Hold on. The elder brother is in Benin. Is a Beninese. His family is in Benin. His father is a king. Why are you just laughing? His father is a king sent to Adoki to represent the Benin interest.
I'm laughing because we want
go to
YouTube.
And type it.
Edo Tony.
Don't ask him a question now because it will just give you another.
Edo Tony,
talking. When you tell what you
Edo Tony, you should go back to your name as World Peace. Edo Tony, change your name back to World Peace. Edo Tony is causing confusion.
Check the lady interview out on YouTube. She said it on air.
Okay,
Benin.
we'll do it.
She said she's Benin. She's from Benin.
We'll do it.
And CBD, try and find your tribe and ask them your elders your tribe and let them tell you.
Look, no fight.
Not be fight because politics and colonialism don't destroy a lot of things. We try to fix them back. People they take on likes and fight.
Edo Tony, take it easy. So the Oba of Badagry is a Benin man. Una know that. The Oba of Lagos is a Benin man. All the Obas. You know, we have
you bypass there. Told you straight to your face.
You know the only one that I can. You know the only one that I can give to you is the Oluwo of Iwo. He can be a big.
No.
Because I'm Igbo, so you can have that one. You can have Oluwo of Iwo. Yes, thank you. So the last word on this space, I want to hear it from Rational Mind, and then after Rational Mind speaks, we move on because I don't think we're going to get anything more out of it.
Yeah.
But let's hear Rational Mind speak, and then
it's nice we're hearing different opinions. So they're talking about me. That's why I kept quiet, just to listen to everybody's view. I mean, what everybody said is not far-fetched. I mean, it's not far from. I mean, should I say far from the truth? What Edo Tony said, and what there's some certain things he said which I really grabbed. I've read from history. But you see, when we have a history that is convoluted like what we're having here, I mean, Igbos have their own narration, the Yorubas have their narration, the Isekiri have their own. So we don't have written. That's why we need to cultivate that habit of writing things down, write history for the coming generations, so that they can have something to refer to make reference to. So that way, we won't be having this kind of debates that, oh, my nation was this, my ethnicity was once ruling your nation, or having dominion over you guys. So that way we know what's the truth. Well, I won't say what everybody said is entirely false, because I would say some of the things that even Tony Germany said, the other Tony, what piece. I've read something like that issue of the tribal mark. Yeah, at some point it was a culture that was done so that the Portuguese or those people who were coming to the hinterlands to raid for slave, they won't do that. So that they know when they mark somebody, this person is from a royal family, you don't dare touch him or her. So it was done at some point, or as the case may be. So we have different narrative as to that. Well, for me, in conclusion, just to say, it's good for us to start writing our history down. It's best for us rather than having this orally transmitted
Rational
history
mind.
that get distorted with time.
Rational mind.
Can I ask a question, please? Can I ask a question?
Rational mind. Sorry. Let me first go, please. I wanted to ask. You see, okay. Let me just put my point clear. What I'm just trying to find out from Do Tony and the other Tony is this Benin concept, Benin thing we are talking about. Are you guys seeing it as like some defunct empire that maybe now you're trying to now look at it still in that same eyes, that all these places that empire had reached, that they reached out to, you're seeing all those places? Or is Benin, are you looking at it from the tribe or from the ethnic side, that okay, there's a Benin ethnic group? Because in that way, I think that's where we can now maybe find out where we are having disagreement in the whole thing. So if you're looking at it from that, the rich, then we can say, okay, it's true. Some people will not doubt that, yeah, obviously there's this Owa. I think they are called the Owa Kingdom in Delta. They were part of the Benin Empire. I know that. Even if they had some Igbo.
Shall I tell you something?
But when you're saying that all these people are from the same, when you're saying that all these people are from the tribe of Benin, that is where a lot of people now get confused. You understand?
CBD, in my opinion, before the British came, Nigeria, the Igbo people, I think River State is Igbo. That's my opinion. Before the British came, the British came destroyed the Igbo land.
And there it is.
You thought we were Igbo.
So now you're Biafra now. You're no longer Igbo.
Can I ask my question, please?
Yeah, go on. All right. Let's hear from Ete. But anyway, let's hear from Ete. Ete, let's hear from you.
Yeah, the thing is, the truth about everything is, before Nigeria came to be, there were just villages and tribes, apart from few exceptions with Oyo and Benin and some other few places. So this tribal thing just came about under the contraception of Nigeria. Then my question is this: will the Benin people follow South if we break today? That is the Niger Delta Republic, or they will go with the Oduduwa Republic, not the Biafra space, because even the BB right now will not even follow the Biafra space. That one is fact. So the thing is, would the Benin follow the Niger Delta? That's my question. Would the Benin follow the Niger Delta Republic or follow Oduduwa Republic?
The answer is this, and that's what I was trying to tell you. Go back to 1963. Who created the South? The South you are saying we follow. How can we follow what we own?
No. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Tony. Look, let us maintain peace here. You see, the question that they are asking, or what Rational was saying, that we don't have that power to dominate anymore. So we have intermarriage, and then we have been living together. We share the same culture. So let us see each other as one big family. So we have a linkage to the Yoruba people, and then we have linkages to the South people. Then for the Igbo people up to Onitsha, you can see the go to the king house. You see all the signs, all the Benin
Hey, God.
culture. You know what I'm saying?
Please
So we are
don't
the same
near
people.
Igbo land, please.
No, we're not near
You
Igbo land
say
now because
you
Anambra
not near
State.
your land. Go your land.
No. You know that you migrated from Igbo land into Asaba, Agbo, and you cross the river. You know today now you also have a problem. They said that you are too much in Lagos, you are too much in Kanu. The same thing you came into that place that time. So when you came into a place, after doing your market, you can go back to your place again, to your home again. But now you don't born children, that don't settle down there 100 years. You are part of us. You know what I'm saying?
Let me say something to all of you. You know what is going on in Lagos now? A lot of that Lekki area now. Most of the
Yes.
lands there are being bought by the Igbos.
Yes.
So people are, I mean, some Lagosians, those Ekpe area there.
Yeah.
A lot of them they're boiling now. Like, why should they send the lands to the Igbo? You see,
Yes.
I don't see that as to be an issue, but you see, the thing is just sometimes this issue of this suspicion of domination of
Yes.
one tribe is always that what causes
Yes,
us.
coming to a place, and then say that it's part of your place. It's
Some
part of your
people don't
place.
know where they came
I
from.
think
And
the
again,
topic is changing now. You
it
guys are
not change
changing
anyway.
topic.
Anyway, quick
We are
to
talking
correct
of
anybody.
Benin.
If
I'm
to correct
asking,
you,
where is
we the
Benin?
Benin is
Where
a
is
soft to
Benin
tell
right
us
now?
we follow the
One man, I
west
thought
or
we
east.
changed topic from
We
And
are
I'm
not
also
Benin. Are
asking,
we?
is the
South,
entire is the
We
entire
overflow
Edo
this.
State Benin? That's
we
what I want
spent
to
almost
find
two
out.
hours on
My
this
All right.
topic.
question
Yes,
has not been
So that's a
answered.
it's
question.
Edo State is Benin. Before Edo State, let
All
me
right.
quickly
No,
drop
no,
here.
no.
Okay.
Don't drop
Then
it.
let it just be Edo.
No, sir. So thank you, Nsibidi. So let's put that conversation in abeyance because it can run for hours and hours. It has
Yes.
already run for hours and hours. And let us pivot completely to a story that Solly actually dropped me on Instagram, and this is what I encourage. If you have anything that you'd like us to discuss as a topic on the platform, then just drop it to me on Instagram. That's not to say it will be addressed, but there's a good chance it might be if it rhymes with the topic of the day. So that's my Instagram space right there. And this was the story that Solly dropped to me on Instagram. So let me bring this story up and just show it on the screen, and then invite Solly himself to speak on it. Is the Solly is the Wale Soyinka story that you sent in. So as I look for it, you address that. So that picture of Wale Soyinka then that we saw with him with Sunday Igboho in Benin Republic. Are we essentially saying then that by virtue of that story, just the picture image, this is why I wanted to share it really for the picture. So by virtue of this picture then, is this essentially Wale Soyinka declaring for Oduduwa Nation? And is this a real coup, a real capture for the agitation, Solly?
I don't see it as, a declaration. I just see it as, he's opening dialogue with them. Do you understand? He's accepting their platform, he's accepting what they are about, and he's giving an open ear to that, which I think is a Yoruba way.
What signal do you think this image on your screen will be sending when it's being viewed in Aso Rock? How would that?
No, I don't think they'll really like it. I don't think
But
they'll really
how
like
would
it
they
at all.
read it? How would they read it? What would they think Wale Soyinka is signaling?
Well, if it was how they were behaving before, they would have already gone to go and carry him now.
No. That's not no. But what message is this image projecting?
One man is just a picture.
Look
There's
at
no
this guy.
statement that follows it. Do you understand?
All
It's
right.
just a
Okay.
picture. This can mean anything. The Yoruba Nation people may have been the one that pushed him to take that picture. He may have been the one that. So the pictures can tell many tales. So you can't just go off that, But the picture has been taken. It has shown that he came there, which is a clear sign that if there were to be a declaration of Yoruba Nation, it will happen so fast and swiftly, because it's something that can easily be accepted by most Yoruba, if not all Yoruba people, without any need for
Sorry, let me ask you a question.
without No, wait, let me finish. Without any need for propaganda, without any need for just pure logic and understanding, and everybody will accept it swiftly.
All
So
right.
it's a
Let me just give you let me
but
give
my
you the
issue
little
is that
caption.
is
Go
with
on.
someone of the older generation. This newer generation that have clout too, need to start making their own political, declarations. But anyway,
No, I wanted to stay with this picture because for me, this is a declaration of Oduduwa Nation about Wole Soyinka. But let me give you the caption that goes with it. Moment Soyinka stormed Benin Republic for Sunday Igboho. So he only went to Benin Republic, of course, for the purposes of this picture. And Sunday Igboho, we know his politics, there's no equivocation. Even more so, Professor Banji Akitoye, we know his politics, there's no equivocation. There's no misinterpreting what these two gentlemen stand for. And Wole Soyinka has now traveled from Abeokuta just for the sole purpose of this photo op. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka was in Benin Republic on Sunday to visit Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho. The Nobel laureate entered Cotonou. So this is a space that I want you to pay attention to. He didn't fly in. The Nobel laureate entered Cotonou through the Seme border to the admiration of well-wishers. So he was drummed and chanted into that space. A photo released during the visit showed Soyinka with Igboho and another Yoruba Nation agitator, Professor Banji Akitoye, and one of Igboho's sympathizers. Igboho was arrested in Cotonou on July the 20th, 2021, whilst trying to flee to Germany as the Nigerian government had declared him wanted. So the rest goes on to recount the Igboho experience that we are already familiar with. But I don't think there's I'm not sure there can be too much gainsaying on what this is signaling to space, this photo. But then, of course, you have a different interpretation, Solly.
I just feel it's a picture. He just went there to hear what they have to say, to show some kind of support. I don't see it as some kind of declaration. Any declaration under this regime, to them, is the act of war. And Shoyinka is not that dumb. He's smart too. He's not just going to come out and But if there is beginning to be widespread, I trust him to open his mouth to support. Like we're all saying, if they give it back to the north, these are the kind of people that will create the most awareness for it.
Sorry, I think what man is saying, these
Like
pictures.
ticking time bombs.
All right.
I think what man is saying, this picture scared the north. This picture right here scared the north Nigeria, scared
It
them more.
doesn't mean anything, though. It's
Yeah,
just
it
a
does
picture.
mean something.
It's not just a picture. Let's hear from Rational Mind. Rational Mind, what are you reading into this? Because I think this is a bit more in depth than just a picture. Is this just a picture for you as well?
Excuse me. I've been following what is going on in that space, the Yoruba Nation space. Like me, on your platform here, I've always advocated for Yoruba Nation because I think it's not a panacea, but I think better than what we're having right now. So I just want to throw that out there so that when I start talking, you don't see me like, oh, what is this? Where does this guy stand? It's one Nigerian today, it's tomorrow. No, I've always been in Yoruba Nation. So anyway, I'm happy with this picture I'm saying. But the meaning I'm ready to read is this. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday we saw the Oba of Benin? But before I want to talk about that, I would like Tony and this guy to talk to them because I know the custom of the Oba of Benin.
Let's not open Benin up again.
I know. I'm not going to open it. I just want to say, okay, maybe at some point they can answer it at some point.
Yeah.
So the Oba
No, we answer it very coolly.
No, please, Tony. No, please, Tony.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not raising my voice at you, but we want to calm it down now. I just want your take on Wole Soyinka.
Yeah. One about Benin went to see BUHARI yesterday. Was yesterday or the first day? Anyway, he said he wants Nduka Obaigbena and this guy Soyinka to be I think maybe director of the new museum. And I listened to the Oba of Benin. He was kind of like appealing to what's his name, to BUHARI to let Nduka Obaigbena to be part of the directors. But Soyinka, I don't know if I just watched that clip. So now seeing what Soyinka is doing today, because if Soyinka is to sit in on that board of directors of the ultra-modern, whatever they call it, museum for those repatriated artifacts from Europe. Now, because I know, what's his name? Buhari has to endorse it, has to sign off on it, that he wants Soyinka to sit in on that board. But with what Soyinka is doing now today, is it a kind of like defiance that he doesn't want to be part of it? Because of course I know the Oba of Benin must have had a discussion with him before he had to list his name out as part of the directors of the museum for that artifact. So, but then what I'm reading to this is this: that I mean, Soyinka is a learned person, is a well-read person. He believes that people should have the right to determine what they want, and he's well. I think he's well aware of the case going on in courts. This case against the 1999 Constitution, which is very likely, if that case is allowed to go, I'm sure the court would grant the Ilanomodua, or the people who agitated for Yoruba Nation, it will grant them that that request, that they should halt that elections. And if that election is altered, you see, like Yoruba people will say, where a child sits down, if an elder person sits down there, you can see far than a young person. Even if a young person stands on the mountain, even the elder person that is on the valley, you can see farther than him. You see, with that 1999 Constitution, the way it's going, I see it, the court ruling in favor of the, and if they do that, that would invariably also invalidate everything that has been done on that 1999. So that is why this man, this professor from Ekiti State, what's his name, was telling them that you need to set up an interim government right now, so that
Afe Babalola.
Afe Babalola, thank you very much, because that man, he has seen the calamity that might come, and I think Soyinka must have also seen that too. That's just my read, what I'm reading to all of this. I've seen that because a lot of some of these Yoruba intellectuals now seem that jumping into the bandwagon of this Yoruba Nation, seeing it as the only viable alternative from this bondage, or this union bondage of Nigeria, one Nigeria together. Because it doesn't seem that our people from the north, especially those people from the core north, are willing to accept any of those proposals we give to them. Let's go on regional. Let's redo this constitution. Okay, everybody go on separate ways. They will never allow it. So what are you going to allow? Status quo, to keep the status quo that has impoverished us, that continues making everybody keep making noise, that they're being marginalized, that we have to go on a rotation of a government, and then one person gets there, he has to rule over one person and makes his own tribe the dominant tribe. We can't continue like this. This constitution will lead us nowhere. It always leads us, we always get the same result. And Igboho man can get it tomorrow, because he has the federal everything to himself, he might put all these people there. So let's redo this thing.
They marginalize Yoruba people, Abi.
Well, don't get me. I'm not saying it's an Igbo person. I say anybody can do it. It can be a Yoruba person. It could be a Yoruba person that gets there to marginalize the other tribes. So we need to do more of a federal character kind of a thing. So maybe they've seen that this thing is not getting us anywhere. So for me, that's what my read is all about. That is joining that bandwagon, and maybe in defiance. Because when I had Oba Benin was begging Buhari to allow him to car, and maybe possibly he said about Soyinka to let them be on the board of that artifact that were brought back. So maybe Soyinka.
But what is Soyinka's alignment with Benin artifact? Is it just for reasons of his intellectual?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Any other place?
Rest of my no.
Let's give accolade
to Soyinka. Soyinka has been fought for years fighting for that artifact.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. You go on, please.
I said let's give accolade to who deserves it. Soyinka has been fighting for the return of artifact. The Benin, not only Benin, even Ife African artifact has been fighting years for the Europeans to return them back. Now they are returning it. It's good. It has a stake on it. And again, that of the artifact issue, there has been miscommunication in Benin. Some institution wanted to take over it, or corporation wanted to take over it. So the monarch came out swiftly and stopped it. Because how we respect our Oba, so when he made a statement, it became a problem for certain people, even in the government hierarchy. So in going to see Buhari, the advice it will be returned next month, June. So he went to political talk, but Buhari affirmed again, yes, the artifact is coming to the palace and the palace only. So That of Undika, probably they have stake on it, maybe in front fighting for them to return it, and it's good for them to be part of it. You understand? So that's
my point is
rational mind. This sorry, should I remove this image now? Should I?
Go on, please, go on.
I think it serves this purpose. Oh yes. So just on that space, when you're saying the Oba of Benin was to set up a committee of some sort to supervise the artifacts that are being returned. Why would that need Buhari's assent? Because that's a localized thing. They can do it locally. Hold on, that's to a rational mind. Yeah.
Yeah, you see the Nigerian. I was listening to one interview that was interviewed today on Rice. I forgot the man's name. The way he analyzed Buhari, says, like we always said on your platform here, Nigerians were into this personality cults kind of. In Nigeria, that's how we do. I mean, this personality worship.
No, sorry, rational mind. So, where I was taking you to was that the artifacts are going to be returned to Nigeria because the Nigerian state is the one champion arrowheading the push. So once it's been returned to Nigeria, the Nigerian state have then stated that they will then return it to its rightful space, which is the Benin Empire. So now once it is returned to the Benin Empire, the expectation, at least what public would expect, was that they would build then some monuments where they would display these things for public knowledge and consumption, etc. But then once it gets to the Benin Empire, to the Oba of Benin, so it is then between the Oba of Benin and their state governor to then constitute, because it's originally theirs, they are their artifacts. So they then constitute they then determine how they're going to display it publicly. So that's nothing to do with Buhari. So if they want Soyinka to be part of that conversation and part of that demonstration, that can happen locally within that state. So it doesn't need any Buhari input, is really what I was inviting you to speak on.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I think maybe some kind of funding. They need funding from the federal government to be able to build the museum, and I don't know because even the director of Nigerian Artifact and Museum, something about whatever, as I think it should be another Fulani man, was there as well. The Minister of Culture and whatever was also there in that meeting they had with Buhari. So I think there was this kind of, when you see the Nigerian context, this kind of thing does not need to go to the president. Just use the Minister of Culture, whatever is in charge, the Minister of Culture, let him be there and talk. But like I said, you see, they always want to, I don't know, maybe they need some kind of money from the government to be able to build the museum.
I'm not sure that they would just to build a museum. I think that's
I don't know how to explain it. Or maybe
I just told you guys, there's a big tussle in Benin that's going on. It's just in corporations and government elite that interested. They want to hijack this artifact. The Oba have to move in quickly to stop that. And don't forget, people that wanted to hijack it, they won't just stop because the Oba just move into that space to stop it. They'll still continue trying to hijack it.
Who are those people?
Yeah, I don't want to mention. It's not what we say on air.
But Tony, must it go to the north? Must it go to the northerners to help them?
No, wait, no. So
why can't it just invite Soyinka?
See what happened. So what happened? When those artifacts was taken, Nigeria was not existing. Then was the Benin Empire. Now, understand the Geneva, how do you say Geneva, whatever convention. Yeah. They will not return an artifact to a group of people. They will return the artifact to a state, which is Nigeria. Nigeria is a republic right now, and due to our constitution, Buhari is the head of everything. And I said there's a government entity that's interested in that artifact. But don't forget, it's billions of dollars. It's not just artifact returning. Only two they returned the other day. Two, it worth £2.5 million, and they returned with £4 million. Right now, they are building a museum in Benin by the British people, and they are doing excavation, compensation. It's not money.
Tony, you don't hear that it don't go dash Obasanjo one. It don't go dash Obasanjo one. All these artifacts when they return, they will still have. They will still all.
Hold on. That's be our problem.
I don't want all right, but I don't want it to get rowdy again. But anybody can interject. But let's.
Yeah. It's just politics. Like Rashomai saying, and there are big people involved because they are looking at the the monetary aspect of it, political aspect of it, why the Oba Benin is trying to save the traditional part of it, injecting the Soyinka and these people in, those are politics. So don't just leave it like that. Not like you are begging Buhari for to keep it or all that.
All right. Yeah.
Let me ask you, how are we even sure that they are returning the original self, man? I mean, this whole celebration that
Good
we have.
question, Mike. Good question, Mike. But at least they're returning. Let's just accept that. At least the fight is building something.
The thing is, why do the Edo State government not use this opportunity to make Edo State a tourist
No, but
attraction?
that's what they are trying to do now. This is they are trying to gather it, then build a museum to display it, and then they want Soyinka as part of the curation team.
Well, you don't need federal government for that. How much?
No,
is
that's
to
what
be
I'm saying.
Mike,
Is
I
a
think,
rational mind
to
that is
your
telling
point-
us that they're
For me, what I just see about the whole thing is this: I see like they don't really need the federal government, but at the same time they need them because there was some. Let me say this: there was some. Was it some artifact that was brought in from Mexico, in Central America here? They had to go through the Nigerian embassy to send it down. So of course,
no. That's not what it was saying. They don't need the federal government to display it, not to get it back.
No. Yeah.
Sorry, Tony. They need the government to get it back, of course. That's not. Yes.
But what I think is
there is no government in Edo State presently. There's no government. That's why Tisala. That's there's no governor, nobody, because this guy just get all the money and they go and invest it in a private estate business. Notice happening. Benin City is looking very bad. It's the worst city in the whole world. Even I don't know where they want to return those cities to. So all those Edo-based educational programs they are talking about on the TV, they are just lying. Edo State is not moving forward at all. It's moving backward.
Backward. All right. Hopefully it gets better for Edo State. But round off your thought on sorry. Have your interjection in CBD. Round off your thoughts on the picture. A rational mind, and then we go back to Solly. Yeah.
Okay. So what I might just think about it is, I don't know. Is this kind of defiance? I don't know. I'm trying to read between the line as to what it is for Soyinka going out to now. I mean, you just mentioned the name to the president that they want him as part of the directors of that museum for those artifacts, and then now again he's taking position with Sunday Igboho in Benin Republic. So one would try to understand what is going on here. So is it that these guys they know more than what we know? Like Afai Babalola has been saying, asking them, and the Afeni Ferry has been saying, look, we can't move forward if this thing is not redone. If we don't have it redone, all those things. Could that be that he's clearly saying that yes, this thing will collapse? Well, let's see. Time will tell. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from in CBD who wanted to interject briefly, and then we go back to Solly. So in CBD, you wanted to.
I was going to say whether to the case of whether it might be original or what, but I think they have like one of the people that accompanied the Benin
carbon dating.
I think the Oba of Benin said the man has family that have been responsible for crafting those artifacts and all that. So I think they should be able to know if it's someone like that that knows doing. Should be able to.
Yeah, I think through science and culture they should be able to know if it's So I'm not sure, but
they should be able to know.
All right, thank you. So back to you.
They should tell us. They should tell us why. I'm not claiming anything before somebody say me now, but they should tell us why one of those artifacts is called Okuko, because.
Oh yeah, I had that controversy. Is it the one that looks like a chicken?
Maybe Tony can tell us why the one. Wait. Before you come with fight, me, I did not come with fight.
No. In CBD, you are opening old wounds because I think
I'm not fighting anybody.
Okoko.
So
is chicken.
have a different
Yes.
meaning. That's what I want to know.
It doesn't
It
have
has
a
a
different.
different
Okoko
meaning.
is a chicken. Finish. Different kind of different meaning. Which different meaning are you looking for?
It's Okoko.
No, I
Okoko is
mean
Okoko.
the meaning of
Okuko.
Okuko.
No, Okoko. KH is pronounced K. Okoko. You know
So
that
it
like
means
ego, not the
we are
ego,
related.
it's ego. So
All right, I'm so sorry, but yeah, but
Sorry about
just
that.
no, just we don't want to reopen old wounds, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah, yeah.
we bring through that particular artifact. I think it's called it's called okoko in the Benin language. It's called
Yeah,
okuko in Yoruba language.
yeah.
But what is it called in
Akuko.
your language? Akuko,
Do
yes.
they all mean
So,
cock? Do they all mean
They,
that?
they, they all mean they all
yes,
mean
Because
it
cock.
means
They all
chicken.
mean
They all
cock.
mean
Okuko
cock
is
fry.
actually
Yes.
meaning.
What does
Oh,
it
they all
mean in
mean
your
cock. Oh,
language?
that means we are all have some link then.
Yeah, that's it. That's one of those
We all
things.
have some.
It
That's
means
one
the
of
same
the.
thing in
It
Yoruba
means the
as it
same
does in
thing. It's
Edo
Okoko.
and
It's
probably
Okoko.
in Igbo language too. So
So
that
it's the
place
same thing. They
you want
don't
to
make any
land
other thing.
grab again now.
Yeah, that's
So
what
it,
we
it,
say.
it,
You
it,
see
it,
the
it,
work of
That's
Biafra.
why.
so,
Wait,
Make it come for you. Make it come for you.
no, wait. This is a learning moment. This is a moment for us to learn. Everything don't have to be tribal warfare. And I want to
okay.
You
conclude
see,
with
make
something
sure you
very
don't
good.
have
Very
telling
sorry.
Radio Biafra.
I can see that. Wait, Mike. I can see that solely you need to tell Mike what you did to come out from that tribal warfare mindset. Help Mike. Mike needs to
What
evolve.
did I do? I just grew up in Lagos. I never even knew I was Yoruba. I never knew.
All right. Let's get back to you, Solly, as we start
Only I
moving
put to you. So
heavily
I want to
in.
bust a bubble. So I want to bust a bubble. You're not Yoruba. Forget. Yoruba man is one man, Mike and Nikoko. You are not.
No,
Go
it's
ask
not
anywhere.
Yoruba. No, it's
It's not
not
Yoruba.
Yoruba.
We don't
No,
know.
we
We
know
keep
that.
quiet. Time
It's
will reach you when you ask
Ajebota.
anywhere.
It's from Ajebota tribe.
But
Yeah.
It's
I
Dutch.
have been
Tribe.
to
It's
more
Dutch.
Yoruba states than most of the Yoruba people.
All right, back to you on the Soyinka picture, and then from there go on to the Osinbajo up Nepa, and then we move. Yeah. So back to you, Solly.
Well, Yoruba nation agitators, they're always getting excited very quickly, but it's not bad. Soyinka is someone notable, so I don't mind it. More to come. Let's see. I feel like it's this presidency that is going to be the decider. And to Oshibanjo,
Hmm.
he had the chance. Yes, he had the opportunities 2 times to do it. He didn't work on it. I saw him driving an electric car once. But you know who I
I saw
think
that too. The most ridiculous. That was almost like making fun of Nigerians. He's driving. Sorry,
you know
go on.
he does a lot of things that is like he's making fun of Nigerians because he's doing old tricks that, bro, no matter what you say, we know you're not going to do it. You know, but it's not working for him. I don't know why, but he's just trying to use TINUBU method of bribery now. Maybe he knows that his mouthpiece cannot do the work, but TINUBU has mouthpiece, and that's what brings me to this topic also. The person that I believe that will actually bring electricity to Nigeria is TINUBU, because he want to monetize everything, something perfect for him to monetize. Number two, we can see an example of what they are doing with the trains in Lagos. They are not trying, and it's electric. You said that they are doing some kind of I can't remember, but you said it in the last session, so that the electricity can keep coming, so that you have like unlimited and steady electricity.
Yeah, they are building In fact, I did a video on it. You should go and watch it. They are building a dedicated power plant to power the electrical metro line system in Lagos. The blue line is going to be ready by March or sooner, and the red line will be ready by about the same period as well. So by the time you go to Lagos, you'll be on a metro train to wherever. But
So
they are
so
building a dedicated power plant so that they are off grid.
so so
One
so
man.
so
One man. What
wait,
about the Dangote refinery? I thought it's supposed to generate electricity also.
Yeah, no, but this particular infrastructure, it cannot. And also, what they were saying when I was doing the research to do that video, what I discovered was that even globally, all the train stations and all the train tracks, especially, they have dedicated power sources, either as an arrangement with power suppliers or something that they built by themselves, just so that they can, as sure can be, make sure that they are not disrupted in their service. And I think that's the template that Lagos State is using for their metro system.
So, one man, if I may ask, what line are they going to depend on the national grid to run that those lines?
No, I just said they are building a dedicated power plant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the federal government will allow them to do that?
No, they can. You know the Nigerian power something. It actually allows you to build a power source up to a certain wattage.
Okay.
It does, and always has been the case. Yeah, no, it always has been the case.
So if you do that, then the federal government will take it over.
How do you mean?
I mean, like what TINUBU did when he did Enron. Is it Enron? Yeah, and then they took it away from him. That then he cannot do that because the state does not have the power. It's on the exclusive list. It's not part of the concurrent.
What is on the exclusive list?
I mean, the power is controlled by the federal government. I mean,
yes, no, you can. I can go and dig it up because
I'm not saying what it's
yeah. You can do up to a certain wattage, and then also for the purposes of this infrastructure, I'm sure they would have gotten whatever they need to gotten right to build the power plant. Yeah.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is, you see, they are forcing this technology to work. If these 3 lines are working in Lagos, Lagos can increase in population and congestion will reduce. Thinking they are
doing. What do you mean increase the population and congestion?
What is this guy talking about? But boy, you go to Amsterdam,
when you have more trains, when people are transporting, it's going to reduce the congestion of traffic.
Okay, you mean the use of the road?
Yes.
Okay.
So even with the harsh rules under TINUBU's rule, you can see the kind of projects that are going on. If TINUBU becomes, whether you like him or not, if TINUBU becomes president, these are the kind of things that you should imagine coming.
Where do you even stand? Is it not you that was saying that TINUBU is not your man?
I'm just no. That's why I said
they paid him now.
That's why I said you may like him or not, but if you want solutions, you want somebody to do work, it's the person that will do it over any Osinbajo.
We're not saying TINUBU cannot. Listen.
Over any Osinbajo.
So it's evolving like Charles. You know, they
TINUBU that we have now
over any Osinbajo. If I wanted to compare the two and say who will bring electricity, I'll say it's TINUBU.
What?
No, because he has been there before.
With what?
He tried it. He did it. We know. See, one thing. My problem with TINUBU is not that because I hate the guy, but it's just right now. Number one thing. In fact, one of the foremost problem I have with him right now is his mental state. Right now is not there. It's not. He's not that person that he used to know back in 1990. So that's what I'm trying to say. Because that guy, you see the way he talks, he has to read.
It's not even about TINUBU as a person. It's TINUBU as an ideological and a philosophical thrust. Because that was how BUHARI ran the administration as well. They just knew the broad stroke of who he was, and they administered the country according to those broad strokes. So TINUBU will just be another broad strokes.
Exactly.
I mean, sorry,
one man, please. One man, can I teach you don't just please?
Yeah, go on.
Tony, please, I need your contact. I need your help, my brother. Is Tony there?
Which of the Tony? The one?
Yeah, the Johnny one.
What did happen? I hope they not work for government too.
No. Why they talk like this, my brother? It's been long. You don't attack me now.
No, I know attack. Today I tell you say I miss you now. You don't forget. I say because you mention my name.
Tony the wrong Germany.
Can I have your contact in the private chat, please?
You can go to my Facebook page now and write me there.
Are you using the same name?
Yes, now.
Yeah.
Okay, just drop the link in the private chat and then you can contact you there. Yeah.
No, this Tony Africa DPT. You get me. If you go to Google, you can see my communication. All those how I criticize the government ever since 12 years ago. I've been Tony Africa DPT.
Oh, all right. So there it is. So contact him via Facebook using the same name. So back to you, Solly.
Yeah, so that's just what I wanted to say. I don't believe any Oshibanjo.
Or I
The
can
guy,
give you my email address right now. 419 for payback.
419 for payback.
419. No, don't be laughing matter. Oh, 419 4. Oh my God. 419 4 payback at Gmail. Okay.
Okay,
You
so
got
there you have it. 4194 payback
So
at
Tony, they use
Gmail.
one that they collect, make when people pay back for slavery.
no, my addition now 419 is for payback now.
Is it number 4 or FOR?
No, it's 4. Number 4.
Okay. Oh God.
Mike, quick one. We will drag one man to the deities to summon him there because in this platform, he's doing journalism favorism to Solid. It's an insult to us. You'll be asking Solid all questions all the time. When we have people like Mike, because CBD is typed with 2 rappers, we will not ask intelligent
But
No,
Mike has raised
I'm
two
only
questions.
asking because he's been here all day. He's been here all day now.
One man has his favorite now. I can name them.
Okay, name them.
I know your favorites, man. Solly, Ajali Coco number 1. Solly, UK.
But
National Mind.
now.
Baba Kure. Soon those people show up. Soon Baba Kure show up. Baba Kure can come last. One man will just say to Baba Kure.
Do you know that? Do you know that from day one when this platform started, more or less, Baba Kure has been with the platform pretty much all the way through.
What about Ajali Coco?
No, Ajali Coco came laterly, but Baba Kure, it was Baba Kure and some guy that used to call himself Truth something or the other. It was just some guy that used to shout, had to, let him go.
With beer also.
Yeah, so Baba Kure has always been a loyal person to the platform.
Jafar, yeah.
Including Mike.
Huh?
Mike is one of the favorites.
Mike.
So basically, we can say
the only time I get to talk is when I interject.
So you're saying everybody is a favorite. What about you? Are you not a favorite on CBD?
No, Mike.
I think in CBD was one's favorite. One man used to go to CBD a lot. But later in CBD became
we will know who be the favorite when you sit tomorrow now when I will appear. All the whole would they shut up. It would shoot up like that, and I will say I would shoot up.
All right. So you're not convinced because I seem to think that Osinbajo thinks that the whole idea is English speaking. He thinks it's English speaking.
That's why he's using money now.
He thinks he thinks we are doing debating society. Just some.
He didn't learn anything from TINUBU about power and leadership. He was just doing boy work. Same thing. Sanwo-Olu doesn't know anything about power and leadership now. They are just doing work. They are just playing a role. So
Oshibanjo. I agree with that. I don't think Sanwo-Olu knows anything about leadership. Certainly, Oshibanjo doesn't know anything about leadership.
Yeah.
But Ambode knows about leadership. Fashola knows about leadership. So those are the people that actually
you guys know that
learn.
Ambode is coming back?
To Lagos or?
Yeah, it's
he only hinted
under which party?
I think APC.
But the APC committee had already signaled Sanwo-Olu.
Well, that's what they said. They see, according to if you listen to Ruben Abati, one of this is I think he works in another radio station.
Yes, I see him there.
He planted one guy who is part of the Ambode team. They call it AMCO or AMGO or whatever they call it. You see, the GSC is like like when we say in the party, there's some interest group. They come under one flag. That the GSC, according to him, that's his explanation. I'm going by his explanation. That the GSC is not a thing of the APC. It's just some interest group within the APC that make up that group, and they registered it with corporate affairs, and to just give it some legal backing, so that they can always look like as if they are having that influence in the party. So that is GAC. That they also have their own interest group for Ambode, that they want to bring in Ambode and bring in some people too, who will also contest the different political position within APC. So, which means Ambode, according to that guy, Ambode is coming back. that he's going to contest. So he's going to maybe fight that slot out with. And so people are asking him, "How do you sure you're going to defeat Tinubu's machinery?" He said, "Well, don't worry, you just stay tuned and see what's going to happen." Well, let's just see. That is what is trending.
Is he of the thought that Sanwo-Olu is Tinubu's candidate? So Sanwo-Olu will be Tinubu's candidate, and then Ambode will be an outsider wanting to wrestle it from him within the APC party.
Well, in the WhatsApp group of the APC that I belong to, there is this banter going on, whatever discussion they keep saying. Some people are working for Ambode to come back, but I don't know. Some people are saying that they're trying to sell him to Tinubu to see why he should allow him to come back, because the only shot that Tinubu has in retaining Lagos is Ambode. Ambode has a clean track record, and that this guy is a damaged good already. Sanwo-Olu is a damaged good. With this NSAS, there's every possibility that Lagosians might want to vote for somebody who is different from Sanwo-Olu because of the NSAS and all that things that took place under this Sanwo-Olu. So his best bet in retaining Lagos will be let him just change Sanwo-Olu and bring in Ambode. So some people are trying to sell him to what's it called to Tinubu, but the GAC, they call them, is it the Governor Advisory Council? They have this strong body that are made up of Tinubu henchmen who really don't want Ambode. So but the whole thing is like, okay, the foundation now is that are they selling it already? Is Tinubu on board with Ambode? Because that is his only best shot. If I were to tell you, Sanwo-Olu is a damaged good. The only way Sanwo-Olu can come back would be the rig that election.
Aggressively.
They will rig
it aggressively.
But with Ambode, they don't need to do anything. People will vote him.
Wait. You're telling me that whoever runs against Sanwo-Olu, which election is there a rig? Sanwo-Olu's election.
No, they're saying if Sanwo-Olu is on the ticket for APC, then they will have to do even more rigging than they usually do
for Lagos governorship. Against who? Against who?
No, against the PDP. What they are saying essentially is that the NSAS space will be revisited, and
it doesn't matter.
I
don't think PDP can ever take Lagos from APC.
It matters,
That
it really matters. Let me tell you something. All these people, they are going to remember what happened, and when they're about to tick that ballot box, do you really think they will tick Sanwo-Olu?
First of all, I don't even think most Lagosians believe that NSAS was Sanwo-Olu's. Sanwo-Olu was one of the massacre.
At the end of the day, it was under him.
I don't think so, because first of all,
but that's the narrative that people are going with. So it doesn't matter.
It's people that are not. It's the enemies that are doing that. Because first of all,
nobody believes that Sanwo-Olu ordered. They are blaming.
They won't care. Nobody wanted to stand with this guy, even on social media.
See, Solly, let's say the truth. Apart from NSAS, did Sanwo-Olu perform badly?
Not really, but they are still going to hold it against him.
If they do hold it against him, who they vote? Who's the person that they will vote for? They will just.
If there's another powerful candidate on the side,
there's no power. There's nobody that can convince that they are not powerful.
Anybody will squash him.
It doesn't matter.
Somebody will squash him.
You know, when it comes to protest voting, the opposition doesn't. We saw that with the American election.
Yes.
When they were just out to get any day of the week, Trump will beat Biden. But what was it that he handled badly, and that got rid of him? So the COVID, the COVID narrative.
Yeah.
So they wanted to punish him for the COVID.
No. Woman, do you know that Trump even had more votes this time than he had before in the first election?
No, we know that.
Then Biden now had broke history, record on voting. That election was a complete rig, man. They robbed. We all woman at night we all watching the
election.
Listen, wait. At night we were all watching the election, and Trump was winning, and we all thought, okay, it's over. Even Trump already came out, he already doing. Next we woke up. We woke up the next morning. We woke up in the morning. Result has changed. They say Biden has won. I was like, okay, what the heck? And we're seeing number they've never seen in history. Even Biden broke Obama's record.
Yes, because everybody turned out. It was hold hold on. It was a very divisive election in America then. So you know, usually elections people don't bother, but everybody was charged up, especially under that pandemic space. So everybody's attention was focused. So almost everybody that had an opportunity to vote voted. The migrants that wanted to have their opportunities not seized from them, the people that were recoiling from what seems to be an extremist sort of a governance, capped it all up with the COVID narrative. So everybody was heightened up. So it
Oh
was
man,
always going to
if
be
there was
record
an
number votes.
election, people.
It was always going to be record
Oh man,
numbers.
if there was an election that I would say even people didn't even
The
care about
Hispanics
voting,
turned
they were more
against
focused on their COVID and their personal problem. Was this election?
All
They,
right.
they kind of scam. Oh man, you know what they say? They say people
Hold
mail
on.
their
What are
voting.
you talking about? You know what happened in the election?
Yeah, I just
No,
being
no,
a fan.
yeah,
That's
but
being a fan. That's
all
that
right.
election was rigged
Let
and it
Mike
was so
just make the
obvious.
point, and then we move on. I don't want to label the
Okay,
American space, but you know, so that's Mike's view, not my view, and I don't think rational Mike's view, but Mike's view. But Solly, round off your space on that Sanwo-Olu narrative, and then we go on to Mike to take on the next talking point. So back to you, Solly.
So yeah, I think if Ambode is in PDP, he will win, whether you like it or not. Because I always imagine it when you come down to that ballot, when you're about to pick. I don't think people will pick this Sanwo-Olu. It seems weak, number one, and that ends us. Number two, you are not really feeling it because you are not even there. The people that were there when it happened, just being in Lagos at that point, you won't feel safe with your life at that point. And somebody in the comment section was saying, "Will TINUBU do this thing?" What I know TINUBU plans to do is a world-class hospital, a modern hospital in Eco Atlantic. You know, he already has the plans for that. He had
And,
this
and
project.
that's why Nigeria vote for him, Abi.
No, no, no. I'm answering somebody's question. You know, out of all the things she asked, that's the one I know that you do. Anyway, I have to go and sleep.
Oh,
This is
oh,
4
oh.
a.m. for me.
All right, thank you, Solly. So thank you, Solly. We've kept him up from his beauty sleep. So that's Solly off the bed. So from Solly, let's go to then Mike, who has been prodding at Solly. So are you convinced then that the era of Nepa will end by 2025, but only on one proviso: if the short little man from Ikene is the president of the Nigerian state? What's it called? Yemi Oshibajo flapping his feathers. What are you making of it, Mike?
If we'll get electricity, well, I'm highly convinced that he will try to do the idea, and there will be some forces that are trying to stop him. I mean, largely external forces. And if he is brave enough to say, "Hey, go to hell," like Jonathan did when Hillary Clinton approached him and told him, "Listen, we don't want you to give the Chinese full access into, Nigeria," and they're trying to command. This America has to command everybody, control you. If you don't say follow their say, they just label you bad and start painting you and trying to punish you. So I think that's what it may end up, but it depends on how he faces it, how he stand his ground. So if he's that guy that has that balls like Jonathan did, say to hell with anybody that's trying to stop him.
Does this strike you as the guy that does have the balls?
He has a brain. So the guy, they were looking at that guy, looks like a guy that's it tells me that he's a guy that knows how to think critically, and a critical thinker usually knows how.
They say boss, no boss. Do not say thinking.
This one a critical thinker automatically knows when he's supposed to have balls and when not to have balls. A critical thinker, you can't tell him to jump, and it was just.
Make una not talk boss today. Now yesterday I is wrong. They talk boss.
Yeah,
But you have
guy
brain.
he nearly crossed the line yesterday, but I just let it slide. But please,
one man,
nobody else do that again, though. Yeah,
one
but
man, I went to
yeah.
watch that clip. You guys, you tried. I went. I came at the later end of the program, right? So after the show, and the evening I woke up, so I was like, let me go to back position and see what happened before I came in. I saw the fight between you and Izon. I like,
Aizo.
damn. I said, damn. Really? At what point you took everybody out and just threw up? I thought you guys also tried throwing punches on the screen. So we read this or that. I like, really? I thank I didn't come in on time.
And are you concentrated? Now you concentrated. Now you concentrated.
No,
Now.
no, it gets like that. I was just saying that was the first time ever, and Alexander Akache was reminding me that we've at least had about 5 or 6. Even Mike was here. Remember Mike when he came when you had to bring your boxing gloves to come to the platform where we were. You remember all those days when they were you took some of it, I took a lot of it, you know.
Yeah, I used to be war those days. Yeah, it used to be a lot of war, especially people from the east, man. This guy, Maurice. Those ones were crossing line, man. Those ones were those ones they were literally crossing line. They
will
would
be
swear
you if
you
you don't say that Nnamdi Kanu is the second coming, then they will chop your head off.
Yeah,
you know?
those days, this guy, when one of them started now, they were trying to turn this platform to pro Biafra. Like everybody have to come in to sing holy. Man, that's why they told me to big enemies.
They were just coming to defend or to defend themselves in most cases.
No, it wasn't. No, this is what they were doing.
I would not agree on you on that one. See, when it comes to those Brafia people, a lot of them don't think with their brain.
They don't think.
They just Nnamdi, finish.
In the beginning, that's what they were expecting. Now it was many of them that used to come here. They came here and the moment we talk, we give opinion about the East, it's not like we insult them or anything. We just say something that's contrary to Biafra. They will start to insult you. They will begin to attack you.
I'm a very honest person, being honest. So, I'm telling you how I.
Most of those people don't come here again.
No,
people like
a lot of them were not like you. A lot of them were not like you.
There's one. There was 5 of them. The only one that still come is Bia, but Bia is a little different. Bia is
Bia was never part of that setup. Yeah.
No, Bia. The difference between Bia is she doesn't. She was insulting too. Come on, woman, what are you talking about?
Bia always identifies herself with Yoruba.
You see,
the question is that who insulted first?
No, one man used to tolerate Bia because she's a lady, but the guys, those ones, those guys.
No, one man not tolerate you. You know when they
don't agree for them. It was all these other Yoruba they will submit to that. Me now, I don't agree for them. Man. And they say wait, I don't go talk my opinion.
All right.
I have.
You know one day.
They used to bully most of the Yoruba people here.
That's what I mean. Wait. You know one day, one woman. I mean, I not mention her name. It said that they didn't give her admission at the Lagos University, and that this the Yoruba treated her bad. I say, my God, not the BIA, another one. So then I can't say, my God, how can you say that Yoruba discriminated, against you, in Lagos? I said that's not possible. I myself, I went to school. I wanted to go to Kaduna Polytechnic. There was no way. Then I had to go to Ibadan Polytechnic. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Tony. But just to clear it up, it's not actually a fighting space. So please don't come here with the intention that okay, we are going there for a fight. It's a conversational space. It's not. We are not Tyson Fury, and you're not. And I'm not Joshua something or the other.
On conversation, I have a question for Mike.
Go on.
Concerning Osinbajo. Mike was talking how Osinbajo is the best thing after sliced bread.
I didn't say that. Everybody know my guys, you alright? So go ahead.
How you will transform?
Who's that, man?
Who is that?
I don't know. That's Thomas. Yeah, go on.
How we will transform the Nepa situation in Nigeria? Now, my question is this for him: if he's really thinking and he really has brain, like you said, why doesn't he come up with a plan to how to distribute the ones that we can generate first before going for a big project like a nuclear plant? Because we generate a lot, we supply a lot of the West African countries. We are the ones supplying those countries electricity, and they have 24 hours over there. But we don't have 24 hours. Why? When you ask them, they tell you because of distribution issues. So why doesn't he use his brain to talk about distribution issues instead of talking about nuclear plant and nuclear whatsoever?
Well, neither of us know the facts and the details of how those power system and things. We just
It's a
know
fact.
we just know
It's
what
a
we hear.
fact.
That okay,
It's a fact.
distribution. Well, I'm not a professional electrical person, so I don't know how that distribution is. You know, the issue is about the distribution. But what I understand is I know that we are sharing. The whole nation is sharing one grid. I mean, one grid, one power source, and to me, I think that one is one issue that needs to be kind of addressed in a sense. You know, and where I mean, if the professionals came up and say, hey, this nuclear power plant will solve the problem, and he agreed and they were about to do it, that's enough for me to say, hey, at least he came out with something. And maybe that other option you're talking about, maybe if that will work, if that is another way. I mean, I'm pretty sure if someone presented to him and he sees it, I don't think he will know that this is the solution and it will turn against it. I don't think he's the kind of person. I don't think he's that backward. The man is intelligent enough. I don't think he's that kind of backward person. I will just know that, okay, this distribution idea, because this is what Osinbajo does, and this is what any intelligent leader is supposed to do. Why I respect him. See, there's no person that knows answer to everything. But what he does is bring experts to the table, like, hey, what do you think? What do you think? What is the solution to this? And they present it to you, to you. And as a leader, you go by those experts advice and carry out the plan. And that's what was the case with the nuclear. It's not like he woke up and he slept in a dream and say, this is the solution is nuclear source. And consider he's a lawyer, he's not an electrical engineer or anything like that. So what he did as a smart guy was brought Fashola and they all sat down, brought experts, they all brainstormed and came up with the idea of the nuclear power plants, and he wanted to carry it out. Unfortunately, the Americans and all these people.
Will that be done in 3 years?
Will it be done in 3 years?
Plant be completed in 3 years.
As long as it's done, once they start the work and it's being approved and it's being worked on, that's what matters. Whether 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, as long as we can say light.
For us to have electricity, that's what matters.
So you have to have it in 3 years. So someone has to promise you electricity in 3 years.
That is what he's saying in his campaign. He's saying that he's going to give us electricity in 3 years. Is that not what he's saying?
Well, if they've done the calculation and realize that, hey, it could be the power plant is not something that takes that long to build. It's something that could be built within a year or two, and electricity can be in place in a third year.
There's no way it's going.
There's no way. So are you a nuclear scientist? How do you know?
It's facts. Now these things are
facts based on what?
Radiations and everything. Look at even Dangote refinery. How many years it took?
Who's talking about Dangote refinery? We're talking about nuclear power plant. These are two different.
No, see, guys, nuclear power plant is more difficult.
You know that South Africa has a nuclear plant. Part of the electricity is from nuclear. Do you know that?
And it's cold. South Africa is cold.
And
they run cold.
If I'm correct,
nuclear plant will spend.
I know South Africa is not nuclear weapons.
They took it to Israel now. Yeah, they don't have nuclear weapons. They took it to Israel when the blacks took over. The whites.
1994. They
don't have it. See, let me tell you.
We say they used to have it. That's what we say. We didn't say they have it.
Now they are still having power cuts. They are still having power cuts in South Africa.
Really?
Yes.
That's why what? Come on now. You're telling me in the white part of South Africa they're having power cuts. So people they deal with the power.
It's not even a matter of white part.
Yes, they have power cuts.
The Igbos they are dealing with Nepa.
They are even having problems with their own kind of
power cuts. It's occasional.
I'm telling you something. I have families and friends in South Africa presently now.
They're having light issues in South Africa. It's not bad.
Maybe in Soweto or something.
It's not as bad as Nigeria. See, don't get me wrong. It's not like Nigeria.
It's not. Don't even compare it with Nigeria. In fact, it's not in the same conversation. Those people are having power cuts. It happens maybe in a year. It can happen maybe like 3 or 4 times.
It's not once in a while. Sometimes it even happens 2 weeks. Sometimes 3 weeks.
Yeah, maybe in Soweto and other places, but not in Cape Town or.
Victoria. See, I'm not telling you.
But
let's focus on Nigeria.
Hold on, it's an unfair comparison anyway, because South Africa, as we agreed yesterday, is not an African country. But
thank you, sir. It's a purely European country.
It's very southern country. I've been there. I've visited there. I've stayed there. I stayed at Pretoria. I
It's
stayed
more
in jail.
beautiful than all these
What are you talking
European
about?
countries.
See,
Aside
I've
from
been
France
there
and
plenty
Germany,
times. My wife is from South
Uh,
Africa. I go
guys,
to South
So
Africa.
you went from saying there's 24-hour electricity in Benin Republic and Ghana, then you are saying South Africa doesn't have.
Africa,
Come on, now, what are you talking
it's
about?
not.
No,
You want
you're
to
not
happen to South
understanding
Africa?
what
It's
I'm telling
One
you.
at a time. One at a time. Yeah, go on.
See,
Can I
you're
say
not
something?
understanding my point. See,
I,
what
I
I'm
got
saying
I
is
got
this.
a news from a friend a few hours before I joined this platform. A friend of mine in Benin Republic. He says they're having the same problem now like in Nigeria. There's no electricity. They've been taking the electricity, taking it away like they do in Nigeria. So I think this whole thing going on in Nigeria too is affecting them because Nigeria also supply them partly some of the electricity. Yeah.
You see, one thing you guys need to understand is this electricity costs money. Like whatever they're using it to power, maybe gas, all those things, it costs money. You understand? So
But do we have the means? That's the question.
that's
Do we
what I'm saying.
have
Mike, let
The
me ask
cheapest
you,
mean
Mike.
there is the nuclear one. You understand?
Hold on
Because
now.
Mike, does Ghana have nuclear power?
No, forget
Does
Ghana and nuclear power. Let Mike
no.
just
I'm asking all these African countries that
maybe
did
the
this thing.
consumption
Most
is
East
less,
Africa,
so the cost will be less there. You understand?
my
So
brother, is no
compared to Nigeria,
consumption.
we have with the size is our size is big, our population is huge, our consumption is so much. You understand? So if we are consuming so much and we are only willing to pay less. I mean, how much is an average Nigerian in America where we live, UK, America where we live, we pay monthly electricity bills now. We pay monthly electricity bills.
Mike, no excuse. Don't excuse these people who call themselves government. So
I'm not excusing them. I'm not excusing the fact that they can't even.
Hold on. If I handle the country, 6 months, 6 months is enough to produce electricity for the people.
With what?
All the
With
cables,
what?
all the cables are decaying. Well, I mean, they have to wake up. They have to wake up. We have got the gas. We got all the. I mean, all the human resources. What the hell? People go to university in Nigeria, and then at the end of the day, they have no chance to work. They go to England. They come to Germany. They go to Canada. What kind of rubbish government is that? That's why we should stop.
Thank you.
Tony,
Peter Obi
my brother.
explained the other day how Egypt generated
let me talk to
10,000 megawatts just in under 6 years. So
People know
that know this
generation
thing are
problem
there,
is
and we're talking of someone that is just making empty promises.
All right.
And
Let's
people have blueprints.
hear from Thomas, and then we'll have Mike round off his thoughts on Osinbajo's promise of entering up Nepa, and then we'll start to round up from there. So, Thomas, you wanted to say?
Yes, yeah. I think it's for us to fix electricity. As Tony rightly said, it's something we can do fast. If Osinbajo, but one man, we will say this every time. You were talking yesterday that all these people they promise, but they can't deliver. And even Mike said something yesterday that why are we focusing on their campaign something that we should forget the bank campaign. So if you are not focusing on their campaign, so why are they campaigning for? So we have to hold them with their campaign, with everything they said in their campaign.
No, you have to hold on with their competency.
Yes,
You don't. The mistake people are making is you focus on what people are telling you in campaign. You don't focus on the person that this person have the capacity to actually carry out this idea, deliver this idea. Nigerians don't focus on that. That's why I keep voting for people like the Boo-Boos, the Buharis, and people that have no brain. When you have someone like Soyinka sit down there articulating something, showing you his level of intelligence,
That's one.
You don't focus on that. You focus on he's not wearing agbada. It doesn't look presidential. He doesn't wear big agbada. Nobody know him. We want to waste our votes. That's the mistake. The voters are the problem, not the. If you hire a vulcanizer come and do surgery for you, and he doesn't do a good job, no be your fault. No be you hire the vulcanizer. Vulcanizer is not a surgeon. When a surgeon is standing in front of you,
Tony something before I go, please. It's CBD, please. Tony.
Yeah.
Tony, please. I send you a friend request. Please, I need to speak to you urgently, please.
Literally, sorry, later.
Yeah, thank you.
I will do that later. So, but
okay. So sorry, Tony. Can you attend to Tom? Everyone, please. Tony, can you attend to Thomas if you intend to attend to him?
Because I can't vacate my phone. I can't vacate my phone now.
All right, because he's been trying to get hold of you. for going on 2 hours now. So it sounds as though
Let me see.
he urgently needs to speak with you. So go and see what
Facebook. No, but I can't get out of the platform right now because then I may not be able to get back in. You know.
No, that's fine.
Go on private chat now. You guys, there's private chat there. How can you guys
It's
just
okay.
chat?
I'll do that later. If I haven't seen it now, I'm just scrolling through. It's not yet there. It's not yet. You know, probably the network is engaged.
Of course, can it wait a little bit? But
Yes.
one man round off so that we can just.
Yes. So round off your thoughts on Osinbajo's power promises, Mike, and then I'll start to round off.
Yeah. So to me, for people, people thinking my number one is Osinbajo. My number one is not Osinbajo. My number one is actually Fashola. But among all of them that are coming out right now, all these politicians, he's like the only person. Him. And I'll say Rochas and let me see another person. Yeah, Rochas has some brain. You just don't like him. You think you call him Okura Usa or something like that. Well, it's okay.
To me,
so anybody that we don't like is who you support. Anybody that we do not approve, just because you want to despise.
You guys like the ones that will come in and marginalize the Hausas and the Yorubas. That's the one you guys like, you know.
So anyone that we don't want, just because you want to spite us, that's the one you support. Support
no. It's not because of you. I was focusing on you guys. Man, I'm focusing on someone that can do a job, man.
So what is the competence?
Rocha is probably the best you guys have in that case right now, man. It's the best. But anyway, so based on, I mean, I think among all of them politicians that are running right now, I would say Osinbajo is one I know that can. I mean, if somebody approach and present ideas to him, he's smart enough to be able to comprehend what you are presenting to him and actually follow through. You know, compared to the rest of these guys, man. I mean, these guys they're still they're not modern, they're not sharp, they're not sharp in the brain like that. You know, and Osinbajo has proven it. So someone like who?
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi is not that sharp in the brain, man. The way he won't talk, man. The guy, I don't know why you guys are keep jumping on. What makes him sharp? I saw his debate now. The guy just a lie, just landed a lie.
Did he not defeat Osinbajo in the debate? Did he not?
He defeat who? Peter Obi that was lying right on stage. When that the lady, the moderator, was saying, "Come on now, come on now." When I remember that debate now, when Kadia Ahmed, she was even telling him, "Come on, man, why you keep lying? Just be honest."
You like propaganda. You like
it's not propaganda. Come on, there, man. I saw the debate, man. Peter Obi just talk all these Radio Biafran stuff. Now all these people
they kept on saying China. That's
China. All these the guy don't even know if they talk there. He's one of those, like I said, those kind of businessmen that only imports, and people think they are smart businessmen. Real businessmen don't import and sell and trade. A trader is not, to me, it's really.
He was a leader of a foreign bank in a foreign country.
Yeah, trader.
So that one is a trader too. You're just biased with the man.
Which country?
You're coming here packaging Osinbajo as being
Rochas is better than Peter Obi.
Rochas is having court case that we know that he stole from Imo State. We know he stole from Imo State.
I mean, they're all criminal in that area, but if anyone from that side, I'll pick Rochas. But I mean, to me, I just think this one I think Osinbajo will also do, because I think the gas they will also focus on gas. I think they will. For the power, I think Osinbajo will focus on gas because we have a lot of natural gas there in Nigeria. So I believe Osinbajo will solve that problem because the solution is there. And this is the kind of person that has a will and desire. And he's someone that will allow a lot of brain people around him. He won't allow Mumu around him. He will allow a lot of brain people. So that's the only reason why I'm believing he can solve that problem.
You say you believe on your tribe.
No, I believe. I mean, I study people before I study him, I study Shore, I study all these people, and I know that my number one guy is Shore. I know if he comes in,
you keep mentioning Shore. Shore fucked up today. You don't see the campaign kick off like a war. You see how he was driving, how they were driving.
I keep telling you guys are focusing on campaign.
Jumping on the rooftop of the car. I mean,
So that's
Nothing
what
will
you are
work in
concerned
Nigeria.
about. How he stood on the car and all these things.
Nothing will work in Nigeria. Don't look at the street. People
Nothing wrong
hazard.
because you guys keep focusing on the president. People that
Has
look president.
somewhere been a head boy before? Has somewhere been a head boy in a secondary school that he wants to be?
That's what you guys have been.
A
That's
head
the same
boy
thing
in
you
a
guys said.
secondary school.
Nigeria brought Buhari in because he once was a general. This kind of things what you guys focus on.
Being a head boy in a
You want
secondary
us
school.
to go there? Is it not you and
his leadership quality?
and some of your people that brought him for us to say
Me,
Nigeria?
I'm the one that
Buhari was a
your
good guy.
tribalistic nature. Who told you I was the one that brought Buhari in?
Yeah, but Buhari was a good guy. He did promise us that we will get our light, our power, our refinery, but he died.
And
The
I
wife
keep
don't
telling
go
you,
between
you
now.
guys were focusing on what politicians tell you and how they package themselves to you, rather than focusing on how intelligent the person is.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So thank you, Mike.
Somebody
And
was
that's
asked
it.
on Arise News.
Sorry, I want to start round off in
And he
but
was saying
thank
he
you.
don't want to expose his plan to his opponents or whatever. Is that you should do better? I know we need a change, and I also like Showore, but all those kind of strategies he's using, he should reconsider them and do some. Look
right.
at
Thank
today.
you, CBD.
Kingsley
No, sorry,
Moghalu was
CBD.
talking about
Can you, it's please now. Goodness sake. I want to round off now. We've gone past the 5-hour mark, and I was just pushing it, but if I didn't cut it quick, then it will just go on and on. Let me acknowledge our solid super chat, and then I'll start rounding off from Tony, just so he can go and attend to Thomas. So solid super chats to say all Biafran people did was make Mike tribalistic. Well, I think Mike has always been tribalistic. So we round off
Who
to
told you I'm tribalistic?
well, it's not even me. I think everybody. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what to think.
I don't know what you guys know. I don't think you guys know what tribalistic is about.
All right, don't explain it. Explain it to us the next time. But let's start to round off to land on rational mind. But we'll kick off with Tony, as I said, just so he can go and attend to whatever Thomas urgently needs him for. So Tony, you know the routine. Just a short summary, just so you can get to say what you've not had the chance to say. So Tony, kick it off. Last word.
Yes, sir. Yes, I think today, not really good day it be, because all of us will not fight today, and then we now know that we have so many things in common. So at least let the Benin or the Edo people or the South people be the unifying factor. So that we can be able to form a Southern Nigeria. The Igbo, the Yorubas, and then the Benis or whatever they do, so you call them the Robos or you call them the Ibibios. We are the same brothers and sisters. Let the Southerners unite, and then so we can be able to free up ourselves from all these aliens of the North. Good night, everybody, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. You all know him, of course. So from Tony, we go on to a new name that's just joined us. Hopefully, we still have him, Joseph Adewale. So Joseph, I'm not sure if you're still with us because we've not heard a word from you. So Joseph, are you still there? No, we don't seem to have Joseph. So thank you, Joseph, for the visit. So from Joseph, we go on to Edo Tony. Edo Tony, to you.
Yeah, so Urusai, Papa Hanashi. Sorry, that's my kids.
No, that's fine. Keep going.
Yeah, we don't read my people. I greet everybody. Today now a very good session. We learned so many things, I thank one man, I always thank one man, and I thank Mike and every other people, and my Tony brother, my CBD brother. I love to see you. If I not see you, I'm happy where I like me today. Anyway, quick one, go back to the light issue. The light issue, for what I understand, they say now distribution problem we get, not be generation problem. Say Nigerian government will generate enough capacity to carry Nigeria, but the distribution now a big problem. So that place I agree with Tony, say man, they fit do something if they want to do something. So I feel say that political in that space. Then between the waiting of Osinbajo, the toxic of fix the light, that me I don't know. So me I see and reach. Me I carry my children and go out now. Like I just said, they complain. I thank everybody on the comment section. I thank Ajali Coco. I thank Rational Mind. Hope to see you guys again. Peace and out.
All right, thank you, Edo Tony. Even though Adane Coco is not with us, but I think he's with us in spirit. I think I spotted him in the comment section. So thank you, Edo Tony. So from Edo Tony, we go on to Insibidi. He used to have the superstar name. That's what we used to call him when he first came, but then we soon found out who he was. Insibidi. Okay.
I wish I can go after. Okay, but no problem. I will go, but because I know after I go, Mike will just come and scatter everything with his.
Scatter you. All right. Okay,
Scatter
you go together
everything.
then.
Everything
So
we've been
okay,
doing since morning.
we have joined final words then from Mike and in CBD. So both of you then you're joined final word.
So yeah, everything. I don't know what to even say, but it's okay. Thank you so much. Everyone for being part of this session. Just like, share, subscribe, and all that. And yeah, I think we should just come out from this our mentality of tribal warfare, honestly, because if everything that all the injustice and whatever that have been done to our people or my people, and I'm still talking like this, then I don't know which excuse anybody have in any part of the country. So people should come out from uh, this mentality, so that we can look beyond this tribe and know that we are all Africans and we are one people and one country, and we need, if everybody is safe, like Awolowo said that I think it's Awolowo who said, oh, I'm not 100% sure, that if um, you don't, the person you do not help today, the children will be a problem for your own children. So we are all connected somewhere, somehow. Even the tribe that you feel like is far away tribe, or you don't care about them, you don't know where you find them tomorrow. You don't know, you might be in a country whereby the only black person next to you is the one that you hate so much in your country. So let us understand that we need each other, and just let love lead and everything. So yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. So from Insibidi, we go on to Mike. Mike, just a short summary, Mike, closing remarks.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it short, man. To me, I think if there has to be a solution to the roots of the problem, I always said, is the mind. The root of the problem of society is the mind of the people. So for Nigerians, if they really want to change their problem, they have to change their thinking pattern. I think the way we think is really what creates, is the reason, is the root of our problem, and it shows in the way we vote and the way we even interact and all these things. So if Nigerians want to change their future, they have to change the way they think and start thinking differently. You know. So to me, so hey, yeah, I agree with CBD. Hey, yeah, tribalism needs to end. We need to start Pan Africanism, and the people that needs that kind of preaching the most are people in the East, because they're the most tribalistic people in that country, man. They've created so much division, and they're consistently doing it with their different organizations, their IPOB and all these people. So in CBD, should really go and preach to them. Maybe you should start from there. If those people can change their ways, maybe others will easily follow. Well, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. A real delight. So, Mike now sharing his time with us regularly these last few days. So, from Mike, we go on to our man from the. Is it the Creeks even where he's from? Ete, of course, you know him. Playing daddy at the moment.
Today has been a good session. At least I learned a new thing today. Kuko is a general name for chicken for the Igbos, Yoruba, and Benin and all that. The thing is about the Osinbajo space. We should stop packaging elite choices, because we know elite choices doesn't have the interest and the mind of the people. They're just going there to to do what the elites want them to do, and it's totally lies when somebody says you will solve electricity problem without telling us how. And even the closest argument of how is nuclear plants, which we all know it will not be done in 2 days or even in 2 years. So the thing is, we should take 2023 seriously and be critical, very critical of the next president of Nigeria, because the next president of Nigeria is going to determine the unity and continuous existence of Nigeria. So if we do the normal politics that we do, the tribalistic politics and all that we do in Nigeria, there might not be a Nigeria anymore. So we should just take this home and know that we are responsible for our futures right now. And if we make the wrong choice, Nigeria will be gone. That is it for me today. And like, share, and join the YouTube account. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's Ete, daddy for the day. Not even daddy for the day, daddy for life now, because it's a lifelong task. So Ete carrying out his daddy duties. So in the absence, of course, on that theme of the mighty Ajan Lekoko, a man of equal might, the final word to rational mind.
Yeah, woman, thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I want to thank all the people that came in the studio. We all have a wonderful session. More education we had about history, even though some of this history were just orally passed on. And one asks questions like, I mean, how true are these stories, this history that we've heard from different people? Well, I know there's truth to everything, even though a measure of it, if not in totality. Well, for me, in conclusion, I just wonder what Osinbajo is saying when he says we no longer shout out Nepa anymore. I mean, he was there going to almost 8 years now. This time next year, to be exactly 8 years before the handover, that they've been on this campaign that they started in 2014 actually, to 15, for the election, that they said they were going to, I remember very well, the President Minister of Works and Housing, that's Fashola, saying that there will be electricity. And 7 years down the line, they've not been able to improve anything. So what is he saying that he's going to do differently from what his present boss, that he himself is the number 2 man on the ticket? I mean, what idea is he going to bring that he could not even tell his boss, present boss, so that he could have a good campaign, something to campaign on? Because I don't even know what this guy is going to campaign on. I mean, he keeps talking this, then that. I mean, this is what we heard in 2015. They have not done anything. So are you still going to campaign on that? What is the track record of your boss? Well, I think that guy has a lot to really prove to Nigerians that he's able to do what he says he's going to do. Because if he can supervise as number 2 man over an economy that is in total mess right now, the dollar is changing at $600 to $1 now. I mean, you wonder. They came in, they met it at $180 or $190 something, and now it's almost $600. So what are we talking about? What are they even talking about? Well, for me, it's up to Nigerians to decide. We will always analyze this. And also talking about the Ahmed, the lady for humanitarian, whatever, voting. I mean, they want to use 5 point something billion naira to teach people how to become vulcanizers, how to repair cell phone. And I wonder, I mean, the one they give to this guy, what's his name? The other lawyer guy who was a pro lawyer, what's his name? I don't know. I've forgotten his name. I can't remember his name right now. They did. They were employed almost 7,000 people. They will give them rake and whatever, and to be cutting grass all over the streets. I mean, what did that money go? So some of them say they've not even been paid. So you see, the coming administration would need to investigate these people. All this money they're voting out, the people they say they are training. What is the impact? The social, whatever they say they are doing, what is the impact on the people? People are lamenting. Just this few hours before I joined this platform, I know how many calls I've received from Nigeria of people who wanted help. So I wonder, what is the whole thing? What is the impact? Who are they really training? Well, it's up to Nigerians to decide. And I'm glad that Soyinka did what he did. Well, let us see how that goes. And we just have to see how 2023 is going to play out from now. At least we'll tell from today till before we go to 2023. One man, thank you. Thank you, those people in this comment section. Once again, hopefully we'll be able to talk more tomorrow. Have a good night and good morning and good afternoon.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So that's Rational Mind rounding the things up for us in his own inimitable style. So his inimitable style, so no imitations here. Everybody unique and peculiar on this platform. This is just what makes it. You don't even have to take my word for it. You've witnessed it yourself. Just strongly held beliefs by very strong personalities. And this is the diet of the sessions. So make sure you are subscribed and the post notifications turned on, because we do this regularly. We're likely to have 2 sessions tomorrow. I'm trying to, at some point, have the topic, the case for an Igbo president, using Peter Obi as a test case. I want to try and see if I can have that tomorrow, if I've gathered enough materials to present it, to do any manner of justice to it. But if we don't do it tomorrow, we'll do it fairly shortly. The case for an Igbo presidency, and we use Peter Obi as the test case. He seems to be the foremost person in that space. So make sure you are subscribed with post notifications turned on, so that whenever that comes up, it doesn't catch you out on the hop. And if it catches you on the hop, then you can watch it in replay. You can still watch the sessions. So you can even gauge on the whole session. If you're new to the space, we do this every day. 9:30 p.m. roundabout UK time is usually when we start. And then wherever it goes from there. So I try to moderate it, but it's a struggle, as you have found, because just the personalities are just so strong and the views are just so strongly held. And I don't want to curtail it, because it's that free expression really that the platform seeks to facilitate. So all of that in play, I are always situated. Of course, I have to be situated to bring you the session. So that has been the thing since I'm now starting to talk gibberish. Let me start to round it off. But before I round it off, there's a tradition that was initiated by Jan Lekoko, which I am keen to sustain, which is to acknowledge the people in the comment section, so that we depart as one big happy family. So name checks for the people in the comment section. Regular names, of course. Jennifer, you see her. She spends her time with us fairly regularly. Hopefully one of these days, Jennifer will brave it up and come and join us on the screen. This is an Oyibo Ono Mine. So that's an Oba Dakpolopolo name right there. That's one of those Benin type of people. You just know, don't you? Oyibo Onomoni, so that's a Guavon sort of manner that they have in that space. So all these Guavon people, so that's one of those Guavon people. Obi Ruben, there he is right there, heading the mighty Ajan Lekoko, who is keeping the interaction going in the comment section. So that's the mighty Ajan Lekoko right there. Kenado Network, we see you, Kenado Network. But what quite is the network? You have to come and explain what underpins that. So Irene Finest is the next person in play. As she's so confident in herself, she announces it that she's the finest. And who is anybody to argue? If she's the finest, then she's the finest. Ibukun Ogun Feitimi. Ibukun Ogun Feitimi. So there is that. Well, you don't. That's certainly not a Christianity being advertised right there. So that is a steeped and a traditional Yoruba name right there. Peters A.O. Peters A.O. So his own Peter with a double T. This is that sort of funk that was around a few years ago when people put an inflection on their name. Peter with a double T. Oga, but he's in a master. So we have Henry joining us, Henry Pouquin. Henry Pouquin, who is a Yoruba Nation Biafra, the only solution. So that is one of Charlie Boy's recruits. Nigeria must break up. I'm telling you, woman. I'm telling you. So there is one of Charlie Boy aligned sort of a person. Thought of many, of course, a regular on the platform. We see you fairly regularly, and we acknowledge you as often as we see you. Ademi Toby Loba, also known as Solly, mimicking then Alexander Gomez with the super chart. So we see you there. And then, of course, Ajan Lekoko's own babe, Bongsma. So that's Ajan Lekoko's babe right there, Bongsma. Boluaga Laditi. So we see you, Boluaga. That's if there was ever a name that captures the essence of Yoruba names. It can't be much more than that. Boluaga Laditi. So there it is right there. You don't get more Yoruba than a name like that. Boluaga Laditi, ask Google, of course, ethnicity unknown. So he goes then with just stating the obvious, isn't it? What other purpose does Google serve other than to ask. We ask Wasiu Isiaka if he knows any other purpose that Google serves other than the truth, other than to ask. But then what do you ask? Do you ask for the truth? But then this guy tells us that the truth hurts. So that's the truth hurts right there as I labor to carry on that pun. So the truth hurts, we see you. Let's see if we can take just a couple more names and then we'll start to then shut it down. British victim, but why? Don't be a victim forever though. Nobody, you know, you can only be a victim situationally and for a moment in time. There's certain people that just hide in victimhood in perpetuity, and then it becomes like an escape portal for them. Ayo Reke, Ayo Oreke. So is that Oreke Lewa, or am I just completely misreading that? So that's Ayo Oreke right there. This is Risi Katu, I'm imagining, because what other inflection would you give it other than Risi Katu? Remember other I don't know if it's a peculiarly Yoruba thing where they always Katu their names, because Rishi Katu, Rashida 2. What about 3? Can they not count more than 2? What about Rashida 3? Rashida 4, Abi Rashida 5. What's all that nonsense all about? Crowned king. Well, you have to be crowned to be a king, but then of course, you know, that is maybe it's doubling down on his position then. Clear forecast commercial. So I'm not sure if this person is out to advertise. So speak to my agent if you're looking at that. And that's a joke, by the way, but you know, so that's person then. So that's Meadowman, of course. We all know Meadowman. He joins us when the mood takes him. So hopefully the mood will take him shortly again, because a lot of people delight in hearing from Meadowman. David Tunde Abe. So we see you, Davido. Since Davido came out now, everybody calls David now. I'm sure all their friends will be joshing and say Davido, as though they've happened on something new and original. Thomas Olukayode, you all know Thomas, of course. He a regular staple on the screen. Michael Babs, we see him regularly, but in the comment section. So he spends his time there. And we land finally on Adewale Olusegun. Apologies for the other names that I've not scrolled to, but I think that's sufficient enough to acknowledge. And everybody else, of course, thank you for your time. If you have not already subscribed, then please do that. And if you've not turned off the session, then please do that as well. That's the only thing that you can just really use to show some form of support. It's free of charge, so why not? So do the clickings to subscribe and support. They haven't done all those clickings. Come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.